Green-Eyed Demon by Jaye Wells. Narrated by Cynthia Holloway. Copyright 2011 by Jaye Wells. Graves at my command have waked their sleepers, oped and let 'em forth, by my so potent art, but this rough magic I here abjure. William Shakespeare, The Tempest. Chapter 1. On my extensive list of enemies, the top 2 spots belong to Sabina Kane and Time. One I plan to kill as soon as possible. That is, if I didn't run out of the other one first. The dashboard clock flipped to 10:01. The ones mocked me like 2 extended middle fingers. Impatience was my third enemy. I'd already been sitting in the white van parked on a windy stretch of road near Pacific Palisades for 20 minutes. The hood of the van stood open, but the engine idled in preparation for the ambush. Giguhl, any visual on the car yet? Negative. His voice crackled through the earpiece, but his body was perched in a tree just outside the Domine compound. I sighed. Okay, thanks. Don't you mean Roger? He responded. Whatever, I said. Let me know the minute the gates open. Hey, Sabina? Yeah, I said, a tad more impatiently than I intended. Why can't I have a gun again? I rolled my eyes. I might be crazy, but I'm not stupid, G. Now focus. I live to serve, he grumbled. I settled back into the seat. Outside the van, the landscape offered little distraction from my impatience. Scrub brush, low stone walls, and roadkill speed bumps. Light from the City of Angels rose above the shadowed hilltops like a dusty halo. Los fucking Angeles. Whoever said you couldn't go home again was full of shit. The truth is, you shouldn't go home again. And when I'd left California, I'd promised myself that I wouldn't return. Ever. But fate, that fickle bitch, made a liar out of me. Again. 3 days earlier, my twin sister Maisie had been kidnapped from a mage estate in New York. 3 weeks before that, I hadn't even known she'd existed. The long story short version is that our vampire mother died in childbirth a few months after our mage father was murdered. Because mating between the races was forbidden, Maisie and I were separated at birth by our vampire and mage grandmothers to keep the peace. Maisie was raised by the mage side of the family in New York, and I got the short straw, a vampire upbringing in Los Angeles. The desire to meet my long-lost twin was one of the reasons I'd left Los Angeles. The fact that our vampire grandmother, Sabina Kane, wanted me dead was the other. But now the tables had turned. Lavinia had kidnapped Maisie in an effort to hurt me, so now I would do a little kidnapping of my own. Giguhl's voice bounced off my eardrum, making me jump. Big Black is on the move. Should be on your tail in T-minus 60 seconds. A sudden rush of blood. My hands tightened on the wheel. Showtime. Be ready when I summon you, I replied in a calm tone. 10-4. In my previous life as an assassin, I disposed of problem vampires for the Domine. Therefore, despite the personal stakes and the adrenaline surge, my body had kicked instinctively into mission mode. I shifted the car into drive. The sweat on my palm meant it took 2 tries to manage. Hey, Red. This from Adam Lazarus, haughty mage, and the 3rd member of our little team. We used to have a 4th, a vanity demon, but she'd been kicked off the team 24 hours earlier after an unfortunate incident involving a vampire strip club, a large explosion, and a lover's quarrel with Giguhl. Yeah? Are you ready? The mage always had a frustrating knack for breaking through the insulating layers I'd built around my feelings. Damn him. 2 pinpoints of light turned onto the road several blocks back. I took a deep breath and willed my heart to slow. Are you kidding? I snorted. Totally. He knew me too well to buy that. "We'll get her back, Sabina." His tone had a hint of unwelcome pity. I ignored the spark of fear that flared at his words. "Of course we will." Not getting Maisie back was not an option. "Okay, everyone, switching to radio silence. Let's do this." My hands contracted on the steering wheel, my knuckles pale in the dim light. I tried not to focus on the only glitch in our plan. We were about to kidnap the wrong domina. In a perfect world, the vampire in that Mercedes would be my grandmother. When she'd taken Maisie, she'd sealed her fate with me. Although, to be honest, she was pretty much at the top of my must-kill list for a host of other reasons that included manipulation, lying, kidnapping, attempted murder, and the destruction of my prized Ducati. Yeah, I know. We make the Manson family look like the Brady Bunch. Anyway, Lavinia wasn't an option for the kidnapping plan, because she rarely left the Domine compound. But Persephone left the grounds each Tuesday to host a mass for the plebeian vamps at a temple located in Santa Monica. And with the war between vampires and mages looming, the Domine needed to spread anti-mage propaganda to strengthen their support for the war. Where better to do that than at a religious service? Besides, of the 3 Domine who ruled the vampire race, Persephone was the weakest. Weak is relative when discussing ancient female vampires, of course. But Persephone tended to be more interested in preserving history and promoting spiritualism among the vampire bourgeoisie than in crushing opposition or amassing obscene fortunes like the other 2 Domine. That meant she'd be far easier to manipulate than Lavinia or Tanith, the beta domina, who controlled their business interests. The plan was to nab Persephone and deliver her to the fairy and mage leaders for interrogation and a possible hostage exchange. Simple. If we survived. The Mercedes was about 2 blocks back now. A few car lengths behind that, I spied the headlights of the beater pickup we'd boosted. Adam held the truck back at a conservative distance as he waited for my signal. "Wait for it," I said, my eyes glued to the mirror. When the target was a block back, I tensed my foot over the gas pedal. Nothing to see here. With each turn of the sedan's wheels, my heart picked up speed. Just a broken-down van. Almost there. The Mercedes' dark as midnight windows prevented me from counting heads. Looked like we were going to have to do this the hard way, as usual. Now! I punched the accelerator. The tire spun for a moment on gravel before jumping out onto the road. Squealing brakes and a blaring horn. Every muscle rigid as I braced for impact. The scream of crunching metal. Vertigo and pain as the van tipped and slid several hundred feet. The seatbelt dug into my skin, but kept me from being tossed around like loose change in a dryer. When the world stilled again, ominous silence reigned. Scratch that. Not silence exactly. The van's radiator hissed, and someone was groaning. Oh, right, that was me. Now, Giguhl, I grunted. With the punch of the button, my seatbelt spat me at the passenger's door. A burst of light flashed outside the van, signaling Giguhl's arrival. Shouting and gunfire commenced on the road. I crawled into the van's cargo area. The cooler I'd stashed earlier lay near the door. I wrenched it open and grabbed a bag of blood. My fangs made quick work of the silicone casing. For once, the chemical taste of the blood didn't bother me as I gulped down the vampire version of a healing potion and energy drink in one. The van's back doors wrenched open. I tumbled out and landed at Giguhl's hooves. He didn't waste time asking if I was okay. Instead, he hooked his claws into my arms and lifted. When my feet hit the pavement and I swayed, he steadied me. Nodding my thanks, I pulled a gun from my waistband. I turned to survey the scene. The Mercedes was trapped between the van and the pickup, which now supported an accordion for a fender. Just beyond, Adam approached the Mercedes from the rear. "Go," I said to Giguhl. He moved so fast I could barely track his movement. The next thing I knew, he was crouched next to the Mercedes. I aimed my gun at the driver's side and pulled off 2 rounds. Only instead of shattering the windshield, the bullets left spiderwebs on the bulletproof glass. The Mercedes engine roared, and the van lurched a few inches forward. The car's wheels spun, kicking up a plume of smoke and gravel. "Adam?" I called. "I'm on it." The hair on the back of my neck prickled as he cast a spell over the lurching car. The engine emitted a loud death rattle before finally dying. "Look alive. That's probably one-way glass." A bullet exploded from the passenger side of the windshield. I ducked and rolled, coming up in a crouch near the intersection of the Mercedes and the van's undercarriage. "Now, G!" With a predatory smile, the demon punched a hole through the driver's window. Crucial design flaw of bulletproof glass. It can't keep out a determined demon. Using one massive claw, Giguhl reached in like a cat into a fish tank and pulled out the wriggling vamp from behind the wheel. "Giguhl, catch!" Adam yelled. He tossed an applewood stake at the demon, who caught it with his free claw. 2 seconds later, the vamp ignited as his soul escaped and his ashes scattered to the wind. "There's a metal partition! I can't get to them this way!" Giguhl yelled as he reached in for the passenger. "Got it!" I sidestepped my way toward the back door. Adam approached the one on the other side. A couple more bullets zinged at us through the glass but went wide. That's the problem with one-way glass. Bullets can get through from the inside, but the layered glass makes anything but point-blank range inaccurate. At least that's what I thought until Adam yelped and his head dropped out of sight behind the car. "Shit. Adam?" My heart thudded in my chest like a piston. It's one thing to shoot at me, but it was something else to hurt the mage. "I'm okay. Just missed me." My pulse slowed from panicked to pissed. More shots exploded out from the rear windows. I ducked next to a quarter panel, trusting the car's armored walls to protect me. "Giguhl!" "Got my hands full," he grunted. I looked over and saw him crouching under the busted window. 2 bullets zinged over his horns. While the driver had been taken by surprise, the passenger was using Giguhl for target practice. Time to end this shit. I banged a fist on the hood. "Come out with your hands up, and no one else gets hurt." 2 shots exploded from the back window. I cursed under my breath. Looked like we had ourselves a regular Mexican standoff until someone ran out of bullets. "Sabina?" I barely heard Giguhl over the constant barrage of gunfire. "What?" "If I create a distraction, can you take this guy out?" I nodded. "Be careful." His black lips spread into a grin. "Yes, ma'am." He held up a claw. He counted down from 3 with his talons. On 1, he leapt up onto the roof of the car and began rocking it side to side. I jumped toward the open window. The vamp's attention was on the ceiling of the car as he held on for dear life. "Hey!" I yelled. His head turned, and his eyes widened a nanosecond before I delivered a bullet to the center of his forehead. His body ignited, making a mess of the Corinthian leather. "Nice!" Giguhl said, pumping a fist as he jumped off the roof. I wiped a hand across my brow. Too early to start celebrating, G. As if to support my claim, a new volley of gunfire came from the back of the car. Giguhl and I squatted down and duck-walked toward the front bumper. I met the mage's eyes over the hood. "Any ideas?" "None that don't involve one of us gaining an extra orifice." Toward the end, his voice sounded unnaturally loud. That's when I realized the gunfire had ceased. The sudden silence jarred me into stillness. I narrowed my eyes and watched the back door. The car started rocking again, but this time from the inside. Something was going down in the back seat. I scooted along the side of the car toward the back, careful to stay out of sight. Muffled shouts leaked from bullet holes in the window. 2 voices, one male, one female, argued with increasing volume. The car continued to shake until, suddenly, a single gunshot cut off the male's shout. Little wisps of copper-scented smoke leaked from the holes. "You okay, Nancy?" I whisper-shouted at Adam in the unnatural silence that followed. "All clear," he replied, "but I wouldn't mind someone telling me what the fuck is going on." That made two of us. 2 seconds later, we got our answer when the door next to my head flew open. The panel knocked me on my ass. The gun slicked against my palm. My breath came out in pants as I raised my aim up to the height of the door. A mop of kinky mahogany curls cleared the top of the door, and below, a foot clad in a low-heeled black pump stepped onto the blacktop, followed by its twin. Next, a slender, milky hand with bloodied cuticles grasped the doorframe. When the face came into view, my stomach dipped with dread. Persephone's classically beautiful face did not feature a Roman nose, 2 beady black eyes, or a butt-cleft chin. No, only one domina was cursed with such mannish features. Tanith. I suddenly wanted to vomit all over those sensible but unattractive shoes. Besides being the ugliest of the three, she was also the smartest and a mistress of the bitchily arts. In other words, she was a complication I didn't need. With a shaky hand, I kept the gun's unblinking eye trained on the domina. "Tanith? What the fuck?" The businesslike smile accentuated Tanith's unfortunate features. "Sabina," she said, "forgive my presumption in killing the final guard, but time is money, and the wait was growing tiresome." I blinked in surprise. Giguhl came up behind my back, his claws hooked under my arms and lifted. My feet hit the ground without my aim ever straying from its target. Adam skidded around the trunk to take up position behind one of the most powerful vampires alive. "Why did you kill your own guard?" She scowled and crossed her arms. "Your ambush was an unwelcome surprise at first, but as I sat there waiting for my guards to dispose of you, I had a sudden flash of inspiration." She shrugged. "Killing that last guard was the most expedient course of action." "What did this flash of inspiration entail, exactly?" Adam asked. The domina barely spared the mage a scornful glance. With her eyes on me, she said, "Before we discuss that, perhaps you should enact the escape portion of your plan before the backup those guards called arrives." She paused and narrowed her eyes at us. If she'd been wearing spectacles, she would have lowered them down her nose. "You do have an escape plan, don't you?" Even with my gun, a demon, and a mage surrounding her, she stared us down like we were incompetent underlings. "Of course we have an escape plan, but I'm seriously considering aborting this mission altogether, unless you explain yourself. Why did you help us?" She tilted her head like something I said didn't compute. "I'm helping myself. Or rather, you will be helping me. I assume your plan is to trade me for your sister." I squinted at her, neither confirming nor denying. But her unmitigated gall left me speechless. Like I'd ever help a domina again after everything they'd put me through. "Do you honestly believe Lavinia will agree to a trade?" Tanith snorted. "Of course you do. You get that naivete from your mage side." I took a long cleansing breath through my nose. "How about you spend a little less time insulting me and a lot more time explaining why you think I'd ever help you?" "Because I know where Maisie is. And I have a plan that not only helps you save her, but also ensures this distasteful war business is taken off the table forever." "Where is she?" I demanded. "She's not in Los Angeles. That's all I'm willing to tell you, until I have certain assurances from both the Hecate Council and Queen Maeve." "Now who's being naive? Or are you forgetting the army you sent a few days ago to kill most of the mages in New York?" She held up a finger. "Correction. Lavinia sent that army. It wasn't until after the attack that she told Persephone and me that she's formed an alliance with the Caste of Nod. The Caste of Nod is a mysterious sect made up of members of all the dark races. As far as I could tell, their goal was to cause me a lot of fucking problems. In New York, they'd orchestrated several attempts on my life because they thought I was destined to unite all the dark races. That's the last thing they wanted, because only an all-out war between the races would bring the second coming of Lilith. In other words, they were total wackos. And homicidal ones at that. Assuming I believe Lavinia acted without your knowledge, why haven't you confronted her? She laughed, an awkward, insincere sound. Surely you haven't been away long enough to forget how things work here. Confronting the Alpha Domine is a death sentence. I frowned. But law dictates the three of you share power equally. Despite what the laws state, your grandmother has been the de facto leader of the vampire race for centuries. Persephone and I assist her in running things, of course, but she holds all the real power. At best, she could have the Undercouncil strip us of our titles. At worst, well, she trailed off, knowing she didn't need to finish the thought. After all, I used to make my living being the worst-case scenario for vamps who pissed off the Domine. What about Persephone? Worry lines creased her normally smooth forehead. Unfortunately, Persephone remains loyal to Lavinia. She's too weak to be a real threat anyway. As for why I'm here, well, it's simple. She adjusted the French cuffs on her white shirt. I'm double-crossing your grandmother. She paused to let the concussion from that bombshell sink in. I'm going to help you find Maisie in return for the Hecate Council and the Queen's support in my plans. What plans? I crossed my arms. This ought to be good. My plan to become the sole ruler of the Lalim, of course. Tannis' lips lifted, flashing a little fang. In order to take control of the vampire race, I need Lavinia dead and an alliance with the Council and Queen Maeve in my pocket. In the stunned silence that followed that announcement, I literally had no idea what to say to her. Instead, I glanced at Adam and waved my gun to indicate I needed a moment of his time. Giguhl, watch her. She moves an inch, rip off her fucking head. The Mischief demon cracked the knuckles of his claws and waggled his scraggly black brows at the ancient vampire. Tanith tapped her toe on the asphalt, but otherwise remained unimpressed. With one last parting glare at the domina, I went to join Adam for a private confab. What the fuck? He asked, crossing his arms. That pretty much sums it up for me, too. He nodded absently. I continued. I don't suppose we could just kill her now and save ourselves a lot of trouble. He gave me one of his Sabina, be reasonable looks. Red, I know it's a curveball, but our goal was to kidnap the domina, right? Yeah, but, the way I see it, we have two choices. He counted the options off on his fingers. We can stand here all night questioning her motives and risk becoming bullseyes for more of her guards. Or we can continue with the plan and get her to a place filled with heavily armed guards of our own and let the leaders sort it out. 20 feet beyond Adam, Giguhl called, I vote for C. Stop yapping and get the hell out of Dodge. I concur, Tanith added. So much for talking in private. Nosy demons and vampire leaders aside, I didn't like this one bit, but I wasn't any more interested in becoming target practice than he was. Everyone circle up. Tannis' impatient nod indicated her displeasure over further delays. I nodded to Giguhl. He grabbed the ancient vampire's arms and led her to the side of the road so Adam could work his magic. A split second before Adam's whispered incantations dematerialized our bodies, a gun exploded from the tree line. Giguhl yelped, Not again! Then, Just as suddenly, darkness and a rush of cold wind swept us away to the Sealy Court. Chapter 2. I'd never been to the Sealy Court before, but I knew it was located somewhere in the North Carolina's Blue Ridge Mountains. So when we materialized in a dank cave instead of on a forested mountainside, I was a tad surprised. A wet roar echoed off the damp stone walls and low ceiling. Churning, I realized the sound came from the curtain of water covering the cave's entrance. "Where are we exactly?" I shouted to Adam over the waterfall's racket. "The middle of nowhere." He shot a meaningful look toward Tanith. The domina stood nearby, suffering Giguhl's restraining claw with dignity. At Adam's comment, a small smile quirked her lips. I nodded, understanding that he didn't want the domina to be able to find this place on her own later. "So where's the court?" He smiled and pointed to the wet, craggy wall on the far end of the cave. "Through there." I blinked at the solid stone. "Why not just flash us in there directly?" "The walls are warded to prevent unexpected guests, which means we have to wait for someone inside to open the portal." I relaxed a fraction. When we called Orpheus with the plan of kidnapping a domina, he'd been pretty resistant at first. Said he didn't want to risk losing us and Maisie. But in the end, Adam and I convinced him that bold action was our only hope. It didn't hurt that he liked the idea of one-upping Lavinia, too. Once he'd given us a green light, we'd coordinated watches and plans so that once we arrived with our quarry, things would go smoothly. "Is this gonna take long?" Giguhl said. I frowned at the demon. "Why? You got somewhere else to be?" He shot me a bitch please look. "No, but I'd like the record to state that getting shot in the ass still isn't fun." He shifted around to show me his left ass cheek, where his black sweatpants now featured a perfectly round bullet hole. I couldn't see any blood in the dim light, but I could smell it. "Sheesh, G, again?" Adam said. "Yes, Mr. Perfect, again. Lucky for you bitches, I'm a fast healer." I was saved from having to respond to that when a tingle of magic rippled through the cave. The wall Adam pointed to earlier began to pulse and shimmer with flecks of light. The hair on my neck prickled, and the low thrum of magic made my stomach contract. 1 second the rock sparkled like fool's gold, and the next it disappeared altogether. On the other side of the portal, the silhouette of a female appeared. Adam stepped forward. His relaxed posture hinted at familiarity with this ritual. Not a surprise, since he spent time there a few weeks ago to broker an alliance with the Queen on behalf of the Hecate Council. Adam Lazarus, Pythian guard for the ancient and venerable Hecate Council, and my companions Sabina Kane, High Priestess of the Blood Moon, and granddaughter of the Hecatean Oracle, Emeritot Gracchus, Goddess protect her soul, and Alpha Domina Lavinia Kane, Tanith Severinus, Beta Domina and prisoner of the Hecate Council, and Giguhl, 5th-level mischief demon from the Gazal region of Urkala. I looked over my shoulder at Giguhl and rolled my eyes, but the fairy on the other side of the portal followed the tongue-twisting protocol just fine. "Knight Lazarus, you and your companions are expected. I, Calyx, keeper of the portal, on behalf of Queen Maeve, grant you entrance to the fairy realm." The sheet of magic wavered and disappeared with a pop. All formalities gone. Calyx waved us through with frantic movements. "Quickly!" Adam and I fell back, so Giguhl and Tanith could go through first. By silent agreement, we both felt it important to get the domina safely inside. Neither of us put it past the vamp to spring a last-minute trick on us. Just beyond the opening, all I could see was darkness. Not a surprise, given it was nighttime. But I didn't like the idea of just strolling through a magical portal without knowing what waited on the other side. But Adam's firm hand on my back urged me through. The second we'd cleared the plane separating the two worlds, the gateway snapped shut. I took a moment to survey my surroundings. On this side, the entrance was hidden in a sheer rock wall climbing hundreds of feet in the air. I was looking up the rock face when Giguhl nudged me on the back. "Red, check it out." I turned and stilled with my mouth hanging open. Looming ahead of us was a building that could only be described as the largest, most elaborate treehouse in the history of ever. An engineering marvel made of glass and wood. The structure rose high above the forest floor. Given its overwhelming size, I could only register flashes of details, like how the moonlight glinted off hundreds of round windows, how the wooden bridges spanned between towers like spider silk, and how the carved balconies seemed to float on air. As my eyes lowered, I finally noticed the line of Fey guards forming a crescent behind Calyx. 2 came forward immediately to take custody of Tanith. The ancient vampiress endured the exchange before saying, "I demand to see Queen Maeve this instant." While her imperious tone was not a surprise, her impatience was ironic, given the complexity and length of most vampire protocol. Vampire Sabbath alone took 4 hours. And don't get me started on the red tape and time wasting at the Domine's Undercouncil meetings. They made the IRS look efficient. Anyway, half the guards turned and ushered Tanith away before I had a chance to argue. Although, I wasn't really in a position to do so anyway. Our job had been to get the kidnapped Domina there. I didn't have much say in what the Hecate Council and the Queen did with her, unfortunately. I originally had assumed the other guards hung around to protect us, until one came to stand next to me and another beside Giguhl. They didn't touch us, but it was apparent they weren't just being friendly. I opened my mouth to demand an explanation when Adam cleared his throat. I shot him a glare. "Keep it together, Red," Adam said. "The Queen isn't as flexible or forgiving as Orpheus." I sighed and forced my shoulders to relax. Orpheus, or rather, High Councilman Orpheus of the ancient and venerable Hecate Council, was not what I would consider a flexible male. Sure, he'd been like a father to Maisie and had eventually warmed to me, but he also tended to be a tad impatient about my tendency to question any and all authority. And judging from Adam's comment, the Queen, who already wasn't my biggest fan, wouldn't find my smart mouth or rebellious ways charming either. God save me from touchy leaders with their demands for respect. "Hurry," Calyx said. "We must not keep the Queen waiting." I sucked in a breath and pasted a smile on my face. "Lead the way." Adam shot me a look that indicated I'd overdone it with the false cheer. Whatever. I just wanted to get inside and find out how to get my sister back. If that meant enduring persnickety regents and courtly etiquette, ideal. 10 minutes and 11,000 steps later, we emerged from the spiral staircase hidden inside the massive tree that led from the forest floor up to the fortress. I guess the fairies decided if all their other security measures didn't work, they'd exhaust their enemies before they made it inside. From the tree staircase, we emerged into a great hall. Tall convex windows curved up to a blonde wood ceiling carved with elaborate Celtic designs. The effect was like standing in a bubble, balanced in the tree canopy. Braziers set into the support posts around the room glowed warmly from some light source I couldn't name. Not fire, obviously, given the extremely flammable nature of the structure, but something else, some kind of fairy magic. Hundreds of fairies in all shapes and sizes, representing the many species of fae, filled the space. Despite the cultural variations in costume, they all wore jewel tones, the deep, saturated colors of rubies, amethysts, sapphires, emeralds, and topaz. I dismissed the eye-pleasing but oddly coordinated color scheme and focused on the familiar faces that broke free from the crowd. Orpheus led a small procession of what was left of the Hecate Council. If we'd been in New York and in the council's ceremonial chambers, they'd have all worn white Greek chitons that indicated their status. But since we were in the Queen's domain, They wore outfits reflecting their status as visiting diplomats instead. Black slacks and different-colored Nehru-style jackets. The overall effect was very Star Trek, but I figured no one wanted to hear that opinion right then. Behind the 4 members of the council, Adam's Aunt Rhea, who served as my magical mentor back in New York, followed with 2 Plithian guards, who were the mage version of the Secret Service and Special Ops rolled into one. The small mage contingent approached Tanith and her fey guards with grim expressions. Terse nods were shared before a loud knocking boomed through the cavernous room. Tension rose as everyone snapped to attention. The sea of fall colors began to part, opening a wide aisle down the center of the great room. Bow for her magnificence, Queen Maeve, defender of the Fae, sovereign of the Seelie Court, and most honorable mother of autumn. The tall, reedy male wearing an emerald green robe looked around the room expectantly. A heavy gold chain with a medallion hung on his chest. His regalia marked him as a very important fairy. But the female who appeared from a door on the side of the room commanded everyone's attention. As one, the entire room lowered into submissive bows. I didn't like kowtowing to anyone, but went along with it to avoid inviting attention. Of course, that didn't keep me from peeking beneath my hair to gawk at the regent. I'd heard many stories about Queen Maeve, few of them complimentary, so I expected her to present an impressive figure. But I hadn't expected her to look so old. Gray hair, not silver like Rhea's, but wool gray, like she needed a good dousing with Miss Clairol, fell around a road map face. Her skin was the color of fresh cream, but sagged around the jaw, like gravity was winning the tug of war against youth. If I'd have been pressed to guess her age in human years, I'd say she looked to be in her mid-50s. Hard mid-50s. She wore a midnight blue silk tunic with strands of silver woven into an elaborate Celtic design on the high tab collar and wide cuffs. A silver band etched with the same pattern circled her forehead. Once she sat, her posture was as rigid as the wood of her throne, which was carved with leafless skeletal trees and a waning moon. A large tapestry behind the throne depicted a crest bearing a cauldron, spear, shield, and boulder. Orpheus began to lead all of us toward the queen, but a bejeweled hand rose to halt our progress. She waved over the steward and whispered something to him. After a moment, he straightened and called out in a high, clear voice, "The mixed blood and the demon are not welcome." I stiffened in surprise. What the? Rhea's papery smooth hand found mine and squeezed hard. Quiet, child. But Adam nudged me with his elbow. I jerked my head in his direction, upset he wasn't getting my back on this. She's still pissed about Banasheath, he said in an undertone. I promise I'll tell you everything after, but you have to chill. The urge to rebel threatened, but then the queen's cold eyes found mine and narrowed. That's when I realized Adam hadn't been overstating. Even though I'd killed the queen's turncoat ambassador Hawthorne Banasheath in self-defense, she obviously blamed me for the entire matter. Granted, I probably could have handled it better, but blaming me for his death was ridiculous. It's not like I forced Banasheath to try to kill me on behalf of the cast of Nod. But the queen was obviously in no mood to be reasonable. I held her gaze brazenly for a moment before backing down. I hated doing it, but I also knew that my presence in the room would only complicate an already tense situation. And right now, it was more important to learn Maisie's location than to salve my wounded pride. Those around me let out a collective breath, as if they'd been expecting a trademark Sabina outburst. I nodded at them and fell back to join Giguhl. The demon met my eyes, his expression both impressed and empathetic. The procession moved forward. Adam turned to shoot me a grateful look, but the Fae guards standing on either side of the massive maple doors closed it in his face. which left Giguhl and me standing at the antechamber like two assholes without invites to the party of the year. "Well, that sucked," I said. Giguhl bumped my shoulder. "Oh, I don't know. If you think about it, it's probably for the best." I looked up at him. "Why?" "Face it, Red. Even if the Queen had forgiven you for setting fire to her ambassador, how long do you think you'd have lasted in there before your big mouth had her calling for your head?" I pursed my lips. "You have a point." He put an arm around my shoulder. "Of course I do." A throat cleared behind us. Calyx, the fae who'd let us in, stood by the doors. A fae guard stood behind her with a long sword resting in a sheath on his back. "If you'll follow me," Calyx said, "I'll show you to the Autumn Garden. Your mate will join you there once he has been excused by the Queen." I went still when she said mate. Part of me longed to correct her, tell her Adam wasn't my mate at all, just a good friend, a fighting partner. But the snort from Giguhl's mouth and the knowing look in his goat-slit eyes told me it'd be best not to acknowledge the mistake. "Yeah, okay," I said. "Let's go see this garden, I guess." Chapter 3. I'll give the fairies this. They know how to rock some landscaping. The Autumn Garden took my breath away, which is saying something because I rarely notice nature. A dozen varieties of maples in brilliant yellows, crimsons, and oranges unfurled like colorful parasols against the green, blue, and gold of the conifers. Elaborate Japanese bridges spanned lily-dotted ponds. The same fairy lights I'd seen in the throne room hung here from metal lanterns, which cast a golden glow on the river rock pathways. And set on small islands in the ponds, among the splashes of jeweled koi, were elaborate pagoda-shaped birdhouses. The winged garden sprites who lived in them flitted among the branches and leaves like spastic fireflies. Their high-pitched conversations sounded like birdsong as they buzzed near the edge of the pond where we sat. Despite the idyllic setting, I was ready to storm back inside and demand entrance to the great room. My ass ached from the bench, and my cuticles were bloody and sore from my nervous chewing. And if I had to listen to one more minute of my demon's increasingly pathetic and creepy attempts to get a piece of rebound fairy ass, I was going to cut a bitch. "You never let a demon through your portal before?" he purred to Calyx. The tip of one claw swirled lazy circles in the mossy pond water. I don't think so," she said hesitantly, looking around like she couldn't wait to escape. He winked at the fairy. "Trust me, sweet cheeks. You'd remember having a demon in your portal." I rolled my eyes and waved away a garden sprite who buzzed too close to my ear. "Bitch!" it squeaked. Hoping to escape the awkward come-ons and think in peace, I went to pace on the bridge. My skin felt too tight, my head buzzed with possible outcomes to the meeting. I still couldn't believe the Queen had banned me from the proceedings. Normally, I'd be pissed that no one stood up for me. But in the grand scheme of things, my pride wasn't as important as progress in finding Maisie. Still, it rankled. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't have Tanith at all. If it weren't for you, Maisie wouldn't have been kidnapped in the first place, my conscience whispered. I squinted against the memory of the message Lavinia left for me to find when she'd taken Maisie out from under my nose. A white canvas with the word "checkmate" written in blood. That round had gone to my grandmother. But I was tired of playing games. I just wanted to get my sister back, and then I wanted to focus on building a new life that didn't include prophecies or politics. Only clear heads and unemotional logic would accomplish those goals. Sitting around mooning over how it all made me feel was a waste of time. I just wished Tanith's supposed defection hadn't thrown such a wrench in the plans. Our original strategy was elegant in its simplicity. Kidnap Persephone and trade her for Maisie. But now we not only had the wrong domina, but one that suddenly claimed to be an ally. If it were up to me, I'd continue with the original plan. The problem was my goals and the goals of the Hecate Council and the Queen were not the same. I was no stranger to the push-pull between leaders and the foot soldiers they used to carry out their plans. The minute you added political or diplomatic concerns to a mission, you were asking for complications. And I worried those complications might make saving my sister less important to the leadership than preventing war. So I had to admit that even though in the long run peace was preferable to this constant state of almost war, my preference was to trade Tanith, save Maisie, and let the bullets fall where they may. Of course, the other option was that Tanith was full of shit and she'd been sent by Lavinia to fuck us over. Either way, I didn't see anything positive about Tanith's declaration of independence from Lavinia. A sharp pain in my hand cut my thoughts short. I looked down to realize I'd gripped the bridge's railing so tight that a shard of wood had broken off and embedded itself in my palm. Gods, I was losing it. I hadn't even realized I'd stopped pacing until that moment. I took a deep breath and removed the wood. The small wound would heal quickly, but I needed to do something about the tension knifing my shoulder blades. Using my uninjured hand, I kneaded at the hot spot and willed myself to relax. Soon enough, Adam and the others would come out to let me know the plan. I just prayed they made the right decision. Now that I'd tuned back into my surroundings, Giguhl's deep voice reached me across the water. He and the fairy Calyx were in the same spot and hadn't noticed my minor existential crisis. "Do you have a sister?" he asked Calyx. Just then, a bright orange koi with black spots mistook Giguhl's finger for a worm. Ouch! His claw jumped out of the water with a splash. The corner of my mouth twitched. I started to tease him, but movement across the garden caught my attention. Two large doors opened, and Orpheus, Rhea, and Adam appeared on the path leading into the garden. Their grim expressions formed a knot in my stomach and made my shoulders tense up again. A Pythian guard and another fairy guard led Tanith out behind them. Orpheus said something to the mage guard, who moved to stand in front of Tanith and the Fae, presumably to give us some privacy. Over his shoulder, Tanith flashed me a smug smile that cued warning bells before the mages even reached me. "Let's walk." Orpheus was all business. It had been only a few days since we saw each other, but the lack of warmth in his greeting put me on edge. Calyx mumbled something about being needed elsewhere. Never had a female looked so relieved to escape a come-on. Crestfallen, Giguhl watched her go. I nodded and held out a hand for him to precede me toward the nearest bridge. Once he'd passed, I looked at Adam, who held his aunt's arm like a gentleman. His expression didn't give much away. Figuring I'd find out the bad news soon enough, I smiled at Rhea. "How are you?" She leaned forward and kissed my cheek. "Tired," she said honestly. "Come on, let's get you filled in on the developments." I held my tongue as she took my arm, but I wanted to ask Rhea what she was doing here. Last I'd heard, she was heading out to recruit mages from around the country to build up the army the Hecate Council would need in the war that now seemed inevitable. But given the obvious tension I'd seen so far at the fairy court, it made sense Orpheus would call her back to give him counsel on this delicate matter. But I could ask Adam all about that later. Right now, I needed different answers. Orpheus led us over to the bridge to a grassy island on the other side of the pond, out of hearing range of the ancient vampire and her fey guards. When he turned to face us, he didn't bother with small talk. "There's been a change of plans," he began. I swallowed the curse that bubbled up at the confirmation of my fears and nodded. He continued. "We've agreed to help Tanith if and only if her information leads to Maisie's safe return." "And if she's lying?" I asked. "Then we will not hesitate to execute her." So far, that was the only part of this new plan I agreed with. "So where's Lavinia keeping Maisie?" "New Orleans," Rhea said. That's random, Giguhl said. I had to agree with his verdict. I'd been expecting to hear Lavinia had my sister in some remote location in California. We would have never found out they were in Louisiana on our own. Why there? I asked. Tanith claims it has something to do with Lavinia's connection to the cast, Orpheus said. Apparently Tanith and Persephone have been kept out of that end of things. A smart move on Lavinia's part, given how easily Tanith just rolled over on her, said Adam. I don't suppose she gave you an address? I asked. Orpheus grimaced and shook his head. Not to be ungrateful about Tanith's generosity or anything, I said, my voice dripping in sarcasm. But this sounds like a wild goose chase. How are we supposed to find Maisie in a city that size? I've never even been to New Orleans. Have you, Adam? He shook his head, looking as frustrated as I felt. Knowing your grandmother, Orpheus said, I doubt she'll hesitate to make her presence known once you're in the city. That's comforting, Adam said. I have an old friend there who may be able to help you, Rhea said. Her name is Zenobia Fauché. Owns a magic shop on Bourbon Street. I'll put a call into her. Well, that was something at least, I thought. Okay, so what are you going to do with Tanith? Queen Maeve is taking custody of her. My eyes widened. Why her and not you guys? She's being, Rhea paused, as if stopping herself from saying something scandalous. Well, let's just say she's being difficult. She's got her guards watching our every move and demands to be included in all our meetings. Orpheus has his hands full trying to placate her, while also trying to find a new base of operations. And I'm leaving tomorrow to pay a visit to the Midwestern mage communities to try to recruit some warm bodies. I cursed under my breath. How do you think this is all going to play out? I nodded toward Tanith, who prowled on the other bank of the pond. Her red hair blended into the scarlet leaves behind her, making it appear as if her face floated in a pool of blood. The queen is quite proud of how easily she brought the domina to justice. Scorn scoured his tone, but you can bet she'll be quick to place blame on our shoulders should the plan fail. Of course she will, Adam said. Regardless, Orpheus said, we're at the mercy of the queen's superior resources. Namely, a tower to hold Tanith until we know whether she's telling the truth. My fingernails carved half-moons into the palm of my free hand. I'd like the record to reflect that I think we should just kill Tanith now. She's a liability. Ditto, Giguhl said. I shot him a grateful look. Sometimes it was good to have a minion. Adam shot me an annoyed look. I ignored him. Someone had to say it. He never would, out of respect for his leader and his aunt. But I had no such qualms. Taken and noted, Orpheus said, but not possible. If she's telling the truth, she could be our best chance of preventing a war we have no hope of winning at this point. Rhea sighed. Orpheus is right. This is all we've got right now. There's something else, Orpheus said. His already grave tone took on a don't test me on this edginess. I know this is not the outcome you'd hoped for, but it is imperative Lavinia doesn't find out we have Tanith in our custody. I opened my mouth to argue, but Orpheus cut me off. No. Lavinia must believe Tanith is dead. When the Domine guards find nothing but ashes in her limo, they'll believe she's perished. You will not tell Lavinia otherwise. I clenched my jaw so hard my teeth ached. Finally, I looked him dead in the eye. Even if telling her would save Maisie's life? The leader of the mage race leaned in, his height formidable and his anger palpable. Don't you dare imply I don't care about Maisie's safety. I helped raise that child like she was my own. My stomach cramped with guilt as I finally noticed the dark circles and tension lining his face. I'd been so wrapped up in my own challenges, I'd failed to consider that he might be as upset as me. The mages had sustained extensive loss of both life and resources when the Dominé attacked them. In addition to mourning those deaths, it had to be a major blow to Orpheus's pride to rely on the Queen's help and suffer her whims, especially since she obviously had no qualms about taking advantage of the mage's weakened power structure. And while he played political chess with the Queen, he was obviously also worried about Maisie. She was like a daughter to him, yes, but as the ceremonial head of the mage government and an oracle who helped him make decisions, she was also his friend and confidant. Feeling like an ass, I took a deep breath. "I'm sorry. I know you're doing the best you can." Orpheus executed a dignified nod. "Just as I know you and Adam will make sure Maisie gets home safely." "And once you find Maisie," Rhea said, "we can figure out how to best use Tanith's deflection to our advantage." "One thing's for sure," I began. "Tanith won't have a chance in hell of taking over as long as Lavinia's alive." "That may be true, but finding Maisie is your priority." Orpheus looked me dead in the eyes. "Of course it is," I said automatically. "That said, if you get an opening, take it." A quickening began in my midsection. It was one thing to want to kill my grandmother. It was something else to be ordered to kill her by the leader of the mage race. It was like getting a green light from the universe. Then a thought occurred to me. The Queen is down with that part of the plan? She wants to capture Lavinia for questioning. Orpheus winked. But she couldn't complain if you accidentally killed that bitch during a rescue attempt. A slow smile spread across my lips. Now, that's a plan I can definitely get behind. "We thought you'd enjoy that," Orpheus said. Rhea shifted uneasily. "I wish we had more time to train. Your skills are still too raw. Plus, there are the emotional aspects of the task in front of you." Up until recently, the silver-haired mage had spent weeks training me in the finer points of magic. We'd only just gotten to the good stuff when all hell broke loose in New York. The good stuff being my ability to harness the chthonic magic I'd inherited from my long-dead mage father. Chthonic magic is what most humans call black magic. The truth is, no magic is entirely black or white. But even on the grayscale, chthonic magic definitely treaded toward the darker side with its emphasis on death and fertility magic. I still didn't know enough to commune with the dead, not that I was eager to do that. But I did know how to torch someone from 20 paces, so that was something. As for the emotional aspect she mentioned, "Don't worry," I said. "I won't let my temper get the best of me." 4 dubious expressions greeted my statement. I put my hands on my hips. "Okay, fine. We all know I'll lose my temper, but at least I'm better at channeling my anger now." Rhea patted my arm. "Yes, you are. Just remember that Lavinia's going to try to knock you off balance. Use your head and you'll be fine." Giguhl threw an arm around Rhea's shoulders. "Don't worry about Sabina. She's got us to back her up." Rhea frowned at the demon. "Wait, where's Volva?" Giguhl cringed away from Rhea with a hiss. "Ixnay on the Alvave," I said under my breath. After the incident at Fang's strip club, just after we arrived in Los Angeles a couple of days earlier, Volva had become she whose name we dare not speak. Rhea's expression bordered on dumbfounded. "Sorry?" Luckily, Adam stepped in with an appropriately diplomatic response. "Let's just say she won't be joining us, and leave it at that." He shot a pointed look toward the pouting demon. Rhea's mouth formed an O, and she nodded. "Understood. As much as I hate to interrupt this intriguing discussion, we need to get moving. The Queen wasn't happy when I told her you'd want a word with Tanith before you left." I frowned. Normally, Orpheus was the man in charge. Hearing him admit he needed the Queen's leave worried me. Rhea nodded. I'll just go call Zenobia now and let her know to expect you tonight." She excused herself to make the call while Orpheus, Adam, Giguhl, and I went back to where Tanith and the guards stood. As we approached, Tanith's eyes stayed on me. I met her stare with one of my own. I didn't see any point in pretending she was anything other than my enemy until she was proven otherwise. Orpheus dismissed the guards. "I trust everything is in order?" she asked Orpheus. He nodded. "Yes, Sabina has agreed to the terms." She nodded, "Including the one we discussed out of the Queen's hearing." I knew immediately she meant the part about killing Lavinia. "You bet your ass," I said, crossing my arms. She pursed her lips and looked me over. "I almost wish I could be there to see that battle." "Really?" I said, my tone heavy with boredom. "Of course. How could it not be a spectacular show?" She paused and speared me with a challenging stare. "One wonders, though, do you really think you have what it will take to best your grandmother?" "As much as I appreciate your concern," I said, my tone heavy with sarcasm, "it's wasted on me. Killing is what I do, remember? The forbidden fruit doesn't fall far from the tree, child. You inherited that bloodlust from your grandmother. You're also not the only one driven by an all-consuming need for revenge." I didn't have to ask what my grandmother wanted avenged. After all, my own desire for vengeance was intimately connected to her own. When my vampire mother and mage father decided to ignore centuries of law forbidding relations between the dark races, they put into motion a series of events that led to this crossroad. From my parents' deaths, to my betrayal of the Dominé, to Maisie's kidnapping a few days ago, the past lay out behind me like a roadmap of pain. And now it was up to me to put a stop to Lavinia before she could punish Maisie and me further for a situation we did not create. Not to mention, if Lavinia had her way, she'd destroy everyone else I cared about with the senseless war she'd been trying to ignite among all the dark races. I looked around and saw that several of the beings I cared about, Adam, Giguhl, Rhea, and Orpheus, had formed a protective circle around me. I smiled at Adam, who wore a particularly fierce expression as he stared down the domina. Yeah, I had a lot of reasons not to lose. I took a deep breath and looked Tanith in the eye. "As much as I appreciate your heartfelt concern, there's no reason to worry about me. I have advantages Lavinia couldn't dream of." Chapter 4. Flashing into New Orleans was like driving into a lukewarm bath. I grew up in Los Angeles, so I was no stranger to warmish Octobers, but the humidity was a new and not very welcome experience. Not only did the wet air heighten the sour scent of trash and bodily fluids in the alley, but my hair also instantly kinked. In the last few days, I'd done enough magical travel that the vertigo I'd originally experienced had dulled into mild nausea. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for Giguhl. His hairless feline incarnation hunched on a pile of old newspapers. The sounds coming out of him were a cross between dry heaves and a hairball expulsion. In demon form, he was fine, but something about mixing his cat form and interspatial travel turned him into a bile factory. "Did you have to aim at my shoes?" Adam asked dryly. I knelt down beside the cat and patted his disconcertingly smooth head. "You okay?" "Gark!" His cat ears swiveled as he turned to look at me. "No, I'm not okay. Why can't we just take a plane or a car, like normal people?" I squinted at my hairless cat / mischief demon. Normal? Giguhl? Really? "Whatever, Trampire." He shook himself and stood, his paws sticking to the humanity stew covering the asphalt. Dismissing the grumpy demon, I turned to Adam. "How far is this place?" "Couple of blocks, maybe." He pointed to the mouth of the alley. Actually, it wasn't so much an alley as a walking space between two buildings. At the end, a green wooden gate separated us from the street. That should be Bourbon Street. Two filthy paws landed on my jeans legs, and Giguhl looked up with wide, pleading kitty eyes. Bales, balls! Can we get out of here already? This alley smells like Satan's asshole. And with that, we set off to find Rhea's friend. But first we had to dodge drunk co-eds, puddles of vomit, and strings of beads that flew like shrapnel through the air. For a random Tuesday, or early Wednesday morning, rather, in late October, the place was hopping. Normally, I would have spent more time taking in the crazy, but I'd already been in 3 time zones that night and had bigger issues on my plate than figuring out who was headlining at Larry Flint's Hustler Club. Giguhl, on the other hand, spent most of the walk with his little cat mouth hanging open and his eyes wider than saucers. It's like heaven, he breathed when we passed a generously endowed blonde as she traded her dignity for a handful of cheap plastic beads. A couple of blocks down, Adam stopped outside a 3-story building. A neon sign over the door advertised, Madame Zenobia's Voodoo Apothecary. I stopped next to Adam and frowned up at the sign. Rhea didn't mention her friend's magic shop specialized in voodoo. Adam shrugged. Well, it is New Orleans. I reached past him and pulled at the door. Considering the hour, I was surprised to find it open. A bell sounded, and the scent of incense and musty, arcane things drifted over us. After you, I said. He walked in, his shoulders tense. I shifted Giguhl to my other arm and performed a scan of the street for suspicious characters. But in the bacchanalia that was Bourbon Street, suspicious was a relative term. But I didn't see any red-headed offspring of Lilith and Cain, aka vampires, so I let myself relax. I turned and walked through the door, only to stop short as my retinas burned with confusion. Apparently, in addition to voodoo, Zenobia's other hobby was hoarding. Masks, large glass jars full of mysterious herbs and spices, dolls, chicken bones, bits of ribbon, and figurines with impossibly large phalluses cluttered every inch of available space. Even the speakers, which piped in drum music, were bedazzled with beads and stickers. Near the back of the store, a set of narrow stairs led to a second floor. A curtain made from wood and bone and crystal beads separated the sales floor from the employees-only areas. Adam beelined to a desk near the curtain and rang the silver bell. I took the long way around to the back, scanning the store for possible exits and potential weapons. If we were staying here, I'd feel better knowing what resources I had at my disposal if Lavinia showed up. A few moments after Adam rang the bell, the curtain parted to reveal a bald male with big brown eyes and even bigger glasses with black plastic frames. He was maybe 5'5", and his thin frame bordered on fragility. He wore threadbare jeans and a vintage t-shirt that accentuated the bird-like bones of his chest. The strong scent of lavender that swirled around him indicated that he was some type of fae. When he spotted Adam, he stopped in his tracks. "Where you at, Cher?" he purred in a surprisingly deep baritone. Adam shifted on his feet uneasily. "Hi, is Madame Zenobia around? Might I tell her who's inquiring? I'm Adam Lazarus." He gestured toward me. "This is Sabina." I hefted the cat, and "This is Mr. Giggles." That earned me a hiss in the ear. "That's the ugliest hairless pussy I ever did see." As the fae slapped the counter and laughed at his own joke, Giguhl dug his claws into my shoulder. "From the looks of you, you haven't seen many pussies, period," the demon cat growled. The male stopped laughing with a gasp. "Not that he's wrong, but did your cat just talk smack to me?" "He's actually a demon," I explained lamely. "And he's kind of sensitive about the hairless thing." The fae's eyes widened. "Oh, A demon? I nodded. Do you mind if I let him change into his true form? The male put his chin in his hands. This I have got to see. I grimaced. Considering Giguhl always ended up naked when he changed forms, the Fae was about to see more than an eyeful. I set the cat on the floor. Giguhl, change forms. When the brimstone-scented cloud dispersed, a 7-foot-tall, green-scaled, black-horned, butt-naked demon stood beside me. I kept my eyes averted, but the Fae's gaze zeroed in on Giguhl's, little demon. Well, hello, he drawled. The demon's got himself a little pitchfork. I grabbed a pair of sweatpants from my backpack and tossed them to Giguhl. Maybe it was me, but he seemed to take his sweet time pulling them on, almost like he was enjoying the attention. I shook my head. I'll never understand demons. Anyway, Rhea sent us, Adam said, clearly bemused. The Fae male dragged his eyes from Giguhl and perked up. Rhea's friends? Why didn't you say so? Madam Z is expecting you. He came out from behind the desk and slipped a hand around Giguhl's massive biceps. I'm Brooks, by the way. As he pulled the demon toward the stairs, he called back toward Adam and me, almost as an afterthought. Y'all come on now. Upstairs, Brooks led us down a hallway to a red door. He held up a finger to indicate we should wait there and disappeared behind the portal. I leaned back against the wall. Adam crossed his arms and leaned next to me with a sigh. He's friendly, Giguhl said, filling the silence. I smiled. I like him. But is it just me, or did anyone else notice that he's I paused for dramatic effect. Fairy? The corner of Adam's mouth quirked. You don't say. Surprising he didn't freak out when we walked in with a cat. From what I knew, fairies hated cats as a rule. My old nymph roommate, Vinka, God's rest her soul, took a long time to get used to having Giguhl around. They eventually warmed up to each other, but it had been touch and go there for a while. Couple of species don't consider cats mortal enemies. It's too soon to know which he is, though, Adam shrugged. But I will say he seemed to be quite a fan of Mr. Giggles. Giguhl waved a claw over himself. Can't blame him for digging this fine ass. I rolled my eyes at the demon. Anyway, something tells me this Madame Zenobia is going to be interesting. Isn't it odd for a mage to practice voodoo? I've never met any who did, but who knows? The mages down here are a different breed from the ones in New York. Literally a different breed? Giguhl asked. It was a fair question. Mages were created by the goddess Hecate, but that didn't mean there weren't offshoots of the original race. After all, fairies had dozens of subspecies. Adam shook his head. No, I just meant that it wouldn't surprise me if they did things differently here. Since they're so far from the central group in New York, it would make sense that they've developed their own ways of doing things. The door opened again and Brooks stuck out his head. Madame Zenobia is ready to receive you. He stood aside to allow us entrance. I noticed his eyes on Adam's impressive posterior as he walked by. As I passed, Brooks smiled knowingly at me, totally unembarrassed to be caught looking. Since I'd been watching it myself, I couldn't really blame him. I heard the shuffle of hooves behind me and stopped. Turning to Giguhl, I said, Wait here, okay? Why? Giguhl asked. I shot him a look that shut him up pretty quick. He just crossed his arms and leaned back against the wall. Just as I closed the door, I heard him say to Brooks, So you're into dudes, huh? When I heard Brooks laugh, I decided it was safe to leave those two alone for a few minutes. Shutting the door the rest of the way, I turned to look around. Just a few candles lit the room, leaving most of the place cloaked in shadow. My vampire eyes adjusted easily to the low light, but Adam squinted around the room, trying to spot our host. I'd already seen she wasn't there, so I took the opportunity to case the place. From the looks of things, this was a sort of receiving parlor, except most of the parlors I'd seen in books didn't feature altars covered in skulls, candles, and chicken bones. A sitting area squatted under a floor-to-ceiling window that looked down on Bourbon Street. 2 closed doors were across the room from the windows. I assumed Zenobia must use this floor as her living area, so one of the doors probably led to another hall, or possibly a kitchen and bedroom. The door on the left opened, and Madame Zenobia walked out. I'm not sure exactly what I'd been expecting a voodoo priestess to look like. Probably someone old and possibly obese. Blame it on movies, I guess. But I should have known better than to base my expectations on popular culture. After all, Hollywood had been getting vampires wrong for decades. Don't get me started on the soulless undead thing. Or the gods damn sparkling. Regardless, the female who glided out of that doorway was definitely not old or fat. Candlelight cast a golden glow on her flawless, tawny complexion. Dark waves framed high cheekbones. A simple white tunic and jeans hugged her curvy frame. There was no guessing her age, but her confident posture and warm brown gaze hinted at wisdom gained from lots of life experience. I glanced at Adam. His mouth gaped wide enough for a small bird to take residence. I nudged his arm. He closed his maw, but his eyes didn't leave her. I guess I couldn't blame him. Okay, I totally could. Madame Zenobia was a stone-cold fox, and seeing Adam watch her with adoration normally reserved for goddesses made jealousy rear up like a green-eyed demon. She approached with a wide, welcoming smile. You must be Adam and Sabina. Welcome to New Orleans. She pronounced the city with a syrupy drawl. New Orleans. Zenobia held out a finely boned hand to Adam. Unlike when he met Brooks, he didn't hesitate to bow over it and deliver a gallant kiss to her knuckles. Madame Zenobia, he said. It's a pleasure. Her laugh sounded like rustling velvet. Please, call me Zen. You're practically family anyway. All right. Adam flashed his dimples at her. Zen. Maybe I was imagining things, but I could have sworn he added a little extra baritone to his voice. I tried not to give in to my sudden urge to kick him in the shins. Instead, I stuck out my hand. Hi, I'm Sabina. She turned toward me and her smile dimmed a little. Ah, yes, the mixed blood. It's nice to meet you. I ignored her mention of my heritage, which frankly was none of her goddamn business, and focused instead on our connected hands. Normally, when I made contact with the mage, I experienced a tingle of magic. Not so with this one. Please sit. She motioned to the sitting area. You'll have to forgive my appearance. I'm afraid I already retired for the evening when Rhea called. Adam grabbed the only chair, which meant I shared the couch with Zenobia. We apologize for the lateness of our arrival, but our business is urgent. It's fine, really. Zen waved away his apology. Rhea said you were looking for a missing relative. I scooted over a bit to create some space as I faced her. Yes, my sister. Twin, actually. We have reason to believe she's being held somewhere in the city. Zen grimaced sympathetically and patted my knee. That's horrible. Do you know who kidnapped her? I nodded. Our grandmother. Zen's mouth fell open in shock. Are you serious? Seeing my jaw tense, Adam stepped in. It's a long story. Adam leaned forward, cutting off my retort. But I'm sure you understand our eagerness to get started tracking them down. Of course. Naturally, you're welcome to stay here. Brooks and I will do whatever we can to help. While Adam filled Zen in on the little we knew about the situation, I eyed the female. Something was off about her. I couldn't put my finger on it, though. She was perfectly pleasant, in an annoying, gorgeous kind of way, but her actions weren't what gave me pause. I thought back to the lack of tingle when we'd shook hands and decided to perform a test. I'm not proud of what I did next, but, well, I leaned over and, as subtly as possible, mind you, sniffed her. Instead of sandalwood, a signature mage trait, I got a whiff of dirt. I frowned and scooted closer. Another sniff. Yep, definitely dirt. But since it's impossible to be inconspicuous while smelling someone... Excuse me, Zen interrupted Adam and shot me the side eye. Did you just smell me? Adam gave me an exasperated look. I ignored him and squared off with Zen. You're human. She squinted at me, as if trying to figure out if I was crazy or just slow. Right? She drew the word out like it should have been obvious. I pointed a finger at her and turned toward Adam. She's human. Adam lifted his ass off the chair and sniffed the air in front of her. Zen drew back against the far edge of the sofa. Brooks! I'll be damned, Adam said finally. She is human. Ha! I told you. We closed in on her, examining the voodoo priestess like an alien life form. The door burst open. Despite his petite frame, Brooks was all shoulders and fists when he reached us. Back the fuck up! Giguhl stumbled in after Brooks. He looked to me for direction. I shook my head. I didn't need a demon to help me handle a pissed-off human and a male fairy. Adam and I raised our hands and backed away slowly. No harm meant, Adam said quickly as Brooks advanced. To Zenobia, he said, We just assumed you were a mage. She narrowed her eyes. Why would you assume that? Why wouldn't we assume it? I shot back. Rhea said you could help us navigate the dark race's subculture down here. We had zero reason to think you're human. For your information, she said, raising her chin, I'm only 3/4 human. My grandfather was a mage. My grandmother and mother were both voodoo priestesses. Rhea sent you to me because I'm connected to both the humans and the dark races in New Orleans. Still, I said, ignoring her explanation, I can't believe Rhea sent us to a dirt napper for help. Oh, I get it. She crossed her arms. You're a dark-raced supremacist. My mouth dropped open. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Really? How many morally challenged individuals do you count as friends? My chin came up. Please, I've known lots of humans. Sabina, I don't think it counts if you ripped their throats out, Giguhl said. Hey! I glared at my disloyal minion. Vampires are the worst. Zenobia screwed up her lips. Immoralists, the lot of you. Excuse me, but I'm only half vampire. And you have a lot of nerve. Like humans are any better? Last time I checked, you don't exactly consider cows your equals. Her back went up. Are you calling me a cow? I raised an eyebrow. Moo. By this point, Zen and I were nose to nose. I was this close to flashing fang when Adam wedged himself between us. Okay, ladies, let's simmer down. I glared at Zen over his shoulder. She's the one calling me an immoralist. Please, Giguhl said. You totally are. I shot a glare at my demon. Watch yourself, G. I'm just saying. She kinda has a point. Zen raised a I told you so eyebrow at me. She received double birds in return. Giguhl, Adam snapped. You're not helping. He pushed Zen toward Brooks while he used his body to scoop me back. I crossed my arms and gritted my teeth together. How dare that bitch call me out like that? And hello, I wasn't the only one who thought Zen would be a mage. But she didn't call Adam names. Of course not. Adam pulled me into the hallway, slammed the door behind us, and trapped me against a wall. You need to apologize, he whispered. What? Like hell I do. She's the one... He put a hand over my mouth. Shut up and listen, okay? We need her help. So you're going to swallow your pride and apologize. Got it? I tried to sear him with my eyes. "Sabina, please!" The pleading in his tone was what finally got me. I suddenly missed the old days when I didn't give a shit about the consequences of losing my temper. But he was right. We needed Zen's help if we wanted to save Maisie. Besides, I respected Rhea too much to be a bitch to her friend after she'd gone out of her way to offer help. I sucked in a long, slow breath. The inhalation brought both a measure of calm and the heady sandalwood scent of Adam. Closing my eyes, I nodded my surrender. He removed his hand, and when I opened my eyes again, I was rewarded with the trademark Lazarus smile. Suddenly, I felt a lot better about agreeing to supplicate myself. I licked my lips. Fine, I'll apologize, but I want the record to reflect that I don't like her. "Taken and noted," he said. "But I think she's okay. We just got off to a bad start." I didn't share his optimism about Zenobia's potential, but kept that opinion to myself. See? I was already growing. Never let it be said I can't learn a lesson. When we walked back in, bodies scattered like cockroaches in a suddenly illuminated room, Giguhl and Brooks scampered over to the altar, where they'd tried their damnedest to look like they hadn't just been eavesdropping. Zenobia sat near the window like a queen waiting to receive visitors. I swallowed the flare of pride that threatened to make me renege on my promise to Adam. Instead, I called up Maisie's face in my mind's eye. I took a deep breath and reminded myself this apology was nothing more than a necessary evil en route to finding my sister. I stopped in front of the voodoo priestess and tried to look contrite. "I'm sorry I called you a cow." She inclined her head. "And?" I paused, trying to figure out what else I had to apologize for. "And what?" "You forgot to say that you'll be more generous in your attitude towards the mortally challenged." Oh, for fuck's sake, I thought. Adam cleared his throat, a subtle reminder to keep my temper in check. With great effort, I nodded. "I promise I'll try." She ran a tongue over her teeth as she assessed my sincerity. "In addition, I demand that you vow not to feed on me, my employees, or my customers." I looked up at the ceiling, praying for patience. Not a problem. The truth was, with the exception of a slip-up in New York no one knew about, I hadn't fed directly from a human in weeks. I still didn't like the taste of bagged blood, but I had to admit it saved me a lot of trouble. Zen nodded in approval of my easy acceptance of her terms. I continued. "Just point me in the direction of the nearest blood bank and we'll be good to go." Zen drew back with a grimace. "I'll do no such thing. The good people of New Orleans need the blood more than you." I sighed. "Look, lady, what do you expect me to do? Starve?" "I didn't say that," Zen said. Her smile gave me a feeling I wouldn't like the next thing out of her mouth. "There is another perfectly acceptable solution. A butcher friend of mine would be happy to sell you all the cow's blood you'll need." Fine. Not that I was looking forward to sucking on farm animals or anything, but I just wanted this conversation over with already. I raised an eyebrow, challenging her to add another stipulation. Instead, she stood up with a clap. "Excellent. And now that that's settled, why don't I show you to your rooms?" "Wait," Adam said. "Yes," she said with a raised eyebrow. "You're still going to help us?" "Of course, Cher. A proper Southern woman never allows a simple misunderstanding to get in the way of hospitality." She clucked and rose from her seat. She paused. "Besides, Rhea warned me about this one's," she nodded toward me, "colorful personality." She sauntered over to Adam and slid her arm through his. He laughed, somewhat uncomfortably, mind you, and seemed to enjoy playing the gallant gentleman as he led her from the room with Brooks and Giguhl trailing them. I glared after them, but managed not to call out a colorful retort. Zenobia's passive-aggressive comment had painted me in a corner. If I argued her point, it would just prove she'd been right. Before I joined them, I cracked my neck from side to side. Breathing in a martyred sigh, I reminded my temper to behave itself. If I'd learned one thing, it was that killing people who annoyed me generally created more problems than it solved. I mentally patted myself on the back. See? Totally growing. Chapter 5. Half an hour later, Adam, Giguhl, and I walked toward the halogen lights in Jackson Square. After Zen had shown us our rooms, actually an attic apartment on the 3rd floor of her building, we decided to do a quick walking tour of the immediate area. I wouldn't be able to sleep without knowing exactly where I was and what lurked in the French Quarter's shadows. We passed Pirates Alley and entered the square in front of St. Louis Cathedral. 2 young boys played large plastic buckets like drums for a crowd of tourists. Palm readers sat behind card tables scattered throughout the area. No one found it ironic to offer such a pagan service in the shadow of the looming cathedral. With a sigh, I allowed my worries to float away down the Mississippi. My shoulders unknotted and my breathing slowed for the first time in days. I even found myself smiling at a persistent fortune teller who promised she could tell me my future. Even if I thought she could help, which I didn't, I was content to allow myself to be in the now for the moment. We were finally getting somewhere, and while the situation was far from ideal, I could almost feel Maisie here. Maybe it was wishful thinking, but the city pulsed with magic. A dark, earthy energy swirled beneath the streets, down in the city's swampy foundations. But I also detected a lighter, more familiar power in the air. If this magic had a color, it was a cool cobalt blue. If this magic had a scent, it was bright cedar and jasmine. My chest swelled with hope, and my pulse picked up. Maisie was here somewhere. I just knew it. Then my gaze landed on a middle-aged woman forking a 20 over to a fortune teller with greasy hair and a couple of missing teeth. The trust and naked hope in the customer's face gave me pause. Did my expression mirror hers? Adam backtracked a few steps to check on me. Giguhl was perched on his shoulders, but the cat was too busy taking in the carnival of the senses to notice my distress. "Red? You all right?" Adam asked. I took a deep breath and dragged my eyes from the desperate woman at the table. I knew better than to put my faith in intangibles. Gut feelings, talismans, prayers to selfish gods. These things wouldn't get Maisie back. Only clear thinking and strategy would get the job done. I nodded at Adam. Yeah, just watching foolish mortals get suckered out of their rent money. Dismissing the scene with a wave, I pulled him away. As we walked, I pulled Giguhl onto my shoulders. For some reason, the weight and warmth of his little body helped dispel some of the lingering fog of worry. We skirted the square containing a statue of Andrew Jackson and headed up the brick avenue toward the river. A crowd gathered at the corner, watching a living statue pose. The woman was dressed to resemble the Statue of Liberty, with her skin painted convincing verdigris. We paused at the edge of the crowd and watched her for a moment. "Oh my gods! What's that smell?" Giguhl hissed from my shoulder. His little pink nose went up like a periscope searching for the source by smell alone. I sniffed the air. The muddy scent of the Mississippi melded with the seductive aroma of warm blood flowing through all those mortal veins. But I was confident neither mud nor blood were making Giguhl squirm and snort the air like it was cocaine. Instead, I took a wild stab that it might be the sense of sugary fried beignets and a smoky chicory coffee coming from the other side of the street. "Café du Monde," Adam said, pointing to the patio with its green and white striped awning and the long line of mortals looking for a fix. "Can we get some?" the demon cat hissed by my ear. "Please." I exchanged a look with Adam, the defeated kind two tired parents shared over the head of a whining toddler. Finally, the mage sighed. "You want some too?" I shook my head. Adam lifted the hairless cat from my shoulder and held him like an ugly football under his arm. "Come on." He shot me a long-suffering look. "We'll be right back." While the mage jogged across the street to join the long line outside the cafe, I leaned against the brick wall to watch the performers. The area was humming with activity. In addition to Lady Liberty, a man in a tinfoil suit performed the robot to music blaring from a boombox near his feet. Beyond them, artists hawked portraits of jazz greats and woven reed baskets to tourists exiting the handsome cabs parked along Decatur Street. Further downriver, a paddle boat curtsied in the water like a young miss at a cotillion. I was just about to carry on with my stroll when a familiar screech made my veins go arctic. I ducked out of instinct and scanned the sky. Sure enough, a white feathered form circled the cathedral's spire. I knew without a closer look that the owl had blood-red eyes. Strikes. The owl had followed me for weeks, all the way from Los Angeles to San Francisco, and then across the country to New York. Originally, Adam and I thought Strikes was a spy that worked for the goddess Lilith. She was stuck in her kala, the dark race underworld, and it was believed Strikes served as her eyes on Earth. Back then, Strikes mostly stayed out of my way, so I considered him harmless. But in New York, I found out that he hadn't worked for Lilith at all, but instead had been spying on me for the cast of Nod. The owl had shared my location with them so they could orchestrate attempts on my life. During the big battle at the mage compound, I'd shot the winged rat, but apparently he'd recovered from his injuries. And his presence in New Orleans meant we were on the right track. I turned to go tell Adam, but the scent of copper hit my nose like a punch. Unlike the pleasant metallic scent of warm blood, the telltale aroma of vampire stunk like the residue of copper pennies on the skin. My stomach dropped as I swiveled to scan the area. So many people milled around, I didn't see her at first. Then, as if Moses had parted it, the crowd dispersed. She stood as still as one of the living statues in front of the iron fence skirting the square. Her carmine hair stood out like a wound against the funeral-ready black dress she wore like a shroud. Lavinia. I'm not sure if I whispered her name aloud or screamed it in my head. Either way, seeing her stand not 50 feet away made my pulse jack into hyperdrive. Cold sweat drenched my skin, and every muscle in my body tensed. I froze, waiting for her to run or attack or something. Instead, she merely raised an eyebrow in challenge. In typical Lavinia fashion, she was making me come to her. My sweaty palm curled into a fist. I briefly considered pulling my gun, but with so many mortal witnesses it would be too risky. Moving slowly, I narrowed the distance between us. My mind spun through every possible scenario. Lavinia hadn't randomly chosen this spot. Despite vampires having little concern over the safety of mortals, for the most part, we followed an unwritten rule that required discretion around them. As Alpha Domina, Lavinia might consider herself above that rule, but she was counting on me being very aware of our audience, which meant she wanted to talk. And that heightened my anxiety even more. A fight I could handle, but a talk meant surprises. I'd had enough of those to last me eternity. Especially since my grandmother always knew which buttons to push, the ones that would fuck with my head. Of course, I showed none of this to unease her. I simply stopped and tilted my head, telling her it was her move. The corner of her blood-red lips lifted, but she humored me and took several steps forward. Now only about 5 feet separated us. 5 feet and a chasm of bitterness so wide and deep it could never be crossed, not without one of us dying. And I planned on living for a long time yet. "Sabina," she purred. Behind her, Strikes came to land on the tall black gate. His red eyes didn't blink as he watched me. "You don't call, you don't write. It's enough to break a grandmother's heart." My eyes narrowed. I wanted to punch that shit-eating grin off her face. Instead, I said, "Oh, Lavinia." Her eyes narrowed at my impertinent use of her given name. "Good. Let's not fool ourselves. We both know you don't have a heart to break." As I spoke, my hand snaked back between my waistband and my leather jacket. "You've always been such a troublesome child, always needing to be reminded to use your head," she said, clucking her tongue and looking pointedly at my bent arm. "However will you find that sister of yours if you kill me now?" "First of all, there's no way killing you wouldn't be the best thing that happened to me ever." The sweat-slicked surface of my palm slid across the butt of my gun. "And as for Maisie? Well, you let me worry about that." She crossed her arms and regarded me with a tilt of her head. "If I may offer another suggestion?" I hated myself for hesitating. I should have already put a bullet between her eyes. Witnesses be damned. But concern for Maisie and, frankly, plain gut-twisting fear stilled my hand. My eyes narrowed. "What?" "Surrender." A laugh escaped from me, a harsh, angry sound. "You're unbelievable. And you're naive if you think you'll emerge victorious if this comes to a battle. Besides, do you really want your sister's death on your conscience? Please, drop the patronizing act, okay? We both know you'll kill Maisie if I surrender." She pursed her lips so hard they turned white. "Do not interrupt me again, child. You forget to whom you speak. Do you think I've achieved the rank of Alpha Domina by being nice? I have spilled a river of blood in my lifetime, one mighty enough to rival the one behind you." I raised my chin. I killed Tanith. If I couldn't tell her the truth, I'd use a lie to my advantage. Her expression flickered. "So I heard. A regrettable loss. Tanith had a killer instinct for business, but she was no fighter. Do you honestly think you can best me?" My hands trembled now. I ignored her question. No point in answering it anyway. We both understood the odds here. "If you're so confident in your victory, why not let it play out?" "Because despite your high opinion of your significance, you're merely an inconvenience. One I'd like to dispose of quickly so I can focus on more important issues." The jab hit home, but I didn't show it. "You mean the war?" She tipped her chin to acknowledge the truth of that statement. "Among other things. So the prophecy, then. If you really believed I'm destined to fuck up your war plans, why haven't you killed me yet? What I believe in is inconsequential. Master Mahan has plans that happen to support my personal goals." When she said that name, Master Mahan, Strikes hooted softly. I ignored him because, well, I didn't like looking at him with his freaky red eyes and his creepy tendency to screech my name at odd intervals. I'd never heard that name in my life. "Who is that?" Lavinia tilted her head and gave me the same look one might give a slow child. "Master Mahan," another hoot, "is the leader of the caste, among other things. And he's eager to meet you, Sabina." Obviously, I needed more information about that, but I knew she was trying to sidetrack me. "And what do you want?" "To erase all mages from the planet." She smiled with anticipation that made my blood run cold. "Especially the mixed bloods." I didn't react to her bait. After all, it's not like she'd said anything I didn't already know. And Master Mahan? What does he want? She shrugged. He wants the mages dead as well, but for a different reason. You forgot to mention he wants me dead, too. To ensure the war happens, right? Her eyes shot left. You'll find out his plans for you soon enough. I sighed. Cryptic bullshit always annoyed me. How can I be sure Maisie's even still alive? She withdrew something from the pocket of her dress. Gold glinted as she held it up to the light. Recognizing the jewelry, my veins went icy. Maisie's necklace. The amulet symbolized her position as the high priestess of the chaste moon. The moonstone matched the one around my own neck, as did the inscription on the gold setting, which read, For she is the torchbearer, this daughter of Hecate. She will light the way. In fact, the only difference between my necklace and Maisie's was the smear of blood across the surface of her moonstone. My stomach cramped with fear for my twin. I reached for the amulet, but Lavinia pulled it out of range, forcing me to step forward to capture it. Finally, my hand closed around the warm golden chain and I jerked it away. This doesn't prove shit. I gritted through clenched teeth. It is the best you're getting. Surrender now, and you can go see her for yourself, tonight. Where is she? Someplace most vampires wouldn't be caught dead. She chuckled as if she made a joke. Now, are you going to surrender? Or are you going to force my hand and make me pick off each of your friends to make you see reason? She jerked her head to indicate something behind me. I looked over my shoulder to see Adam crossing the street. The cat's ass jutted out from inside a white paper bag in his arms. The mage's eyes scanned the crowd, obviously looking for me. I turned back to my grandmother with a smile and crossed my arms. I opened my mouth to say something about it being too late to surrender. Not that I ever really considered the option. But before the words came out, Lavinia leaned in. Cold white hands clamped around my upper arms. Her blood tastes like nectar. A flash of white rage exploded in my brain. Then an image of my grandmother bent over Maisie's neck made my vision go bloody. I sprang forward with hands bent into claws and fangs snapping. From far away, I heard Adam shout, "Sabina!" Too late. Too late for reason. Too late for strategy or cool heads. The reel tape of Lavinia feeding from Maisie played over and over in fast forward. And the soundtrack to that horror film was the voice in my head chanting kill, kill, kill. Lavinia stumbled back, out of reach. Rage rocketed me forward. My nails sunk into the flesh of her shoulders. Slow motion. The whites of her eyes. My fangs throbbing. The descent toward her throbbing jugular. A loud pop. Strikes' ear-piercing screech. Flapping wings. A hot blast of magic. My momentum thrust me forward into empty air. The spot where she'd stood only milliseconds before. Ground rushed to meet my face. Crack of bone against brick. Stinging palms. The air and all sense knocked out of me. Chapter 6. Adam skidded to a halt above me. The cat's tail jutted out of the bag in his arms. Shaking myself, I tried to figure out what the hell just happened. "What the fuck, Adam?" I demanded. The concern on his face morphed into confusion. "What? Why did you zap her?" I demanded. He went still. "Sabina, I didn't. Couldn't get a clear shot." My mouth fell open. "Well, how in the hell did she just disappear then?" But then it hit me. She'd fed from Maisie. I squeezed my eyes shut. Beyond my horror that Lavinia had fed from her own flesh and blood, a new terror dawned. Now that my grandmother had Maisie's powerful blood in her system, she'd be harder to kill than ever. Sure, she was a powerful vampire, maybe the most powerful. But now Maisie's blood also gave her the ability to use magic. But that wasn't the worst of it. Normally, injecting some form of the forbidden fruit into a vampire's bloodstream canceled out their immortality and allowed them to be killed. Yet I'd been staked twice in the heart with applewood and lived. My mixed blood somehow protected me from the effects. That same mixed blood also flowed in Maisie's veins. And now Lavinia's, which meant my grandmother might now be unkillable by conventional means. If one considered applewood steaks or bullets filled with cider conventional. Before I could fill Adam in on this black news, several humans surrounded us. Their expressions ranged from concerned to amazed. They stared for a few tense moments before a smattering of confused applause rippled through the group. A balding man with a Nikon dangling around his neck held out his hand. A crumpled dollar bill dangled from his grip. I stared at him, dumbfounded. "Wow, y'all are amazing," he said. "I ain't seen magic like that since David Blaine TV special." "How'd your friend disappear like that?" the guy's friend asked. I scowled at them and took Adam's hand to stand. The necklace lay a couple of feet away like litter in the street. I went to grab it, but a dowdy woman in a New Orleans Saint sweatshirt picked it up first. I ripped it from her hands and barely managed not to hiss at her for daring to touch Maisie's amulet. She scowled at me. "How rude!" Dismissing her, I pushed my way through the crowd around Adam, ignoring questions and pats on the back. "Let's get the hell out of here." Adam put his free hand around my arm and led me through the throng. As we went, he mumbled excuses and vague explanations to the crowd. But basically, they all seemed to believe we belonged to some sort of magic troupe, and that Lavinia was probably hiding in the bushes somewhere nearby. I would have found it amusing if I hadn't been so busy freaking out. As soon as we exited the square, Giguhl came up for air. His entire head, from his whiskers to his bald bat ears, was covered in white powder. He blinked the sugar from his eyes and looked from Adam to me. "Uh-oh. What'd I miss?" "She wanted me to surrender," I said. My legs felt wooden as we sped through the French Quarter. With so many humans around, we couldn't just flash out. So we walked fast enough to cover ground quickly, but not so fast to raise attention. As I walked, my brain was filled with a tangle of thoughts, none of them positive. "Fucking dirt nappers," I ranted. I should have just shot her and been done with it. But no! I had to worry about scaring the widow humans. Stupid! Adam patted my arm. "Sabina, I know you're upset. You have every right to be. But try to keep it down before one of the mortals you're cursing hears you." "To hell with them!" I yelled. A passing trio of mortals shot me nasty looks. I hissed at them. Not the most mature of reactions, but I was pretty screwed up. After all, it's not every night a girl gets a chance to kill her nemesis and blows it. Adam sighed. "Okay, so she wanted you to surrender. What happened next?" For some reason, I couldn't stop shaking. I rubbed my arms and tried to remember. But before I could gather my thoughts, Giguhl snorted. "She's a real piece of work. Like you'd ever surrender." With her threat still echoing in my ears, I had to wonder if the possibility was really so far-fetched. After all, she'd promised to come after my friends until I surrendered. "Maybe I should have," I said. Now that it was over and the shock was wearing off, new concerns cropped up like weeds. How long until Lavinia came after Adam and Giguhl? Had my refusal to cooperate pissed her off more? Would she take it out on Maisie now? Gods, what had I done? Adam squeezed my arm and pulled me to a stop. "Absolutely you should not have surrendered. Don't even go there." I rounded on him. "I have to go there, Adam. She all but promised she'd pick each one of you off until I gave myself up." His chin went up. "Let her try to come after me." I pulled my arm from his grasp and prepared to drop the next bomb. "She's fed from Maisie, Adam." His jaw clenched and his eyes went all cold and flinty. "That's how she flashed out earlier," I continued, determined to drive the point home. "And if she's capable of sinking fangs into her own granddaughter, do you really think she'd hesitate to take you out?" He got in my face, his voice low. "Do you really believe I'd let you sacrifice yourself to that monster just to protect me?" "Yeah," Giguhl said, his head jutting up between us. "Enough with the crazy talk, Sabina." I pulled back and considered the two stubborn faces of my friends. Their loyalty meant a lot to me, but I'd do whatever I could to protect them. I also knew surrendering wasn't a real option. I blew out a breath and willed my stiff muscles to relax. "Okay, fine, no surrender. What now? Gods only know what she's doing to Maisie at this very minute." I felt like I was going to throw up as the possibilities paraded through my fatigued brain. Before tonight, it was easier to look at this mission as just that, a series of strategies toward a predetermined goal. But now it was impossible to separate the mission from the dawning horror in my gut, the nagging worry about Maisie, the rage I felt toward my grandmother, and, knowing Lavinia, it would get worse before it got better. If it got better. "We need to talk to Orpheus," I said. "It's not too late to trade Tanith." Adam's face went still, like he was mentally maneuvering his way through a minefield. "Sabina," he began slowly, "you need to take a deep breath and think." "I am thinking, Adam. I'm thinking that if we don't act soon, Maisie will die. We have to get her out of there." Adam crossed his arms. "Orpheus made his stance clear. Lavinia must not know Tanith is alive. It would ruin any advantage the mages and Fae have right now." I snorted. "I'm not so sure about that anymore." Adam grabbed my arm. "What the hell does that mean?" "Guys," Giguhl said, "take a deep breath. We're all on the same side here." Ignoring Giguhl, I pushed Adam away. "It means you seem more interested in staying in Orpheus's good graces than in saving Maisie." His eyebrows slammed down. "Really? You want to go there right now? Because you know damned well Maisie is as much family to me as Rhea. In fact, considering you've only known her for about 3 weeks, you have less of a connection to her than Orpheus or me. Just because we have different ideas about how to save her doesn't mean we care less. I just find it interesting that your ideas also happen to be exactly what Orpheus told you to do. For the record, my allegiance has always been to the Hecate Council," he said. "I'm a Pythian guard, remember? I swore to uphold the decisions of the Council in all things. But that doesn't mean I don't have my own brain, Sabina. And my logic tells me that in order to save Maisie and ensure the war ends, we keep the Tanith thing under our hats as long as possible. And not to be too blunt here, but if anyone's motivations are questionable, they're yours." Giguhl emitted a scandalized whistle. I jerked toward Adam, forcing him to meet my glare. "Excuse me? Please, you've made no secret of the fact you want Lavinia dead. Maisie getting kidnapped gives you the perfect excuse to pursue that goal with abandon." My voice went nuclear winter. "If all I care about is killing Lavinia Kane," I pointed behind us in the general direction of Jackson Square, "why is she still breathing? If all I care about is killing her, why am I advocating trading Tanith, which would take away the opportunity for a showdown? And if all I care about is killing my grandmother, why would I bother taking any direction from the Queen or the Council? I'm a God's damned assassin, Adam. Do you really think I couldn't launch a covert operation to kill her on my own, without the complication of partners or saving Maisie?" When I finished speaking, Adam stood silent for a few moments. The air between us was so cold and tense, it might as well have been frozen. The paper bag crinkled as Giguhl shifted uneasily and looked between us to see who'd strike first. Finally, Adam blew out a breath. "How does it feel?" "What?" I barked. Having someone accuse you of being a blind idiot who's only motivated by selfish interests. He mercilessly held my gaze. Doesn't feel good, does it, Sabina? I swallowed that bitter pill with a grimace. No. Giguhl stuck his head up between us. Can we stop beating each other up long enough to remember that we all want the same thing? We're a team, remember? Before I could answer the demon in the affirmative, Adam added, This won't be the last or worst surprise we'll face from Lavinia. He grabbed my hand. We can't let her screw with us. We have to stop beating each other up every time we're scared or angry. I squeezed his hand back. You're absolutely right, of course. I sucked down a deep breath, hoping to cleanse away the lingering smoke of anger and fear. Looking from Adam to the still tense Giguhl, I said, Sorry, guys. I guess I just don't handle scared well. The corner of Adam's mouth lifted. Actually, you handle it better than almost anyone I've ever met. His words made me choke on my calming breath, which released in a snort. Right. Now let's go back and get some sleep. Tomorrow we'll get a head start before sundown with Zen's contacts. If we're lucky, we'll find Maisie before the moon is high. I tried to feel comforted by his optimism, but the truth was, Luck and I hadn't been on speaking terms for a long time. Chapter 7. The next evening, I woke to the dulcet sounds of a snoring demon. Groaning, I rolled over and pulled a pillow over my head. Probably I should have gone to the living room and told Giguhl to knock it off. But my body refused to move. Another volley of snorts wormed its way through the layers of goose down over my ear. Who was I kidding? Giguhl and snoring went together like mages and magic. I tossed the pillow to the ground and stretched. When my hand hit something warm and hard, I yelped and jerked my head to the side. Mornin', sunshine, Adam said. He was turned away from me, which afforded me a lovely view of golden skin, broad shoulders, and rippling muscles. What the? I said. He turned toward me, and whatever I'd been about to say evaporated on my tongue. Oh, gods, the front view was even nicer. His torso drew my eyes like a magnet. I peeked lower, but the sheets covered him from the waist down. I wondered if he'd noticed me pulling them back to do a commando check. Earth to Sabina, he said, amusement lacing his tone. Then I blinked. My gaze snapped back up to his sleep-rumpled face. Wait, what the hell are you doing in my bed? The night before, sleeping arrangements had been based on gender. That meant I got the bedroom with its double bed, while Adam and Giguhl got the larger sleeper sofa in the living room. He nodded toward the wall, which practically vibrated with the noise coming through it. He's been doing that all day. I rubbed at my eyes and yawned. So you decided to disturb my sleep instead? Sabina, I came in here 3 hours ago. You've been out the entire time. Adam rested his head on his biceps and smiled like he knew a secret. You talk in your sleep. Do not. You totally do. My cheek flared with heat. What did I say? My brain scrambled to recall dreams, but I couldn't remember any. He shrugged. Actually, it was more like sleep mumbling. I couldn't make out any words. He raised an eyebrow. But rest assured, I'll be paying better attention tonight. Good luck hearing me from the floor, Mancy. He sat up then. His hair stood in adorable little tufts all over his head. You're joking. I shot him a look to assure him I wasn't. Oh, I get it. You don't trust yourself alone with me. I stopped halfway out of the bed. If you mean I don't trust myself not to punch you, you'd be correct. Did you know physical threats are a sign of sexual interest in some cultures? I shook my head at him, but smiled despite myself. You're insane. He lay back with his arms behind his head, which only served to give me a better view of the manly banquet that was Adam Lazarus. Am I? Or am I so close to the truth it's scary?" He was smiling in a teasing way, but his words had an edge to them. Of course, and I'd never admit this to him, he was totally right. But his teasing made panic flare in my gut. "Fine. You want to sleep in this bed?" My feet hit the floor, and I marched into the bathroom before he could respond. "It's all yours." A few minutes later, I spat out a mouthful of toothpaste and glared at my reflection. "Don't even think about having sex with Adam." This was not the first time I'd had to have this little conversation with myself. The attraction between us had been growing steadily over the last couple of months. Many of my initial arguments against pursuing anything with him still applied, including the fact that a mixed-race union between my parents had resulted in both their deaths and a lifetime of bullshit for me. Granted, I was only half vampire, and with each passing day, I lost a little more of the bloodsucker identity I'd once wrapped around myself like a security blanket. Hell, before things had gone south in New York, I'd seriously been considering throwing caution to the wind and making a real go with Adam. But shit had gone south, and the idea of cozying up with Adam made me feel pretty fucking guilty in light of the fact my sister was being held captive and drained of her blood. Not exactly the kind of concerns that fostered romance, you know? All of that should have been enough to keep me from entertaining the thought of opening that door and throwing myself at the mancy. But there was another thing, a secret, that put a nail in the coffin of any potential. Back in New York, I'd run into an old flame, a vampire and former assassin named Slade Corbin. At first I'd kept him at arm's length, but with Adam away at the Fae Court and some major emotional turmoil going on, I turned to Slade as both a distraction and a tool of self-sabotage. No one knew of the one-night indiscretion, not even Giguhl, but the incident proved to me that I couldn't be trusted not to hurt Adam. I performed 3 resolute taps on the sink with my toothbrush. The sounds echoed behind me. I looked up and realized someone was knocking on the door. "What?" I barked. "Who are you talking to?" I went still. Obviously he'd heard me, but had he understood what I'd said? "No one." "That's funny," he said. "I could have sworn you just told someone not to have sex with me." My stomach dipped. I looked in the mirror again, hoping the correct response might suddenly appear on its surface. If I opened that door, he was going to force the issue. Maybe, I thought, if I just ignore him, he'll give up and go away. I shook my head. Who was I kidding? When I opened the door, he blocked my exit with hands on either jamb, one eyebrow lifted in challenge. "Did anyone ever tell you eavesdropping is rude?" He ignored my offensive tactic. Moss-green eyes pulled me in like a tractor beam, or maybe he moved. I couldn't tell, because I was too busy being relieved I'd already brushed my teeth. Then his sleepy scent hit me, warm and spicy, like whispered secrets between tangled sheets. All conscious thought fled like a thief in the night, a shock of recognition as his lips brushed mine. Soft, hesitant at first. When I didn't fight it, he sank into the kiss. But his hands still gripped the doorframe, as if he didn't trust himself to touch me fully. His chest teased my breasts through the thin fabric of my cotton tank. His scent and his kisses lulled me into a trance-like state. "Sabina," he whispered against my lips. He pulled me in. The move made the amulets between my breasts clink together. Oh shit. Some sister I was. "Slow down." I placed a hand on the smooth skin of his chest. His heart thumped against my palm. "We can't do this." He pulled back, his expression part frustration and part concern. "What's wrong?" he whispered. I couldn't speak for a moment. The truth, the real reason I held him off, slammed through me like lightning. "Because if I let you inside, you'll see how truly broken I am and leave." When I didn't answer Adam right away, his face went all pinched. "Just answer one question for me." I licked the taste of him off my lips and tried to focus on keeping the panic off my face. Inside, though, my gut felt like it was taking a ride on a tilt-a-whirl. "Shoot!" He paused, letting the tension mount. His solemn gaze met mine. "How long are you going to make me wait?" I considered making a joke, blowing the whole thing off like nothing had happened. But I cared about Adam too much to dismiss his genuine interest with careless sarcasm. "I don't know." He stared at me for a few moments. Behind his eyes, I could see the wheels turning, weighing the options and eventualities. Finally, he breathed out through his nose, like expelling bad energy. "Well, I guess that's better than never." He could have interrogated me, forced the issue. The fact that he didn't made me feel even more guilty. "I'm sorry. I need time to figure out how to be with you without destroying us both." He ran a finger down my cheek. "Time is a precious commodity right now, Red. Wait too long and it might be too late." I swallowed hard, went still as my stomach clenched with dread. Hadn't Maisie said almost those exact same words to me in New York when she'd encouraged me to admit my feelings to Adam? "I know." He leaned forward and placed another soft kiss on my lips. When he pulled away, he held my gaze. "Soon, Sabina." This time his words weren't so much a threat as a promise. Of what, I wasn't sure. I had a hunch he meant he'd grow tired of waiting and give up. But he could have just as easily meant soon he'd be making his big move. Either way, the message came through loud and clear. He knew I was purposely keeping him at arm's length. He probably even thought he knew why. But instead of coming clean, I merely inclined my head to acknowledge I'd hurt him. That seemed to be enough for him, because he turned away without another word. As the door closed behind him with a click, I sagged against the door jamb for a moment. Then I straightened myself up and went back into the bathroom for a cold shower. Half an hour later, I emerged from my room ready to take on the evening. We only had about an hour of sunlight left, so going out now wouldn't wreak too much havoc on my energy levels. Unlike full-blooded vamps, I could go into the sun without dying, but it seriously taxed my system, so I tried to limit my exposure. In the kitchen, Giguhl sat at a formica dinette with a mug of coffee and a plate of pastries in the center. He looked up from the New Orleans Dispatch when I entered. Over a mouthful of fried dough and powdered sugar, he said, "Brooks brought us beignets." I blinked. At first I hadn't noticed the fae. He leaned against the sink, chatting up Adam. "Hey, Brooks," I said. "Thanks." He saluted me with his pink mug, which read, "Put on your big girl panties and deal with it." "Morning, Cher. You sleep well?" "Mm-hmm," I said, keeping my tone breezy as I went to the coffee pot. "Adam was just telling me he didn't sleep well at all, poor lamb." I shot a pointed look at the demon. Giguhl raised a scraggly black brow. "I wonder why." He turned a page and took his time readjusting the paper before continuing in a sing-song voice. "Could it be because someone played musical beds in the middle of the night?" I glared at the demon. "He moved beds because you snore louder than a congested wildebeest." Giguhl stage-whispered to Brooks. "Denial." "That's enough, G," Adam said quietly. Giguhl grabbed his coffee mug and 2 extra beignets and stood. "If you need me, I'll be in the other room catching up on my stories." With that, he made a dramatic exit that gave Blanche Dubois a run for her money. I sighed. God, what a drama queen. "Red, give him a break," Adam sighed. "He's still nursing a broken heart." Oh yeah, the end of his week-long affair with Volba must really be hurting his heart. "Give me a break, Adam," I snorted. What did he expect, hooking up with a vanity demon? Brooks let out a low whistle. "I have to say, Y'all are definitely the most entertaining guests we've ever had. I grimaced, worried we'd worn out our welcome before we had a chance to make any headway. I'm sorry, we're usually much better behaved. I lied. It's just kind of a stressful time for everyone. Brooks shrugged. Not to worry, Cher. As long as you don't destroy any property or eat any of our patrons, you're welcome here. Thanks, Brooks. Adam cleared his throat and changed the subject. I called Orpheus while you were in the shower, filled him in on your little chat with Lavinia last night. I paused on my way to the fridge for some milk. And, he sighed. As expected, he wants to go ahead with the plan. We're supposed to focus on finding Maisie's location. I gritted my teeth and continued to the fridge in the hope of buying some time before I blurted the curses jockeying for position on my tongue. Trying to find Maisie was our plan anyway, but having it reported to me like an order rankled. But I knew that was mainly my ego talking. After my argument with Adam the night before, I'd realized I needed to keep a better handle on my temper if we were going to make this work. As I walked, my fingers found Maisie's amulet. I touched it briefly as a reminder to stay focused and calm. Swallowing my indignation, I pulled the fridge handle. Inside, all I found was empty shelves, no light, and stale, warm air. I turned and shot Brooks a confused look. "Oops, I forgot to tell you the Frigidaire is broken," Brooks said. "I threw some little cups of creamer in the bag from Café du Monde, though, if you need it." I mumbled my thanks and pulled a shot of creamer out of the white paper bag. As I poured, I finally responded to Adam. "Sounds like a plan," I said diplomatically. "Did he mention what we were supposed to do when we find her?" Adam cringed. "Yes. We are to report our findings to him and wait for further instruction." The second creamer tub popped in my hand, spraying me with a small geyser of milk. Brooks, oblivious to the undercurrent of tension, said, "Zen's got a dorm fridge in her workroom downstairs if y'all need to keep anything cold." Figuring it was best to avoid a discussion about Orpheus's instructions at present, I wiped my hand on my jeans and changed the subject. "Is Zen around?" Brooks set down his mug. "Actually, that's one of the reasons I stopped by. Madam Z's volunteering at church tonight, so I'll be helping you." Adam frowned. "Church?" "Sure. Zen's a devout Catholic." "Isn't it kind of unusual for a voodoo priestess to be Catholic?" I asked. "Honey, this is New Orleans. Very little is considered unusual here. You'll see." I let my curiosity slip away. Zenobia's religious beliefs were none of my business, but the fact that she wasn't around to help frustrated me. I looked at Adam. "What now?" He opened his mouth to respond, but Brooks beat him to it. "I hope you don't mind, but I took the liberty of setting up a meeting for you." I scrubbed my face with a hand, thinking what I really needed was a vacation. "Someone with ties to the local vamps?" "You could say that," Brooks said. "I can take you to meet Mac now, if you'd like." "Can you just give us an address, and we can go on our own?" Brooks shook his head. "Actually, it's better if I handled the introduction. Some of the dark races down here get a tad suspicious about strangers." "Totally understandable," Adam said. Brooks snapped his fingers. "Oh, I almost forgot. Zen asked me to give this to you when you woke up." He handed over a piece of paper with an address on it. "What's this?" "The address of the butcher's shop she told you about." I'd forgotten all about the cow's blood thing. "Thanks," I said, glancing at the clock. It was already 6 p.m. "Should we go now before we meet your friend?" "Oh, don't worry," Brooks said, waving a hand. "The shop is open all night. You can head there after." He paused and narrowed his eyes, looking at my mouth for telltale signs of fangs. "Unless you're hungry now." I smiled, showing lots of non-pointy teeth. I think I can manage." "All righty then," Brooks said, setting his mug down with a thump. "Let's head out to Lan Yappies." I frowned. Lan Yappies? That's the name of Mac's bar. It means a little something extra. Brooks chuckled, like he'd made a joke. "What's extra about this place?" Adam asked. Brooks grinned from ear to ear. "You'll see, Cher. You'll see." Chapter 8. When Brooks informed us we'd be walking to the club, I was wary. On one hand, I wanted to see more of New Orleans' famous French Quarter. On the other, the more time I spent out in the open, the more chances we'd give Lavinia and her goons to make a move. Adam's shoulders were tense and his eyes alert as we headed one block over to take a left on Royal Street. After a few minutes, though, I found myself relaxing. The streets were crowded with tourists, which made blending easy. When I asked Brooks why so many people were in town, he explained with Halloween that weekend, lots of people came in town early to party. Shit, I totally forgot about Halloween. I mentally counted back and realized that it was already Wednesday. We only had 3 days until Halloween reached the Big Easy and complicated our lives. "Oh yeah, it's probably our biggest celebration outside of Mardi Gras. Parades, costumes, street parties. There's even a huge 3-day music festival in City Park, Voodoo Fest. The lineup this year is awesome, so lots of folks are celebrating Halloween in the Big Easy." Adam shot me a meaningful look. "That should make things interesting." I nodded and nibbled on my lip. The parties and people might help conceal our presence a little longer, but it also made security an issue. Not only did it increase the risk of humans seeing something they shouldn't, but it also raised the odds of innocents getting harmed if shit went down. Plus, there was the whole issue of not being able to spot enemies approaching with thousands of costumed people filling the streets. But if I had my way, we'd find Maisie long before the festivities heated up on Saturday night. We made it down to Royal without incident before Brooks took a sharp right on Toulouse. Just past Pat O'Brien's, a neon sign advertised our destination. From outside, Lan Yappies looked like any other French Quarter bar. Inside, the decor was a typical bar. In fact, the only interesting detail was a stage set across from the long bar. Given Brooks's claims that the bar offered a little something extra, I found myself disappointed. "It's pretty empty," Adam observed as Brooks led us through the empty tables toward the back. Despite the lack of clientele, rock growled from the speakers. Something by Melissa Etheridge. "Won't be empty for long," Brooks yelled. "The show starts at 9. By then, the place will be filled to the gills." I reserved judgment on that claim because we'd reached a door bearing a sign that read "Private." Brooks knocked twice. I didn't hear anyone answer over the blaring music, but he opened the door and ushered us inside anyway. A petite brunette sat behind a desk in the corner. From my vantage point, she looked like another human at first. But when I sniffed the air, I caught the scent of dog and relaxed. I'd been expecting a vampire, of course, but a werewolf would do. I was just relieved Brooks had brought us to someone who might be more plugged into the dark race underworld than Zen might be. "Brooks," the female called as she rose to greet us. "You brought friends." "Hey, girl," Brooks said, going in for a hug. When they were done, he turned and held out a hand. "This is Sabina Kane and Adam Lazarus. They're staying at Zen's." Mac approached with a warm smile and an extended hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Mackenzie Romulus. You can call me Mac." She moved to Adam just as her last name sunk in. "Wait, did you say Romulus?" When she nodded, I continued. "You wouldn't be related to Michael Romulus, would you?" Her eyes brightened. "He's my uncle." My mouth fell open. Hard to imagine the straight-laced alpha of New York wares was related to a female who owned a dive bar in New Orleans. "What a coincidence," I said. I just saw him a few days ago. I've been meaning to call him since I heard about the trouble in New York. Please tell me he wasn't in the middle of all that. I cringed. Actually, he was. He and his pack helped the Hecate Council when they were attacked by the Dominé. Her eyebrows knitted into a frown. Is he okay? I nodded. Your uncle's hard to kill. I didn't mention the fact that I'd tried it myself and failed. Luckily, Michael and I had moved past that conflict in time to team up against the cast's attack. Didn't get so much as a scratch. In fact, I probably owe him a dozen favors for saving my ass. He's good people. She smiled and motioned to some seats in front of the desk. Well, any friend of Uncle Mike's is a friend of mine. Have a seat. Actually, if y'all will excuse me, Brooks cut in. I need to get ready for my set. Oh, that's right, Max said. Scoot. Brooks turned around to go and then stopped. Will you two stick around to see the show? I blinked. You're performing? Brooks smiled. Yes, ma'am. I glanced at Adam to make sure he was cool with hanging out. He shrugged and nodded. We wouldn't miss it. When Brooks was gone, we all took seats around Mac's desk. So, Brooks said you needed some information about a missing mage. I nodded. My sister. She was kidnapped by a vampire during the attack in New York. Mac paused in the middle of distributing beers around the room. What makes you think she's here? I hesitated. Mac might be Michael's niece, but as far as I was concerned, no one could be trusted. So I skipped the part about kidnapping Tanith. Let's just say we're going on a credible tip. Mac took a pull from her beer and sat back in her chair. And how exactly do you think I can help? Mac's directness made me like her even more. Brooks said you had connections with the vamps here. Do you mind if I ask exactly what your connection is to them? She took her time answering. Pulling open a desk drawer, she withdrew a pack of American spirits. After offering the pack to us and shrugging at our refusals, she used a pack of matches with the club's name on them to light her cigarette. I tamped down my impatience. From what I'd seen of Mac so far, she was shrewd. She knew as much about us as we knew about her, which is to say, not much. Only a fool would show all his cards now. She blew out a chain of smoke rings before answering. Let's just say it's in my best interest to have allies among all the dark races. I'd imagine so, being so far away from your pack and all. I was digging. For all I knew, she could have been the alpha of a New Orleans pack. But something about the way she carried herself told me she was too much a rebel to follow any pack. She took another drag. Among other things, we were hoping you might be able to tell us if there's been chatter lately among the local vamps. She pursed her lips. What kind of chatter? Adam leaned in. Anything out of the ordinary? New vamps in town? Changes in power structure? That kind of thing? Now that you mention it, Mac said. I've been getting a feeling something's coming. Can't put my finger on it, but the vamps I know, well, lately some of them have been tense. What do you mean? I asked. She shrugged. You have to understand, the vamps here are pretty disorganized and usually keep to small cliques. There's turf spats every now and then, but with all the tourists, there's plenty to go around for everyone. But over the last few days, the vamps I know have been acting kind of on edge, like they're bracing themselves. Any idea why? I asked. Not a clue. Although I did hear one of them talking about some weird owl. Adam and I stilled and looked at each other. Red eyes? I asked. Mac tilted her head. Yeah. You know anything about that? I might. I evaded. Anyway, I guess this owl's been hanging around some of the vamps' regular feeding grounds. No one's mentioned a new vamp in town? Adam asked. She shook her head. If you tell who or what exactly you're looking for, I could ask around. Here's the deal. I can't tell you specifics. The less you're directly involved, the safer you'll be. Suffice it to say, though, the vamp we're after is extremely dangerous. Gotcha, Max said, her eyes meeting mine. Her expression indicated she respected the need to keep some cards close to my vest, too. I'll ask around. See if any of my contacts have anything to say. We'd appreciate that. I resisted my sudden urge to pump my fist in the air. Of course, in return for this favor, I'd ask one in return, to be called in at a future date. I looked at Adam. He nodded. That sounds reasonable. Mac clapped her hands. Well, now that that's taken care of, why don't we grab some seats outside? The show's starting in a few. Brooks wasn't lying when he said the place would get crowded. I just hadn't expected a bar owned by a werewolf to cater to mostly mortal clientele. The place reeked of dirt and Dixie beer. Not that I minded the beer. In fact, as we waited for the show to begin, I helped myself to a few chugs. Adam and I sat with Mac toward the back of the audience. So what kind of show is Brooks going to do exactly? Does he sing or something? Mac smiled. He didn't tell you. When I shook my head, she laughed. Let's just say it falls into the or something category. As if on cue, the lights dimmed and spotlights danced across the red curtain. Catcalls and hoots followed. I shrugged and took another sip of beer, feeling more relaxed. Adam and I still needed to discuss what to do next while we were waiting for Mac to come through with more info. But for the time being, I was content to sit back for a couple minutes and watch the show. Ladies and gents, welcome to the Genderbender Night at Lanyappies, the announcer called over the speaker. Tonight we have a special treat for y'all. Everyone give a warm welcome to the Big Easy's newest drag sensation, Miss Pussy Willow. As the audience went wild, Adam turned to me and mouthed, Pussy Willow? I shrugged, mystified, and turned my attention back to the stage. The curtains parted, and a vision appeared on stage with a flourish of pink feather boa and attitude. She wore a full-length purple sequined gown and 6-inch stilettos. The cut to their slit revealed legs that would make a rockette jealous. And to top it all off, a tiara twinkled from atop a Farrah Fawcett wig. The female looked around the audience, searching for someone. When she saw Adam and me, she waggled her fingers and winked. My mouth fell open and I hit Adam on the arm. Oh my gods! Is that Brooks? He rubbed his arm and said, No way. Hello, darlings, Pussy Willow called. Where ya at? While the audience ate up the banter, Mac leaned over. Isn't she great? Now that the initial shock had passed, I had to admit Brooks was looking pretty fierce. I nodded absently, my eyes riveted on Brooks/Pussy Willow vamping across the stage. Mac leaned over and spoke into my ear. Excuse me for a minute. I nodded absently, unable to pull my eyes from Brooks chatting up the audience. I felt a nudge at my elbow and looked up to see Adam staring pointedly at the front of the club. I followed his gaze and saw a redhead standing by the door. Her eyes scanned the dark place, obviously looking for someone. When she saw Mac, her expression brightened. Unlike Brooks, the new arrival wasn't tucking anything but a pair of fangs. While we watched, the vamp leaned in for a kiss, but Mac waylaid her with a shake of her head and a glance in our direction. The vamp frowned. Her eyes found mine and narrowed. I looked away instead of engaging in a stare-off. The last thing I needed was to be recognized or seen as a threat to the local vamps. Adam kept his eyes on the pair for me. Mac's taking her back to the office. Mac rushed the vampiress through the club, like she was worried about them being seen together. She closed the office door behind them. Interesting. Think that's her contact? I said. I'd say it's a safe... Before he completed that thought, music blared through the club. The opening strains sounded familiar. But it wasn't until Brooks lip-synced the opening lines to "I Touch Myself" that I spewed beer all over the floor. I'd barely recovered when Brooks threaded the boa between her legs and gave her lower decks a good swabbing. She wadded the pink feathers into a ball and threw them. The boa hit Adam square in the chest before sliding into his lap. He stared down at the feathers the same way he might have if someone had thrown an actual boa constrictor at him. "Pussy Willow's got a crush on you," I sang. That earned me an epic glare. He picked up the boa and took his time wrapping it around my neck, crossed the ends and pulled it like an uber-feminine garret. He leaned in. His glare was gone. In its place, a mischievous glint shone in his eyes. "I wonder if there's a matching muzzle." The crowd roared at something on stage and we both turned. The song was almost over, and the whole room tensed in anticipation of Pussy Willow's grand finale. We weren't disappointed. First, she spun in circles like a dreidel with her arms spread wide as she mouthed the refrain over and over. Just when the song reached its crescendo, Brooks dropped into a split that defied several laws of physiology and physics. I jumped out of my seat to join the rest of the audience in a standing ovation. Adam stood beside me with his jaw hanging down to his clavicles. "Holy shit!" "No kidding," I said. "I don't know about you, but I need a stiff drink after that." He paused. "You want me to get you something from the bar?" I shook my head. "Nope. I want to go see a butcher about some blood." Chapter 9. After a quick goodbye to Brooks, we left him to enjoy his post-performance glow. The plan was to hit the butcher shop on Magazine Street before heading back to Zenobia's. As the St. Charles streetcar rocked its way toward the Garden District, Adam and I lapsed into silence. Under different circumstances, the trolley might have been a pleasant way to see the city. But my thoughts inevitably turned to Maisie, and the nocturnal scenery only served to depress me. Spanish moss draped the trees like funeral shrouds. The old houses crouched on either side of St. Charles like mourners watching a funeral procession. Their dark windows like eyes closed in grief. Adam took my hand, his warm on my cold skin. "We'll find her." I looked up into his eyes. I wanted to grab his words out of the air and cling to them like a buoy. But the practical side of me knew it wouldn't do any good. Hope was a mirage, and reality was a harsh mistress. "You don't know that." He sighed, his own frustration making his shoulders tense. "You're right, I don't." I swallowed and looked out the windows again. My hand found the two amulets, mine and Maisie's, as if the contact might somehow forge a real connection with her. Instead, the metal and stone just felt cold against my skin. Adam didn't let go of my other hand, and for once, I didn't worry about what he might think my easy acceptance of contact might mean. He was offering much-needed comfort, and I'd be a fool to refuse it out of pride. Gears hissed under the trolley, signaling an upcoming stop. I squinted and saw we'd finally reached Washington Street. "This is us." We exited the car and jogged across St. Charles to enter the stately neighborhoods of the Garden District. According to Brooks, if we kept going straight for a few more blocks, we'd end up on Magazine Street. The street was dark and mostly mortal-free, except for the homeowners tucked away inside their mansions. I could just scent their blood in the damp air. After growing up in the urban sprawl of Los Angeles, New Orleans was like an entirely different country. Between the antique architecture, the slower pace of life, and the spicy Southern culture, I found myself liking what I'd seen of the city. Maybe once all the drama was over, I could come back to enjoy the city's delights. Once we turned onto the shop-lined Magazine Street, the butcher's place was hard to miss. 2 8-foot-tall phalluses, okay, maybe they were sausages, flanked the doors, and a sign on the front door read, "Cajun Sausage Fest, home of the world's best boudin." A small bell dinged as Adam and I entered. The shop boasted a long meat display case and a few bistro tables pushed together in one corner. The place was empty of customers for the moment, thank the gods. Not a surprise, given the late hour. But who knew? Maybe when the bars cleared out, hordes of drunks stumbled through the doors in search of sausage. A portly human male burst through the horizontal plastic flaps separating the shop from the work area in back. He'd pasted his thinning brown hair across a shiny pate. The comb-over, in addition to not fooling anyone, also accentuated his jowls. His apron had a threadbare appearance that indicated religious washing and heavy use. A beige, short-sleeved dress shirt and brown tie, complete with a gold tie pin, peeked over the top of the apron. When he saw us waiting for him, he paused. His eyes widened a bit and then narrowed as if he was sizing us up. I couldn't blame him, really. I'd imagined his normal clientele didn't include leather-clad vampires and mages in dusters. I held up my hands. "Hi there. Madame Zenobia sent us." He visibly relaxed. "Elodius Thibodeau at your service." I nodded. "I'm Sabina, and this is my friend Adam." Elodius's eyes narrowed. "Where y'all from?" "New York," I said automatically. Then I paused. Since when did I consider New York home? For the first 53 years of my life, home was Los Angeles. Funny, it only took a few weeks with the mages to change so much of my identity. "Ah," he said. The single word came out sounding like a verdict. "Yankees." "So you're an old friend of Madame Z's, you said." "She's putting us up for a few days," Adam lied. "She said you might be able to help us acquire some blood." "I see." He pursed his lips and nodded. "Well, Cher, you come to the right place. Elodius slaughters his own product, so we've got lots of fresh blood. Bovine or porcine?" My nose crinkled at the idea of drinking pig's blood, not that cold cow's blood sounded any better, I guess. "Cow's fine." "An excellent choice. Most of my vamp customers prefer bovine." His casual attitude about discussing blood preferences with a vamp surprised me. Most places I'd been, humans were blissfully unaware of the existence of vampires. But this guy seemed like he dealt with this sort of thing all the time. I leaned forward and whispered, "You know many vampires?" "Some. Most around here prefer to eat off the hoof. But every now and again, one'll find himself here." He shrugged. "You pay Elodius 20 a pint, yeah?" I wasn't sure what was more disturbing, his insistence on referring to himself in the third person, or his prices. "I'll take 2 pints to start." "Yes, ma'am. We'll ring that up for you toot sweet." He went to a cooler behind the counter. From it, he retrieved a milk jug filled with red liquid. I shared a grimace with Adam. Thank the gods I didn't have to worry about food poisoning. While he worked, he chatted away like a jaybird. "Y'all in town long?" "Just got here yesterday," I said, not sure when we'll leave. Adam shot me a look. I frowned at him. No sense being rude to the guy. Even though he was human, he seemed friendly enough. "Well, you come to the right place. Old Elodius has the best blood in town." Watching the cold cow's blood drip into the plastic container, I had my doubts. But I figured it couldn't be worse than the bagged blood I'd been forced to consume in New York. I had no idea how to respond, so I just made the appropriate noises. Adam was suddenly busy studying a diagram explaining different cuts of meat. "You a mage, son?" Adam's head swiveled slowly on his neck. "What's it to you?" I shot Adam a look. The last thing I needed was for him to piss off my blood supplier. "Just making conversation. Most of your kind hightailed it out of here a few days ago. Oddest thing. One day they're going about their business, and the next thing, poof, all gone." "That's interesting," Adam said evenly. "Elodius, can I ask you a question?" I jumped in to prevent any further probing. "Shoot." "You're human, right?" "No, darling," He chuckled low in his belly. "Elodius ain't just human. He's Cajun." I frowned at the odd man's insistence on referring to himself in the third person. Okay, so how exactly does a Cajun end up serving cow's blood to vampires? Most people would freak if they knew they had a vampire in their store. "Darling, this is New Orleans," he said, as if that explained everything. "Yeah, but y'all gotta understand, people down here, we've been raised hearing stories from our mamayers about ghosts and voodoo. So when old Elodius got older and learned the world is a chock-a-block with vampires and other magic things," his shrug was decidedly Gallic. "Course it helps us selling blood and raw meat to your kind brought Big Papa some sweet mamoo." As he drawled out the words, he lazily dragged his right thumb across his fingers. "Ah," I said. He handed over a plastic bag filled with 2 plastic tubs of blood. "Speaking of share, there's more where that came from." He grabbed a magnet shaped like a kielbasa from the top of the raised counter. "This here's got Elodius's number. You call him any time, and he'll fix you up proper." I nodded my thanks and stuck the magnet in my back pocket. "Thanks, Mr. Thibodeau." He waved the air like he was trying to shoo a fly. "Mr. Thibodeau was our father. It's Elodius." He winked at me like a conspirator. "Or Big Papa." I squinted, trying to wade through the pronoun soup, and wondering if I dared ask why he called himself Big Papa. He seemed nice enough, but I was beginning to wonder if this old Cajun was a few shrimp short of gumbo. "Okay," I said slowly. "Elodius, then. Y'all sure you don't want some boating to go with that blood? Maybe Madam Z can cook you up some dirty rice." After he rung up the blood and the pound of sausage he talked us into, Adam threw some money at the crazy Cajun and pushed me out the door. As the bell dinged again, Elodius called out, "Y'all don't be strangers, you hear?" "That guy was weird," Adam said. "I don't know," I said. "I thought he was friendly." I swung the plastic bag as we strolled. Despite the worries hanging over me, I felt optimistic for some reason. Maybe it was the beautiful night, or the bag of blood in my hands, or the hot mage walking beside me. Either way, I was determined to make the most of the few moments of peace I could get. I took a deep breath and tried to enjoy the parade of Greek revivals, Italianates, and Queen Anne Victorians on display. Up ahead, the sidewalk buckled where the roots of an ancient oak had protested being smothered with concrete. When we reached it, I stepped over, but Adam had been too busy watching for attack to notice the crack. He ended up sprawled on the pavement at my feet. "Oops, sorry," I said, grabbing his arm. "Should have warned you." He grimaced and dusted off his pants with as much dignity as he could muster. Before he could retort, a shriek ripped through the night. We went still. My heart ran laps around my chest. My eyes narrowed. "Fucking strikes." "Shit," Adam said under his breath. He ducked down as if he expected the owl to dive bomb at any moment. Which, come to think of it, wasn't out of the realm of possibility. "Do you see him?" I said, crouching next to the mancy. Out of nowhere, a flash of white zoomed in from the right. A blur of beak and talons flashed. Adam jerked away with a curse. A streak of blood ran down his cheek. "That's it. I'm killing that bird right fucking now." My eyes scanned the branches overhead for a pair of glowing red eyes or a mass of white feathers. I pointed to an upper limb. "There!" I grabbed from my gun. "Sabina!" the owl screeched. The hairs on my neck prickled. He rose like a ghost from the tree. I tracked him with the muzzle of my gun, ready to finish the job I'd started in New York. He flew in circles, taunting me. "Sabina!" At the last moment, Adam put a hand over mine. "Wait! Maybe we should try to catch him and see if he can tell us anything about Lavinia's plans." Adam, he's an owl. What's he going to tell us? The mage shrugged. Maybe we could use him as a bargaining tool. I rolled my eyes. Right, because Lavinia will totally barter the Oracle of New York for an owl. Come on, Adam. Look, he works for the cast, right? Maybe he's got some value or something. We need every advantage we can get. Or has it escaped your attention that we still have no idea where Lavinia's keeping Maisie? I cringed inwardly. Of course it hadn't escaped my notice. I berated myself hourly for that fact. Fine. Do your best, magic man. Adam slowly rose from his crouch. Strikes broke out of his circle and shot off into the night like a bullet. Shit, let's go, I said, already running. Adam kept up, muttering something under his breath. A laser-like flash of magic shot through the air. The hair on my arms prickled as the shot went wide. The owl's hoot sounded suspiciously like a laugh. Unfortunately for the bird, this only served to piss off the mage even more. Adam dug in, picking up speed even as he raised his hands and shouted, "The danger Anna! Kishada strikes!" The owl's latest screech cut off like someone pulling a needle from a record. His white body nosedived to the ground and disappeared into a group of shrubs along the garden wall of one of the mansions. We high-fived before zooming to retrieve our feathered captive. Adam pushed the branches aside to reveal Strike's inert body. "Is he dead?" I whispered. He grabbed the owl by its legs. Its head hung just a couple of inches over the sidewalk. Unmoving and spookier than ever with its sightless red eyes. "Nope, just catatonic." Adam raised his eyebrows. "What now?" "Hey, this was your plan. If it was up to me, we'd take that bird back to the butcher. Elodius probably thinks owls are good eatin'." Adam's lips quirked. "Or he'd give us the name of some cousin of his that lives in the swamps who could give us a good deal on some taxidermy." I pursed my lips as if considering it. "Now that you mention it, I wouldn't mind seeing this damn thing stuffed and mounted." Adam shook his head at me. "Or we could take him back to Zen's, lock him up, and then figure out how to use him to find Maisie." "Oh, all right," I said. "But you might want to cover him up or something." With that, Adam tucked the owl's body under his duster, and we made our way back to Zen's. Chapter 10. By the time we finally made it back to the shop, it was pushing 1 in the morning. Even though I normally hit the sack at dawn, I was ready to crash the minute we walked in the door. Too bad we still had to deal with Satan's owl. When we opened the door to the attic apartment, we found Giguhl and Brooks sitting on the couch together. Brooks was back in his male gear, jeans, t-shirt, etc. Giguhl sat with his arms crossed over bulging biceps. He still wore the sweatpants he had on earlier that evening when we... Oh shit. We'd totally forgotten Giguhl when we left. I took a step forward, ready to apologize, but Brooks held up a hand and shushed me. He patted Giguhl on the arm. "Sabina, Adam, Giguhl has something he'd like to say to you." Giguhl's determined expression faltered. "I don't think..." Brooks nudged him. "Go on. Tell her what you told me." I shot a look at Adam. He shrugged and rolled his eyes. Giguhl took a deep, bracing breath and rose from the couch. "Guys, He shot a look at Brooks, who nodded encouragingly. The demon seemed to inflate a little and continued. "I felt disappointed when you left this evening without telling me. It hurt my feelings that you didn't consider me in your plans." I felt bad for forgetting him and all, but an emotional intervention wasn't on my list of things I wanted to deal with. I set down my bag of blood with a martyred sigh. Giguhl tossed his claws in the air. "Don't sigh at me. I've been worried sick, and your continued lack of consideration is unacceptable." I dropped down on the couch. "Giguhl, what do you want from us? There are some places you can't go in either demon or cat form." It was a lame excuse. I'd smuggled him into lots of places, but I didn't know what else to say. The truth was, I had been so wrapped up in my own drama that I'd totally forgotten about him. But admitting that would hurt his feelings even more. "We've always figured out ways for me to come along before," he challenged. His eyes shifted back and forth between Adam and me. "I thought we were a team." From the corner of my eye, I saw Adam cringe. I couldn't meet the demon's accusing gaze either. When we decided to find Maisie, we'd all agreed it would be as a team. But the whole concept of thinking about someone else's feelings went against my natural instincts to just take care of everything myself. "Look, G, I'm sorry we didn't tell you where we were headed. But you seem kind of out of it, so I didn't even consider you might want to come. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Right, Adam?" "Sorry, G. You're right. We are a team." Giguhl tilted his chin down, accepting our apologies. "One more thing. The next time you have a chance to go to a drag show, I don't care what you have to do, but you better smuggle my ass in." I'd totally forgotten about the fairy show earlier. "Oh, right. Great show, Brooks." The Fae winked at me. "Thanks, hon. Adam, what did you think?" Adam looked a little pained as he struggled for a response. Finally, he settled with, "It was something." While Brooks smiled at the mage, Giguhl turned to me. "Please tell me you took pictures." "Sorry, G. I was so entranced it didn't occur to me." Turning to Brooks, I said, "Where did you learn to do the splits like that?" With his eyes on Adam, he said, "I'm extremely flexible." I changed the subject. "I have a question. How do you prefer to be addressed?" Brooks smiled. "You mean, do I consider myself a he or a she?" When I nodded uncomfortably, Brooks continued. "I know it gets confusing. A lot of queens don't go by she at all. Some insist on she all the time, and others only when they're in drag. Me? I'll answer to anything." I nodded. "Good to know. I didn't know if you were sensitive." Brooks waved a hand. "Darling, I tuck my unmentionables and secure them with duct tape." Giguhl hissed, and Adam covered his crotch with his hand. I laughed. "Well, when you put it that way." Adam dropped his protective hand and shifted uncomfortably. "Since you're in a sharing mood, I've got a question too. Which species of fae are you exactly?" Brooks crossed his... I decided to stick with the masculine for simplicity. Arms. His expression gone from flirtatious to defensive. "Why?" Adam shrugged. "Just wondering. Most of the fae I know try to live near green spaces or have access to other fae." Brooks's chin went up. "I suppose I would do that too, if I had been raised among the fae." I frowned. "What does that mean?" Adam nudged me. Under his breath, he said, "He's a changeling." I looked up at Adam. "Huh?" But Brooks stepped in. "He said, I'm a changeling. My fae parents left me with humans right after I was born. I was raised as a human kid until it became obvious I wasn't like the other children. I tried to hide it for a while, but then I couldn't deny it any longer. Unfortunately, my human parents weren't too thrilled when I came out of the fairy mound, so to speak. They kicked me out when I was 14. My mouth dropped open. "That's terrible." "It happens to lots of changelings, unfortunately," Adam said. To Brooks, "How did you end up with Zen?" "She volunteered at a shelter I crashed at when I was 17. By then I was pretty messed up," he said vaguely. "But Zen recognized that I was fae and helped me. Got me cleaned up. Gave me a job and a place to live. Without her, I doubt I'd still be alive." We were all silent as we listened to his story. On some level, I could relate not being accepted by your family because of something you couldn't control. But even though Lavinia was as nurturing as a viper, at least I'd never had to live on the streets. I'd liked Brooks before, but now I respected him too. "Wow," Giguhl said, dispelling the solemn cloud that hung over our group. "You're just like Pretty Woman." Brooks nodded solemnly, "Except I'm still waiting for my Richard Gere." Giguhl sighed. "Aren't we all?" He looked around at each of us with a "can I get an amen" look. I shot a frown at the demon. "Anyway, Brooks, I'm glad everything worked out." Adam nodded. "Ditto." "Thanks, guys. Now, what took you so long to get back? You left the club hours ago." Giguhl turned to look at us with his arms crossed. "Yeah, what gives?" "We went to get Sabina blood and ran into an old friend." He pulled back the flap of his duster, revealing the unconscious owl. Giguhl cringed with his claws up defensively. "What the hell?" Brooks scooted back behind the demon. "Is it dead?" "Just unconscious," I explained. "How long can he stay like that, Adam?" The mage frowned. "Not much longer. We probably need to rig up some sort of cage for him while we sleep." "Excuse me," Giguhl interjected. "What the hell does kidnapping strikes accomplish?" Adam sighed and rose, leaving the owl in the seat. "I'll go see if Zen has anything we can use while you explain it to him, Sabina." My lips pressed together as I glared at the mage, just before he closed the door. I caught a ghost of a smile on his lips. Ass. "Wait, before you tell us, can you please cover that thing?" Giguhl said. "It's as creepy as shit." For some reason, when Adam zapped the owl, its eyes stayed open. Despite Strikes being unconscious, the surface of the blood-red pupils shifted and spun like a mesmerizer. Something told me that if I stared into them too long, I'd end up hypnotized. Or worse. I shuddered and tossed a blanket over the bird. 10 minutes later, Giguhl and Brooks had the full story and were sitting as far away from the unconscious owl as possible. Adam returned then, carrying a bird cage. Actually, the ornate design and massive size made it into more of a bird mansion. Zen followed him through the door. I shifted my grimace at her arrival. She might have rubbed me the wrong way when we met, but she was nice enough to put us up for free and all. "Where did you find that?" I asked. Adam nodded toward the voodoo priestess, who made a beeline for the blanket-covered lump. "She had it in her shop." Zen rushed over and removed the blanket. "Holy lo! That's a big owl." "Cover it back up," Giguhl said, covering his eyes lest he accidentally look into the psychedelic orbs. Zen frowned at the demon, but did as he asked. I had to admit, I found the demon's aversion odd, too. After all, it wasn't like Giguhl hadn't been around Strikes before. Plus, as the reigning demon fight club champion of New York City's Blacklight District, Giguhl wasn't exactly a wimp. But even I had to admit those freaky eyes and the owl's preternatural stillness were pretty freaking ominous. "Thank goodness I had a cage large enough," Zen said. I ignored her and spoke to Adam. "Sure, it's big enough, but will it hold him?" Adam tapped the edge. "It's just bronze, but I can ward it so he can't get out and kill us in our sleep." "Oh, that's comforting." The mage shot me an evil grin that did little to ease my concerns. "Nah, it'll be fine for now. We can figure out something more permanent in the morning." "I know you aren't leaving that demon bird out here with me," Giguhl said, rubbing his arms. I rolled my eyes. "Quit being such a baby." The petite fairy patted the menacing 7-foot-tall demon's arm. "Don't worry, big guy. We won't let the owl hurt you." Giguhl sent me a look that clearly said at least someone cares. To Zen, he said, "You got any of them voodoo bags, or whatever, to protect me from him?" Zen smiled. "A gris-gris bag? Sure, if that'll make you feel better. Come on." She took the Mischief demon by the arm and led him out, presumably to go to her shop. As he passed, Giguhl flicked his forked tongue out at me. As annoyed as I was by Giguhl's easy transfers of affections to Zen, I appreciated them getting out of there so I could concentrate. Brooks, however, stayed behind. He watched the bird with fascination. Is he really a demon? I shook my head. Not technically. He's a spy for the secret sect of dark races called the Caste of Nod. He also feasts on the blood of the dead. Brooks' eyes widened. I think I'll go check on Zen and Giggy. I paused. Giggy? Brooks blushed. It's a nickname I came up with for Giguhl. He says he doesn't mind it. I squinted my eyes at him, considering Giguhl had rejected my own pet names for him. His easy acceptance of such a ridiculous nickname from Brooks gave me pause. Whatever. With the Fae finally gone, I turned to Adam. You want me to hold the cage while you stick it in? Or since I'm already holding the cage, you can do the honors. I sighed and stomped over to the owl, keeping him wrapped in the blanket, because touching his feathers creeped me out a bit more than I wanted to admit after the ribbing I'd given Giguhl. I gingerly lifted the owl. Getting him inside the cage was a little trickier, but after some maneuvering, I finally dumped him inside. After locking the little door tight, I dropped the tainted cover like a hot match and rubbed my hands on my jeans. Should we wake him up to make sure it holds? My tone clearly indicated I thought that was a really freaking bad idea. Adam nodded and carried the cage into the kitchen and placed it in the center of the table. You might want to stand back. I took 3 big steps back and palmed my gun. You don't have to tell me twice. The mage whispered something under his breath. A pop sounded, and a small plume of smoke rose from the cage. The bird came to life in an explosion of avian rage. Terrible screeching filled the space. A blizzard of white feathers blew around the room. The owl's body slammed against the bars of his prison. When the chaos began, Adam jumped out of harm's way to join me at the doorway. He keeps that up and the whole thing's going to tip over. The cage already had scooted 4 inches toward the edge of the table. I nudged Adam's ribs. Maybe you should put it on the floor. I'd prefer to keep all my fingers, thanks. He waggled the digits in question. The room tingled with magic that made the hairs on my arms prickle as the cage rose from the table. The bird's furious movements made the whole thing wobble in the air. But a few moments later, the cage safely touched down on the linoleum. There, Adam said, brushing his hands together. Sabina! I cringed. Oh shit, you've angered it. Me? He hissed your name. For some reason, a memory from that night in Jackson Square with Lavinia flashed into my head, giving me an idea. Hold on, I said. I want to try something. I took a step closer to the cage. Strikes flung himself against the bars. Showing no fear, I paused and looked directly at the owl. Master Mahan. Hoot? Instead of the evil hiss before, the owl's call now sounded plaintive, a little sad. What the? Adam said, looking confused. The other night, every time Lavinia said that name, Strikes did the same thing. What do you think it means? Adam rubbed the patch of hair on his chin. Well, we know Strikes works for the cast, right? Damara told us that back in New York. Damara was Rhea's magic apprentice who had been secretly working with the cast to try and kill me. At the end, she'd sung like a canary and shared all sorts of interesting tidbits about her connection to the cast. Except for the trying to get me killed thing. She was really not much more than a misguided, naive girl. Too bad her choices got her killed. Maybe the truth is Strikes really belongs to Master Mahan. Hoot. Like a pet, you mean? I said, eyeing the owl dubiously. Adam shrugged. Maybe. I wish I knew more about this mysterious caste leader. I mean, What kind of being would keep that as a pet? Before I could answer, Strikes hissed and rammed his head into the bars. He seemed even angrier, if possible. The more immediate question is, will the cage hold? Adam squinted at the bars. Not sure. I can ward it so he can't get out. But maybe we should secure it, just in case. I pursed my lips and looked around the room. What if we put the whole cage in something sturdy? I nodded toward the far end of the kitchen. Sabina, you don't think that's a little cruel? I crossed my arms. Adam, I said, matching his tone. He's a goddamn vampire owl from the depths of the underworld. Given the chance, he'd drain us each dry and pluck out our eyes with his razor-like beak. So no, I'm not particularly worried about stowing his cage in a broken refrigerator. Especially if it means we get a decent night's sleep. Adam thought about it for a moment, his eyes on the fridge. While he pondered, Strikes kept up his berserker act. The cage squealed across the floor like nails down a chalkboard. Finally, the damn thing hit the edge of the cage so hard it slammed into Adam's foot. The mage yowled and jumped. I bent down to look at his foot and found a new hole in his boot leather, courtesy of the aforementioned beak. The owl stilled. Then something that sounded specifically like an evil cackle rose up from the cage. I glanced at Adam with an eyebrow raised. He scowled down at me like a judge handing down an order of execution. Put the fucking bird in the fridge already. Chapter 11. The next evening, we all gathered in the shop. Giguhl catnapped on the counter. In deference to his desire to be more involved, we'd come to an arrangement about him staying in cat form while in the public areas. Zen and Brooks discussed inventory over by a display of voodoo dolls. I leaned against the counter, chugging cow's blood, and tried to shake the fog out of my head. Adam stood bleary-eyed behind the counter, nursing his coffee. I wrinkled my nose at the cloying scent wafting up from the cat. Giguhl, do you really need to wear that thing down here? He wore a red cami bag attached to his cat collar. Zen had anointed it with jasmine oil, which alone might have been okay, but mixed with sandalwood, comfrey, and gods only knew what else. The aroma was overpowering. The cat perked open one eye. Don't take your grumpiness out on me. It's not my fault the stupid owl screeched all night. I scowled at the cat and took another swig of caffeine. My idea of sticking Strikes in the fridge the night before hadn't been so brilliant after all. The box had kept him contained all right, but instead of dampening the incessant banging and offending screeches, the hollow box amplified the racket. It hadn't been so bad in my bedroom, since I could close the door, but the racket forced Adam and Giguhl out of the living room and into my bed. Around 5 a.m., they burst in and took over, despite my vehement protests. I finally gave up when Adam reminded me that putting the bird on ice had been my idea. Therefore, I spent the majority of the day wedged in between a hot mage and a snoring demon. Zen walked over and interrupted my grumpy wool gathering. I take it you still haven't figured out how to communicate with the owl? Adam sighed and set down his mug. No, I tried to talk to it before we came down, but he wouldn't stop hissing and scratching. You think he'd run out of steam at some point, but... He shrugged and shook his head. Zen pursed her lips. Have you considered asking the spirits for help? That's not exactly my area, Adam said, but we're open to suggestions. I leaned with my elbows on the counter, both eager to hear the voodooing's ideas and resentful that we needed a human's help to find my sister. However, the sad fact was, despite my mage heritage, I knew very little about magic. Sure, I'd had some preliminary training from Rhea, but the sum total of my skills included summoning Giguhl and the ability to emulate my enemies with my eyes. While the latter option held great appeal where Strikes was concerned, I wasn't ready to give up on the possibility he could help us find Maisie. I think I might have an idea, Zen said. "A few years ago, one of my clients had a relative in a coma. Very sad." She paused to make sympathetic noises. "Anyway, the client asked me to summon a spirit to communicate with the unconscious girl. I was thinking we might be able to use the same idea with the owl." Adam stood up straighter. "You mean have the spirit read Strikes' mind?" She shrugged. "Why not? It's worth a shot, right?" "What exactly would we need to do?" Having no practical knowledge of voodoo, I was worried the ritual might involve goat sacrifice or something. Zen chewed her lip. "It's a bit tricky. We need to use the body of a recently deceased person as a medium for the spirit." "And how exactly do you propose we get our hands on one of those?" Adam asked. Zen smiled. "I have my ways. It's gonna have to happen tomorrow night, though, before Halloween." I frowned. "Why not on Halloween?" "Because then the portal to the spirit world will be wide open, and things could get unpredictable," Zen said. Adam looked at me with his eyebrows raised in question. I said, "This ritual doesn't involve me having to drink any potions or anything, right?" Zen frowned and shook her head. "Of course not." Given my past horrors with vomit-inducing potions, I had good reason to ask. But maybe it was a mage thing to make people miserable with potions. Within 1 week of arriving in New York for magical training, I'd had 2 embarrassing incidents. The first happened when Rhea's turncoat assistant Damara had tried to poison me with a mixture of strychnine and apple juice. My vampire genes protected me from the poison, and my mixed blood saved me from the forbidden fruit. But nothing prevented me from blowing chunks all over the Hecate Council. The second event happened during a vision quest Rhea insisted I do to find my magical path. The hallucinogenic tea she'd given me led to a very unpleasant half-hour before the freaky thonic visions began. But Zen's expression held no hint of guile. And if it meant we'd get Maisie back ASAP, I could deal with a little irritable bowel syndrome again. "Done and done." Zen nodded. "Good, I'll make preparations. The ritual is best conducted before midnight, so we should head out about 10 tomorrow." "Sounds good," Adam said. "Thanks, Zen." She started to walk away, but stopped short. "By the way, are you planning on going by Elodius's place again anytime soon?" I frowned. "Why? Do you need something?" She nodded. "Some chicken feet. With Halloween the day after tomorrow, the tourists have been buying charms like crazy. I'd go tonight myself, but the widow Barreau needs me to come undo a hex." Across the store, Brooke snorted. "Again? That's the 3rd time this year." "It's her own damn fault for stepping out with other women's men, but her check's always clear, so." "That's okay, Zen," Adam said. "We can pick up some chicken feet for you." She smiled at the mage. "Thanks, Adam." She waved and walked off toward the office. I swallowed my opinion of Adam's ass-kissing along with the last swig of coffee. Just as I was setting down my mug, the door to the shop opened. "Hey, Mac," Brooks called. "Hey, good-looking," she called to the Fae before approaching the counter. We all exchanged tense nods. "You guys got a minute?" I frowned, wondering what had the werewolf looking so upset. "Sure." Mac looked over her shoulder to where Brooks was dusting some chicken bones. When she glanced back at me, she said under her breath, "Alone." "Of course," I said to her. I called, "Hey, Brooks, we're going to go out back for a minute. Do you mind if Giguhl stays here?" The cat lifted his head sleepily. "Huh?" "No problemo," Brooks said. "Go back to sleep, G." The cat licked his lips and yawned before resting his head back on his paws. I held out a hand to Mac to lead the way. As Adam fell into step beside me, he shot me a concerned look. I shrugged. We'd find out soon enough what was on the were's mind. When we went out the back door into the courtyard behind Zen's shop, a small fountain bubbled along the west wall. The festive, but thankfully muted, sounds of Bourbon Street added to the soundtrack. Once we were all seated around the table in the center of the courtyard, Mac finally spoke. "I have some news that might interest you." She didn't mention that the contact was her girlfriend, even though from what I'd seen, she clearly was. But I didn't blame her for not going there. It wasn't our business. Until it was. Mac pulled a piece of paper from her pocket. "Not sure if it's important, but I thought I'd pass it along. My vamp contact told me some bigwig just bought a mansion in the Garden District." And, since I'd been expecting something bigger, I tried to put a leash on my impatience. "And several murders have occurred in the area. The police are calling them stabbings, but the wounds are all in the neck. So unless someone's stabbing tourists with grilling forks," she shrugged. "Plus all the work on this house has been done at night. During the day, the place is totally dead, and there are blackout curtains on all the windows." Sounded like a stretch to me, until I glanced at the address. Wait, Britannia Street? I shot a meaningful glance at Adam. Back in New York, the mage headquarters in Manhattan was called Britannia Place. "Does that mean something to you?" Mac asked. "Maybe," Adam said with a shrug. I tucked the address in my jeans pocket. "Thanks, Mac. We'll head over there in a few." She inclined her head. "I'll let you know if I find anything else out. Actually, I was wondering if you might be willing to set up a meeting with your contact." Her eyes went all suspicious. "Why?" I leaned forward, trying to ease her sudden tension. "We appreciate your help. It's just that maybe if I could talk to this friend, vampire to vampire, I might be able to see if there's something she's overlooked." Mac shook her head. "I don't think she'd agree to that." "Why not?" Adam asked, his voice quiet. Mac's eyes shifted left. "She doesn't want any trouble." "Look, Mac, the fact is that if this vampire we're looking for is really in town, maybe even in this house you told us about, trouble has come to New Orleans, and sooner or later it's going to find your friend." "You don't know that." I leaned back and crossed my arms. "Actually, I can guarantee it, because the vamp we're after is—" I paused and glanced at Adam. To this point, I'd avoided mentioning Lavinia's name, but obviously the time had come to tell Mac so she could warn her friends. "Her name is Lavinia Kane." Mac blinked in confusion. "And?" "So much for my bombshell." I guess it wasn't surprising, since Mac was a werewolf and not a vamp. I decided to put it in terms a werewolf could understand. "She's the alpha of the entire vampire race." That got Mac's attention. "Holy shit." "Exactly. Now you know why we hesitated telling you before." When Mac nodded with her mouth hanging open, I continued. "But now that this has happened, your friends need to be really careful." Adam cut in. "In fact, you should tell your friends not to engage if they see her." Mac's eyes narrowed. "Why?" "Lavinia's one of the oldest vamps alive. Your average vamp won't stand a chance." Her chin lifted. "But you're planning on taking her on, right? What makes you so tough?" I tried not to react to the challenge in the wearer's eyes. "Because I have the best training for the job and the best reason to want her dead." Mac sucked in a deep breath through her nose and pursed her lips. "Okay, I can't promise my friends will listen, but I'll try. In the meantime, we'll check out this address. You tell your pals to let us know if they hear anything else, okay? Maybe you should give me a description of this domina, just so they know to avoid her if she shows up. She's a little taller than me, dark red hair, burgundy, I guess. But don't worry, they'll know her when they see her." "How?" I shrugged. They'll have a sudden urge to genuflect before her. Ah, okay. I'll tell them. She rose to leave, looking a little shell-shocked. I have one more question, I said, placing a hand on Adam's arm when he moved to stand too. Has anyone you've talked to mentioned seeing an out-of-town mage around? Mac frowned and shook her head. I'm sorry, but since most of the mage residents left a few days ago, a new one would definitely be noticed. Mac saw my expression fall and rushed ahead, but I'm sure that doesn't mean anything. I mean, your sister's bound to turn up soon, right? I sighed. You're probably right. Unless Lavinia had already killed her. Chapter 12. When Zen showed us to the garage behind the shop, I was surprised to see an ancient yellow car waiting for us. Not really sure what car I'd imagined a voodoo priestess might choose, but it certainly wasn't this. A gremlin? I asked, trying to keep the judgment from my tone. Zen patted the hood lovingly. This here's Saint Expedite. She chuckled like she'd made a joke. I glanced at Adam, who merely shrugged in return. Don't get to do much driving in the city, but when I need to get around, this baby gets the job done. After that, she apologized for the cluttered back seat and the heavy scent of dried herbs permeating the interior. Won't matter too much, since the front windows won't roll up anymore. As we'd gotten ready to leave before Zen showed us the car, I insisted Giguhl put on a little something to ward off the chill. The ensuing argument was why we were leaving Zen's an hour behind schedule. But after Zen's explanation about the windows, I shot Giguhl an I told you so look. His tail swished, and he turned his back to me. The position gave me a nice view of his hairless ass sticking out from under a black sweater. The view I could have done without, but being right went a long way toward soothing my aching pupils. A few minutes later, Zen waved us off merrily and headed out to handle her own business. As we drove out of the French Quarter toward the Garden District, Giguhl perched his little naked paws on the dashboard and looked out the windshield. He ducked and weaved to avoid getting beamed by the chicken foot, used to kick evil back, according to Zenobia, hanging from the rearview mirror. Our first stop was back at Elodius's butcher shop. We decided to hit there first and get it out of the way before we checked out Mac's lead. That way, I'd also be able to grab some more blood before potentially rumbling with the vampires in the house on Britannia. Normally, I didn't need it every day, but I guess since the blood wasn't from a human, it wore off faster. I can't say how much I enjoyed having to drink double the cow's blood to stay strong. The trip down to the Garden District was much faster this time, despite the gremlin's questionable transmission. Adam pulled in front of the shop and left the engine sputtering and wheezing. I reached for the handle. Aren't you coming in? After all, you're the one who volunteered to get the chicken feet for the voodoo lady. Careful, Red, or I'll think you're jealous. Adam smiled knowingly. Giguhl snickered. Ass. I looked away. Whatever. Anyway, I had my fill of the butcher last night. Why don't you take Giggy with you for protection? I snorted, which earned me a glare from the cat. Mock if you will, but I like that nickname better than Mr. Giggles, he said. I think you just like Brooks better, I said. He drew back. Now you're jealous of Brooks, too? I seriously didn't have enough breath in my body to argue that point. Instead, I shook my head and grabbed his warm and disconcertingly smooth body from the console. You might want to talk to a professional about your emotional IQ, he taunted as I jogged to the door. I shot him a glare. What the fuck is that? He wrinkled his pink nose. If you watched Oprah, you'd know. For some reason, Giguhl felt he knew the fabulously wealthy talk show host well enough to give her a nickname. I groaned. Gods, if you're going to start peer pressuring me to watch that crap, I might have to revoke permission to TV altogether. He hissed. Bite your tongue. It's bad enough Zen doesn't get the Temptation Channel. Don't take my Opry away, too. I breathed in through my nose as I prayed for patience. On the exhale, I reminded myself that Giguhl seemed to take perverse joy in seeing steam come out of my ears. But he was a mischief demon, after all. On the other hand, I was standing on a busy street arguing with a cat in a black turtleneck. Perhaps I went too far with that threat. I see that now. But do you think you could refrain from lecturing me about my many and varied personality deficits for 5 minutes so I can go buy some goddamn chicken feet? I hadn't known cat lips could purse before, but Giguhl rocked the martyr mask like a pro. I suppose. Good. Now please remember not to talk in there. Elodius might be okay serving vamps and mages, but I'm pretty sure he's not prepared to deal with you. The cat muttered something under his breath, but settled into my arms like a good kitty. I threw open the door and walked in. This time, the Cajun Sausage Fest had a few customers waiting at the counter. I pulled a number from the machine and prepared to wait. From what I could tell, the line consisted of 2 mortals and a werewolf. Elodius chatted with the mortals while he packaged up their order. Ahead of me, the were perked up and looked at me over his shoulder. His shaggy brown hair matched his eyes. As he gave me a once-over, his nostrils flared. Catching my scent, his eyes narrowed. My mixed blood scent, a combo of copper and sandalwood, generally confused other members of the dark races. Half-breeds were exceptionally rare, which made it hard for potential foes to decide whether I was an actual threat or merely a freak of nature. I tilted my head in an amiable nod. He hesitated and tipped his chin in my direction. Just like that, the tension evaporated like vapor. He turned back around and tapped his cowboy boot on the linoleum. At Elodius's urging, the humans, Germans judging from the accents, added a pound of head cheese to their order. Not that I'm in any position to judge others' eating habits, but the idea of meat jelly made me gag. I mean, the name alone inspires images of things best not contemplated while eating. Giguhl, however, licked his chops. As Elodius wrapped up the package, he soliloquized like a freakin' Cajun Willie Shakespeare about making the damn stuff. Giguhl, however, licked his chops. As Aloysius wrapped up the package, he soliloquized like a freakin' Cajun Willie Shakespeare about making the damn stuff. Finally, the Germans exited with the booty. Y'all come back now. Elodius waved the humans off and turned to the were. Sorry for the wait. Give me 2 porterhouses, he all but growled. Dollar signs appeared in Elodius's eyes. You doing some grilling? We got a great sauce. A low growl came from the were. Just get the fucking steaks. Elodius nodded and scurried away to fill the request. I repressed a smile at seeing the chatty Cajun shot down. The butcher started wrapping the steaks in paper, only to receive another low rumble from the werewolf. Don't bother. He grabbed the meat right off the scale. He lifted the first steak directly to his mouth and chomped into it. Red juice dripped down his forearms, and he grunted like a pig at a trough as he swallowed large chunks whole. My mouth fell open. I glanced at Elodius, whose expression was a combination of awe and disgust. Before either of us could figure out how to react, the were licked his fingers clean. That done, he dug into his back pocket for his wallet. He tossed a few bills on the counter. Keep the change. The were's magnanimous gesture was ruined by a loud belch. Then, without further comment, he stalked out of the store. Elodius cleared his throat. Well, if that wasn't the damnedest thing. I take it that doesn't happen often, I said. His eyes stayed on the door, as if he expected the wolf in man's clothing to return any minute. We get plenty of wares in here. But usually they don't get that ornery until closer to a full moon. Maybe his bitch left him, I said. He shot me a quelling look. Obviously, the butcher wasn't too fond of puns. A muffled groan rose from the bundle in my arms. I constricted my arms to let the cat know I didn't appreciate his opinion. So, you're back soon, and you brought a friend. He reached to pet the cat, but Giguhl wasn't having any of it. He hissed and swiped a paw at the man. Elodius jerked his hand out of harm's way and shot an accusing glance at me. Sorry about that. I lifted the cat higher, playing up his indignity for all it was worth. Apologize to the nice man, Mr. Giggles. The cat dug his claws into my arm in retaliation. I gritted my teeth and forced a smile at the frowning Cajun. Elodius cleared his throat and said, Anywho, y'all want 2 more pints? Sure, I said. Figured I might as well since I was there anyway. Also, Zen needs some chicken feet. Can do. Elodius leaned forward over the counter. How about I throw in some nice calf brains for Kitty No Manners there? Might soften his disposition. The cat groaned in my arms. For a demon who subsisted on cheese doodles and beer, the thought of raw brains obviously didn't sit too well. That's okay. He's on a special diet. But I'm surprised you carry brains. Is that normal? Darlin', us Cajuns eat everything from the rooter to the tutor. He cackled, slapping the counter at his joke. I swallowed the bile his word picture conjured. Oh. Elodius laughed again. All righty then. Let's get that blood. He whistled tunelessly as he took the jug out of the cooler. Once he'd plopped it on the counter and pulled out a funnel, he said, So, what happened to that mage friend of yours? I jerked a thumb toward the door. He's waiting in the car. Blood sloshed out of the container to land on the butcher block with a splat. Elodius smoothly wiped up the spill with a towel. That's nice. Have y'all had a chance to see much of the Big Easy yet? I shrugged, a bit. Y'all been to the Court of Two Sisters yet? I shook my head. He paused, looking up from his task. How about Acme Oyster? Nope. Brennan's? Another shake. Cher, please tell Elodius you've been to Tipitana's. My eyes shifted left. What y'all been doing with your time? Well, I did ride a trolley and visit Jackson Square. He clicked his tongue and shook his head, which made his jowls swing hypnotically. I've been busy with some personal issues. Why did I suddenly feel the need to defend myself to the man? Darling, if you don't mind a little piece of advice. He paused and waited for my nod. We all got poisonal. He pronounced it poisonal. Issues. But that can't stop y'all from enjoying life. I remained silent, allowing the odd man's wisdom to sink in. Was he right? I had to admit, my life always seemed to have more than its share of drama. Was I using that as an excuse to avoid enjoying myself? I always thought I'd have time to pursue things I wanted once things settled down. But there was always something new to worry about, some new crisis to manage. Despite getting his point, I wasn't convinced. After all, it felt wrong to play tourist when my sister was having the exact opposite of fun. But wasn't it Maisie who just a couple of short weeks ago had encouraged me to grab some happiness for myself? Then I'd argued that as an immortal I had nothing but time ahead of me. Her response had been to point out that with so many people wanting me dead, nothing was guaranteed, especially my immortality. Of course, back then she wasn't being held against her will, or on the receiving end of her psychotic grandmother's fangs. So maybe the living it up could wait. Elodius handed the packages over the counter. That'll be 40 for the blood and 20 for the chicken feet. He winked. The advice I threw in gratis. Okay, well, thanks for the blood and stuff. He waved away my appreciation. "My pleasure, darling. You go enjoy this beautiful night." I smiled. I'm not sure he'd consider casing a house for signs of vampire life romantic, but it was close enough, I guess. Actually, we're on our way to take a stroll through the garden district. He smiled. "Well now, that's good to hear. Y'all have fun." Chapter 13. 10 minutes later, we park the gremlin next to a cemetery wall a couple of streets away from the address Mac had given us. Giguhl perched on Adam's shoulder as we walked toward Britannia Street. We approached slowly, keeping our eyes peeled for hostiles. It was after midnight, so most of the houses on the block were dark, but up ahead, a warm glow filtered through large trees, shielding the houses from the street. I checked the street number on the white Greek revival on the corner. "The next one's our target," I said, pointing. "Gee, you think you can sneak up to one of the windows without being noticed?" The cat looked at me with pity from atop the mage's shoulder. "That was a joke, right?" I rolled my eyes. "Just don't get caught, okay?" "Yes, Mom." With that, the cat hopped off Adam. His pale ass glowed in the night, making it easy to follow his trail until he disappeared behind the heavy branches shading the house. "You picking up anything?" Adam asked. I looked toward the mansion, using all my senses to try to search for some clue that Lavinia might be inside. Muffled rock music reached my ears from nearby. My nostrils perked up when they caught a whiff of an unmistakably pungent scent. Someone smoking some quality Mary Jane nearby, but that's all I'm getting. Adam said, keeping his eyes glued on the house. "Stay alert anyway. There's no telling what G's going to find in there." As if on cue, the cat's moon-pale form raced out of the shadows. I bent down to catch him. Tremors shook his body. "What happened?" He wouldn't look up as he continued to shake. A muffled whimper escaped the ball of skin in my arms. "Giguhl?" I jostled him until he looked up. I expected fear in his eyes. Instead, the damn cat smiled like a Cheshire, and a braying giggle escaped his tiny mouth. Adam and I exchanged frowns. Either what he'd seen had been so shocking it drove him insane, or Mr. Kitty had some explaining to do. You guys aren't gonna believe this shit," he gasped. Adam shifted impatiently. "Are you going to tell us, or do we have to guess?" "Oh, you'd never guess this one." More laughter. "Giguhl," I snapped. "Pull it together." "Did you see any vamps?" The cat made a valiant effort to get his amusement under control. Finally, he shook his head. "Nah, Mac's source was totally wrong about that. This is even better than bloodsuckers." "Well?" Adam and I both shouted. "Come on, you've got to see it to believe it." The demon jumped down and ran off, looking back over his shoulder every now and then to make sure we were coming. Adam and I exchanged a leery glance. "Come on!" the cat hissed from the darkness. Left with no other option, Adam and I trudged after him. Even though Giguhl claimed there was nothing to worry about, I drew my gun. Adam, too, scanned every inch of the area for ambush. Finally, we pushed the creaking black gate open. When no silhouettes darkened the front windows, we crept inside. A flash of gray caught my eye as Giguhl rounded the corner of the house. I banked right and ducked under branches to reach the side of the house. The music I'd heard earlier shook the house's foundations. It was a shock to hear the harsh electric notes of industrial music coming from a house that could have graced the cover of Southern Living magazine. When we finally reached Giguhl, he crouched on the wide stone sill of a window. "Gee," I whispered, "be careful." "Don't worry," he said in a normal speaking voice. "These douchebags wouldn't hear us if we arrived banging drums." Frowning, I inched toward the rectangle of light in front of the window. Adam fell in next to me, his body tense. I leaned forward to peek around the edge and almost fell. Adam caught my arm. He might have shot me a curious look, but I was too busy trying not to piss myself. Just inside the window, the room opened into a large living and dining room combo with a wide staircase rising to the second floor. But the elegant Biedermeier backdrop paled in comparison to the foreground freakiness. The walnut dining room table served as a makeshift stage for a midget stripper. She wore a pink spangled bikini and teeny-tiny lucite stilettos. Her two fans wore artfully ripped heroin chic ensembles. Between bong hits, their indolent hands flipped dollar bills in the air. A third guy, this one oddly rockabilly among a gaggle of industrial scarecrows, snorted white lines from a mirror at the end of the table. Just beyond this charming tableau, 3 more members of the Lollipop Guild performed many and varied sex acts with a cluster of musician types on the antique furniture. On the periphery of the off-scale orgy, a man with spiky black hair surveyed the scene from a red Empire armchair. He wore dark aviators and took frequent, methodical pulls from a bottle of Jim Beam. I scooted in for a better look. Am I hallucinating? Depends, Adam began. In your hallucination, is the lead singer of Necrospank 5000 watching a midget give his drummer a golden shower? My head swiveled toward him. Huh? Adam nodded toward the sunglasses guy. That's Aaron Zorn. Who? Giguhl's pink nose smashed against the glass in front of his face. Necrospank is a shock rock band. Aaron Zorn is the lead singer. He's also a mage. I jerked in shock. A mage? What's he doing in New Orleans? Rhea and Orpheus called all the mages to court. Adam shrugged. He's a recreant. What's that? Giguhl asked. An outcast mage. They're shunned by the Hecate Council. The scorn in his voice indicated Adam's opinion on recreants in general. He paused and hit me on the arm. Oh shit! Is that a gimp? Awesome! Giguhl breathed with reverence. This is way better than the Temptation Channel. Seriously, I said. Too bad we didn't bring snacks. We all went silent as one of the ladies mounted the gimp. He wore assless chaps and a zippered mask. The ball gag prevented any protests as the midget slapped at his haunches with a whip, like a miniature jockey. She urged him to turn and crawl toward the couch. The second his ass swung around, we got an unobstructed view of his... Oh! We all yelled in unison. I jumped away from the window, rubbing my eyes as if I could erase the image burned into my retinas. But some things can never be unseen. Adam blew out a breath and swung his arms around like he was trying to shake them off. Even Giguhl looked a little green around the whiskers and refused to look in the window again. All righty then, I said. So I think it's safe to assume there are no vampires here. After that, I almost wish there had been, Adam responded. A crash reverberated inside the house. I think that's our cue to leave, I said, turning toward the gate. The 3 of us skulked back to the street with postures that could only be described as penitent. I'll admit, the irony of our little trio of badasses being embarrassed by some kinky antics burned a bit. We must never speak of this again, Adam said. I nodded, agreed. I never thought I'd say this, Giguhl said from Adam's arms. But what I just saw makes me never want to speak of sex again. Period. Adam and I stopped walking to shoot him bullshit looks. He sighed. Okay, maybe not never, but definitely not for the next 5 minutes. He shuddered and snuggled against Adam's chest. For the next couple of minutes, we quietly made our way back up the street toward the car. With each step, My horrified amusement over the midget porn gave way to darker musings. Yet again, I'd hit another dead end. I'd made so little progress in finding Maisie, I was tempted to put the blame on Tanith's door. It'd be so easy just to throw up my hands and believe she'd withheld some vital piece of information. Tempting, but unrealistic. Tanith had good reasons for wanting Lavinia dead, too. If she had information that would aid in that goal, she would have told us, right? Which brought me right back to Sabina being a failure. Adam fell into step beside me, with Giguhl tucked in his elbow like a football. "Uh-oh," he said. "You've got that look again." Frowning, I looked at him. "Which one?" "The one you get when you're blaming yourself for something." I snorted. I wasn't aware I had a specific look for that. "Sure you do," Giguhl chimed in. "Your eyes get all squinty, and you get these lines between your eyebrows." My hand flew up to the spot. Sure enough, a furrow had formed. I smoothed the skin and heaved a deep sigh. "I can't help it. I'm getting nowhere fast." "See, that's the real problem," Adam said. "You've got pronoun issues." The furrow reappeared as I stared at him. "What?" "Mm-hmm," G said. "Unlike that freaky butcher, you only speak in the first person." I frowned at the demon. "No, I don't." "You just did," Adam said with a small smile. He nudged me with his arm. "Come on, Red. It's frustrating Mac's lead didn't pan out, but it's not the end of the world or our only lead. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together." "Right," G said. "Go Team Kick-Ass." Adam and I shot the demon bemused looks. "What? You like Team Awesome better?" My lips twitched. "Definitely." "Okay," Adam said. "Now that we have that important matter out of the way, what's next?" I took a deep breath and let the cool night air cleanse the last of the guilt. The breeze brought with it the perfume of entropy that clung to New Orleans like a tattered cape. The sharp scent of browning magnolia leaves, the dark richness of the soil, the heady musk of sex. Just as the air started to work its magic on me, the putrid scent of dirty pennies hit my nose like a sucker punch. I grabbed Adam's arm to still his progress. My heart hammered behind my ribs. "Do you smell that?" I whispered. He shook his head. Not a surprise he couldn't. I owed my keen sense of smell to my vampire genes. "Shit," Giguhl said. I wasn't sure if it was his feline sense of smell or his innate demon instincts that alerted him, but I was too busy trying to locate the source. "I can't tell how many, but judging from the concentration of the scent, there's several vamps nearby." Adam tensed and searched the darkness. "Can you tell how close they are?" I shook my head. "No, but look alive." He nodded, and we started walking again, our eyes alert for signs of attack. We crossed the street and turned left toward the gremlin squatting in front of a lichen-covered cemetery wall. The streetlight above shone down accusingly, like it was exposing an anachronism. 1 second, the path to the car was clear. The next, a wave of static was our only warning before 8 vampires materialized in a circle around us. I did a quick survey. In addition to those, 4 more crouched on the cemetery wall. 8 males and 4 females total. Old, judging from the varying shades of deep red, not a strawberry among them. None held weapons in their hands, but a couple had visible blades ready to be drawn. Blood pumped fast with adrenaline through my veins. My gun appeared in my hand as if, instead of merely relying on instinct, I'd conjured it. Luckily, I'd reloaded it with 15 apple cider bullets before we'd headed out. "What the hell do you want?" I demanded. Next to me, Adam dropped Giguhl to the ground and tensed for action. I didn't recognize any of the vamps, Not surprising, given we weren't on my turf. But judging from their confident postures, we weren't dealing with a garden-variety gang trolling for fast food. A pale vamp, with hair so darkly auburn it was almost black, stepped forward. "The favor of your company has been requested." I wasn't sure which part amused me more, his outdated mode of speech or the stupid cape he wore like Count effing Dracula. He even had a widow's peak, for Christ's sakes. And the cane he leaned on was nothing more than an affectation. "And whom, might I ask, issued such a thoughtful invitation?" I asked. The Count tilted his head, as if I'd asked a stupid question. "Lavinia Kane." My heart fluttered with anticipation. Now we're getting somewhere. I lifted a finger to my lip. I said. "If I might make another suggestion." His lips formed a courteous smile, and one glossy eyebrow rose in question. "How about you and your friends go fuck yourselves, and we'll call it a night?" The female who stood slightly behind him lurched forward with a snarl. She looked like something straight out of every sword and sorcery's geek's wet dream. The sides of her long maroon hair were pulled back to create a spiky half ponytail, while the rest fell in straight sheets down her back. Instead of a cape, she wore black leather pants and a leather and chainmail bustier. I could only see the hilt from where I stood, but she also had a blade strapped to her back. It wasn't one of those sleek Japanese jobbies either. We're talking full-on broadsword action. The Count held up a hand to stay her. Red Sonja complied immediately, but the daggers in her gaze told me she had plans for the sword that included me. The caped wonder clucked his tongue at me in reproach. "The Domina predicted you would scoff at her summons." He nodded to his comrades, who started closing in like a noose. The metallic slide of blade against leather echoed as the female drew her sword. The Count followed suit, pulling his own steel from within his cane. "Which is why we've been instructed to kill the mage to ensure your full cooperation." "Screw that shit!" my mind screamed. My response was a squeeze of the trigger. The Count's pale hand shot up with preternatural speed. The bullet stopped mid-air and fell uselessly to the cracked sidewalk. Ignoring my shock over the unexpected magic use, I squeezed the trigger 3 more times in quick succession. Again with the hand wave, and again, 3 bullets hit the asphalt. The vamps surrounding us didn't change expression. Not a smile or a laugh or a gloat among them. They just stood there like creepy statues, watching us with shark eyes. Just as I considered throwing the gun at the guy to see what he'd do, a shock of energy slammed into my hand. The gun ripped from my grasp and flew to the Count. With a reptilian smile, he crumpled the weapon like an aluminum can. Something was seriously off with these guys. And if this was a preview of what Lavinia had up her sleeve, we were in deeper shit than I realized. Fine, I thought. He wanted to play who's got the biggest magic wand? Fine. "Hey, Adam, I'm on it." Pins and needles stung the air as he called up his magic. Our opponent's black eyes glinted, but no one made a move to run or protect themselves. The sudden rise of magical power made my ears pop, and their lack of reaction made my chest tighten. But before the spell could burst out of Adam like a sonic boom, the vamps raised their hands in unison. A circle of magic rose from the street and coned over our heads like an invisible prison. "Adam," I said, my voice sounding more panicked than I'd intended. "What the fuck?" he said. Vampires aren't supposed to be able to cast circles. In fact, vampires aren't supposed to do magic at all. The only exception would be if they fed from a mage, like Lavinia had done with Maisie. And these guys worked for Lavinia, but there were too many of them to feed from one mage. Plus, Lavinia wasn't exactly known for sharing. Surely she wouldn't allow lower vamps to feed off a food source as powerful as my mixed-blood sister. She'd want all the advantages to herself. And the Hecate Council had demanded that all mages report to the Queen's court, so they weren't feeding off local magic users, which left me with no choice but to echo Adam's sentiment. What the fuck? Adam and I fell in back to back, circling inside the shimmering dome of magic. "Hey, Giguhl," I said. "Yeah," the cat said. "Change now, please." A pop and a puff of smoke should have followed my request, but nothing happened. Sabina," Giguhl hissed. "What?" I said, my eyes on Red Sonja. She smiled evilly as she stroked the hilt of her sword. "Nothing's happening." I glanced over my shoulder. Sure enough, Giguhl remained a cat. Shit. "The circle is blocking magic," Adam said, "which means I'm useless too." "Okay," I gritted out. "Everyone, stay calm. We'll figure this out." During this exchange, the vampires watched and waited. Finally, the Count said, "If you're quite through, we will now kill the mage." I jerked toward him. "Over my dead fucking body." The Count's eyebrow rose. "That can be arranged." Then he nodded to Red Sonja. Sword in hand, she stepped through the circle. I blinked. The circle should have popped when she touched it. Instead, it stayed up. Who the hell were these guys? Sonja swished the sword side to side like a pendulum, ticking down the seconds on Adam's life. The mage and I fell back into fighting stances. Adam might not be able to use magic, but he was one hell of a hand-to-hand fighter. Even Giguhl crouched down, ready to pounce at the bitch. Things weren't looking good for Team Awesome, but at least we'd go down fighting. "Keep her moving," Adam whispered. "Lavinia obviously wants you alive. Use that." I jerked a nod and kept my eyes on her blade. Red Sonja's shoulders tensed a split second before her first swing. Time slowed. I knocked Adam to the side with my hip and rolled forward. Just as the sword began its downward arc, I swept under her legs with my own. Sonja hit the ground like a sack of potatoes. At that same moment, I heard the Count yell something. My ears popped as the circle exploded and vampires came rushing in from all sides. As I turned to face more attackers, I noticed the vampires beyond the circle were fighting too. I punched a male vamp and peered around his now bloody face, trying to get a better look. "Holy shit!" I yelled as I ducked another punch. Aaron Zorn sneaked up behind a female vamp in a Victorian-era dress. He raised his hands and shot a ball of fiery magic at her. Her bustle went up in flames as he turned to zap another vamp with the spell. Meanwhile, Sonja had risen and was going after Adam again with her sword. "Adam, watch out!" He elbowed a female in the nose with a loud crunch and spun away just in time to escape the blade. I grabbed him and pushed him toward Aaron and the rockabilly dude, who, despite the heavy drug and alcohol use we'd observed, were fighting like a well-trained special ops team. Unfortunately, the vampires were well-trained too. Aaron saw us and yelled, "Get behind us!" I grabbed Giguhl and jumped behind the line of mages. Suddenly, the power rose. Goosebumps covered Giguhl's fleshy body as well as my own. Then, just as the Count and his goons turned to rush us, a mighty wind kicked up. The mages' combined powers coalesced into a typhoon of magic. Vampires scattered like dead leaves down the street. Aaron yelled, "Everyone over the wall!" Chapter 14. For most of my life, I'd been a predator, but as I scampered over the cemetery wall, I'd never felt more like prey, and I wasn't enjoying the role reversal. The 8-foot-tall wall stretched the length of the street. A pair of stately black gates with a metal arch introduced the site as St. Louis Cemetery No. 1. Naturally, the gates were chained up tight for the evening. presumably to keep the living out rather than the dead in. But you never know. Straddling the wall, I reached a hand back to help Adam. The look he shot me was a comical mix of disbelief and wounded male pride. Normally, he never balked at my help, but I guess the male mage audience made his ego swell. He handed up Giguhl. Suit yourself. I swung my other leg over and landed in a crouch on the other side. A couple of seconds later, Adam, Aaron, and the other member of Necrospank 5000, the rockabilly dude from earlier, who was the drummer, judging from the sticks jutting out of his back pocket, flashed in next to us. One of these days, I really needed to have Adam teach me how to flash into places like that. As we ran through the cemetery, Giguhl whispered, "Who the fuck were those guys?" Neither Adam nor I answered, mostly because we were too busy trying to focus on figuring that out for ourselves. But Aaron Zorn had plenty to say. They were the cast of Nod Vamps. Bad news. Members of the cast share their powers either through bloodletting or elaborate sex rituals. Adam and I exchanged a look. How in the hell did the leader of a band know so much about a mysterious cabal? And for that matter, why was he helping us? I started at the beginning. How do you know that? Aaron pointed to the left, and we all ducked between two crypts before he answered. 20 years ago, after my first record went platinum, the cast approached me to join. But I wanted nothing to do with their fucked up rituals. I frowned. This from a man who just watched a midget riding a gimp? I also noticed he didn't bother to introduce himself, like he assumed everyone knew his name. So they just accepted no as your answer? Adam asked. Aaron smiled coldly. Not really. No. I sensed there was a long story hidden behind that smile, but we didn't have time for the Aaron Zorn story hour right then. We ran through a side boulevard separating two rows of crypts. We bobbed and weaved, ducking between two crypts and going deeper into the bowels of the city of the dead. Finally, we crouched behind a crumbling structure topped with a stone cross and listened. Aaron dispatched the drummer to go do a patrol, and then he plopped down on the ground next to us. The silence here was oppressive, save for the rapid pulse pounding in my ears. Whoever these guys were, they knew better than to let an errant twig snap or heavy breathing give them away. And considering they'd already appeared out of thin air, gods only knew when or where they'd pop up. This place is spooky as shit, Giguhl said, breaking the tension. Not for the first time, I wondered why fate couldn't have given me a vengeance demon for a minion. Giguhl was a great fighter, no doubt about it, and I appreciated him having my back. But sometimes I could do without the color commentary. Like now, when we had psychotic magical vampires hunting our asses through a cemetery. On second thought, any demon is a good demon when facing a fight with a bunch of killer vampires with wicked magic skills. Giguhl, switch forms. Fortunately, the resulting puff of smoke dispersed quickly on the breeze, which meant it wouldn't give away our location. Unfortunately, I didn't have any clothes for Giguhl. But given the situation, I was hardly in a place to complain. After all, a naked demon was better than no demon at all when it came to fighting. Gnarly, Aaron said in a bored voice, his eyes on Giguhl's forked assets. Speaking of Aaron, we needed some answers. Not to be rude or anything, I said, but why are you helping us? You set off my warded alarms earlier, but I ignored the peeping Tom routine because I figured you were just harmless fans. But when the fight started, we felt the magic. I sent Ziggy, he jerked his head to indicate the drummer who'd just run off, to check, and he said a big battle was going down by the cemetery. Aaron shrugged. The other guys in the band are human. But Ziggy and me decided to pitch in. I frowned at him. But why help us at all? You seemed pretty content enjoying your... I cleared my throat. Gimp. He nodded to confirm the truth of that statement. It's true. However, when Ziggy let me know the vamps you were fighting were using magic, I knew immediately they were cast vamps. Easy decision then. What are you doing in New Orleans? Adam asked. We're headlining Voodoo Fest on Halloween. My agent bought me the house as a tax shelter 6 months ago. The gig gave us an excuse to come and christen it. I nodded. Well, we appreciate the help. I'm Sabina, by the way. The naked one is Giguhl. I jerked my head. And that's Adam. Adam and the recreant mage eyed one another for a moment. Finally, Aaron said, You're an adherent. Adam tensed. Worse than that, I'm afraid. I'm a Pythian guard. Priceless, Aaron laughed. Give Orpheus my regards. We gonna have a problem here? Adam asked. I watched the two men for signs of violence, ready to back up Adam if necessary. But Aaron's expression sobered. Nah. If there's one thing I hate worse than Hecate Council ass-kissers, it's cast members. Adam relaxed a tad and nodded. Then both males resumed their scan of the immediate area. Giguhl and I traded speculative glances. The exchange between the mages surprised me. This recreant thing was obviously a bigger deal than I thought at first. More than the tension, something else was bothering me about the cemetery. I put a hand on Adam's arm. Do you feel that? Adam shot me a worried look. What? The ground is vibrating. But that wasn't it exactly either. It was subtle, almost like white noise, except palpable. Anyone picking up movement? Adam whispered. Not me, Giguhl said. I shook my head. The smell of copper was weaker here, and my gut told me the coast was clear for the moment. But I knew better than to relax. So, what's your story, Red? Aaron asked. Why are you fighting vamps, being one yourself? I'm mixed blood, actually. The cast vamps are working with my grandmother, who wants to wipe my mage half of the family from the planet. Aaron took that in stride. Cool. Any chance one of you could whip us up some new hardware? Adam jumped in before Aaron could offer. I got it. He did his thing and handed over a brand spanking new gun. The hand grip warmed quickly in my palm. And before you ask, I remembered the apple bullets this time. I grinned at him. On the list of things I liked best about Adam, his ability to conjure weaponry tied for third with his adorable dimples. Aaron nudged my arm. There's Zig. I looked up to see the rockabilly guy walking toward us. Instead of speaking, however, his hands moved with lightning speed. Sign language? Since when are mages deaf? Or drummers, for that matter? Adam and I exchanged a look, but he looked less surprised than I felt. Ziggy says that there's a clear path to the wall on the other side. We could flash out, but if we do that, they'll keep coming back. They always do. I suggest we move toward the wall to draw them out, face them down, and end this now. Aaron and Ziggy looked to Adam. It rankled that they assumed he was calling the shots. But as a Pythian guard, Adam had as much, if not more, tactical experience and training as me. Still, my pride took a bit of a ding. Sabina, Adam said, you cool with that plan? I smiled widely at the mancy and saluted. Yes, sir. His lips quirked. Let's move. We ducked and ran around the crypt we'd been hiding behind. Given the trick the Count had pulled earlier, I thought it best to have more than just the gun. So I reached into my boot for the knife I kept there for special occasions. I didn't think it'd do much damage against these guys, but I'd take any small advantage I could get at that point. We forged a serpentine path through the maze of crypts and columbaria. The cemetery wasn't huge, but the height of the structures and the way they were crammed together meant lots of hiding places for enemies. Finally, I could see the wall on the opposite end of the place ahead. We rushed past a large mausoleum, dedicated to a fraternal order of some sort. and stumbled headlong into the Count's creepy gang. Everyone went still. The leader of the mysterious vamps tipped his chin and held out a gallant hand. "Shall we?" He held out his cane, with the blade hidden back inside, as if he actually expected me to just shrug and come along. Adam and Aaron answered the question for me with a couple of bolts of "fuck you very much." But this time, the vamps expected it. They scattered and rolled to avoid the strike. The magic slammed 2 vamps in the back and ricocheted into the caretaker's shack, which shuddered and spat bricks to the ground like broken teeth. I delivered 2 bullets in the downed vamps while I had the chance. Their cinders swirled away in the breeze. The other 8 scattered. 2, the Count and a female, flanked us, and the others took to the vault roofs. "Go up, G!" I shouted as I ran toward the Count. From the corner of my eye, I saw Adam head toward the female. Aaron and Ziggy ran farther into the cemetery after the others, including Red Sonja. The Count smiled eagerly and beckoned me with his fingers. I stuck the gun in my waistband and lunged for him. I'd use the gun only when I knew he couldn't use magic to disarm me again. He flew to meet me, and when I say flew, I mean his feet literally left the ground. We slammed into each other. He weighed more, so when we fell, I was at the disadvantage. I rolled quickly to avoid any restraining holds. As I did, I kicked out, the heel of my boot punching into his chest. I came up into a crouch, my weight evenly distributed in case he went for the tackle. Instead, he jumped up, winked at me, and disappeared. I spun in a quick circle but couldn't find him. Still on guard for his reappearance, I palmed my gun again and did a quick scan to check on Adam. The female's body slammed back into a wall. From somewhere, the mage produced an applewood stake. Before she'd recovered from her fall, he was on her. A swift downward stab, and she was no more. Magic sizzled through the air, and the Count reappeared directly behind Adam. "No!" I dove and tackled him from behind. We rolled down the path, our limbs tangled. Behind me, I heard Adam shout something, followed by boots pounding against the packed earth. The Count came out on top, but his weight suddenly disappeared as Adam jerked him off me. The vamp's legs got tangled in his cape, and he stumbled to his knees. Adam grabbed his hair back. "The knife!" he yelled. I tossed it, and he caught it in midair. In a smooth motion, he swooped in with the blade. But before he could deliver the death blow to the vamp's neck, the fucking guy disappeared again. "There!" I called, pointing to a crypt on the far end of the aisle. The Count had gone to higher ground. I started to give chase, but Adam stopped me. "He's mine!" With that, the mage disappeared. As I watched, he rematerialized just behind the Count and tapped him on the shoulder. The vamp spun just in time to receive a fist to the face. Satisfied Adam had the situation under control, I looked up to see Giguhl pick up the male he was fighting. He hefted the squirming vamp over his head like a sack of potatoes. Then my demon tossed the guy down, where he landed with a thud at my feet. I smiled down at him. "Ain't gravity a bitch?" The bullet shattered his face before his body ignited. "G, go help Adam. I'm going to find the Amazon." As the demon leapt from roof to roof on his way to assist Adam, I ran in the opposite direction to find the female. A streak of shadow between 2 buildings. I cut through the space and peeked around the corner before following. Something slammed into my back. I flew forward, the ground rising quickly to meet me. The gun skittered away upon impact. Rough hands grabbed at my arms, tried to pull them behind me. My nails found purchase on a handy patch of skin and dug in. The female grunted and reared up, giving me enough leverage to flip over. As I came around, I bucked my hips to unseat her the rest of the way. I came up in a crouch and faced her. I waited for her to pull the sword, Go for a body blow before taking off my head, perhaps. But she surprised me by falling back into a fighting stance. The tactic caught me off guard. Then I remembered what the Count had said about killing Adam to ensure my cooperation. Obviously, her plan was to subdue instead of kill. That was her first mistake. We circled each other slowly in an aisle formed between two clumps of tombs. From the other side of the cluster of buildings, I heard grunts and the sounds of fists on bone. Every now and then, the fighting would be punctuated by a burst of magical energy. The bitch's fangs flashed. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to impale your lover with my blade or if I'll rip out his throat. If you're nice, I'll let you watch. That was her second mistake. A red haze descended over my vision. My hands itched to destroy her mouth for even daring to speak those words. My fist led the way, going after her face, her torso, anything to punish her. Her foot whacked into my ribs with a painful punch to my kidneys. She followed with a chop to my throat that had me gasping for air. For her trouble, she earned a backhand. She spat a mouthful of red-tinged spit to the ground. Apparently, the taste of her own blood flipped a switch somewhere under all that chainmail. Because the next thing I knew, she came after me in a blur of fists and kicks. I was too busy defending against the blows to inflict much retaliatory damage. I'm not a small woman, but she had to have 3 inches and a good 20 pounds of muscle on me. Her assault pushed me back until we were back in the main avenue of the cemetery. Another magical blast slammed through the air not far from where we fought, this one larger than the rest. Giguhl shouted something at Adam, followed by a high masculine scream. Portia! The blows stopped suddenly. The female had ignored the magic, but the Count's cry got her attention. Interesting. She slammed past me to give aid to her comrade. Stunned by the sudden lack of pain, it took me a second to give chase. By the time I reached her, she was already climbing up a wall, trying to reach the Count. I grabbed her by the chainmail and ripped her off the side. Above us, the Count was trading zaps with Adam while trying to ward off the blows of a severely pissed-off demon. Aaron and Ziggy fended off 3 other vamps on the tombs across the way. Portia's elbow crashed into my nose. Bone crunched, followed by a warm gush of blood. I scrambled to catch her, but the haze of pain and the throbbing pain in my eyes blurred my vision. By the time I recovered enough to try again, she'd already made it to the rooftop. For a big girl, she was certainly agile. This time, she didn't hesitate to draw her sword. Adam's back was to her as he raised a stake over the Count's chest. Giguhl held up the vamp's arms from behind. Neither saw her coming. Adam! I screamed. He jerked around just in time to see the blade. He leapt to the side. Portia flicked her wrist at the last second, and the steel sliced across the mage's ribs. Adam fell hard with a pained grunt. The movement made his coat fall open, revealing a rapidly spreading red stain. My blood went glacial. In a single leap, I managed to make the roof before Portia could deliver a death blow. The sword hovered above her head, ready to descend. My hands clamped around her hands just as she flexed her muscles to bring it down. Giguhl! I grunted, struggling against Portia's straining muscles. Help Adam! I kicked with the toes of my boots against the back of Portia's legs, trying desperately to break her grip on the sword. A blur of green in my peripheral vision told me Giguhl had gone to check on Adam. My arms shook with the effort of pulling against Portia's impressive strength. Instead of waiting to see who weakened first, I decided to go old school. I struck like a snake, aiming for her jugular. The move forced me to weaken my grip on the sword. But luckily, Giguhl was already pulling Adam out of harm's way. The minute the sharp points broke skin, Portia's body jerked and she screamed with rage. I clamped down harder, getting as much skin as blood. Metal clattered on stone. My hands gripped the insides of her elbows, holding her close. Then I jerked my head back, taking a chunk of her neck with me. She dropped to her knees. Her hand flew uselessly to the wound at her neck. Only time and blood could fix that extensive damage. Unlucky for her, she had neither at her disposal. I spat the taste of her from my mouth and grabbed the broadsword. Gripping the leather hilt in my hand, I raised the weapon. I still had the gun tucked into my waistband. But some special moments just call for the satisfying slice of a blade. Despite the bulkiness of the sword, I managed to bring it up easily. No hesitation or doubts stilled my hand. I brought in and down hard and true. Portia's head rolled from her shoulders. Before it hit the roof, both it and her body burst into flames. I dropped the sword and swung around, pulling the gun as I went. Aaron and Ziggy fought the Count. Their feet were on solid ground, but I had the advantage of a bird's-eye view. "Aaron! Doc!" The recreant didn't hesitate or question. He simply dropped to the ground. The Count looked up a split second after the gun's bark ripped through the night. The whites of his eyes widened and stood in stark contrast to the mottled purple of his battered face. This bullet he caught right between the eyes. As the inevitable sparks flared where he used to stand, I wiped a trembling hand across my forehead. Giguhl called out, "Sabina, you need to get down here!" I jerked back into motion. As I leapt from the building, my heart pounded. Adam lay atop a concrete pad set into the ground. Giguhl knelt next to him, staring intently at the mage's chest. I slowed, my stomach sinking at the sight of Adam's too white complexion and the beads of sweat gathered on his forehead. I ran over and skidded to my knees in front of him. I felt Aaron and Ziggy fall in behind me. "Tell me." Adam swallowed. "It's just a flesh wound." "Bullshit," I said, my concern making me default to clip speech. I slapped Giguhl's hands away to see for myself. So much blood. I gently lifted the edge of his shirt to get a better look at the actual wound. An angry red slash, maybe 6 or 8 inches long, cut across his lower ribs to the muscled ridges of his abdomen. Not as bad as I'd expected, but bad enough that I wanted to kill that bitch all over again. "Can you heal yourself?" Giguhl asked. His claws were covered in Adam's blood. My stomach clenched at the sight. Adam swallowed and shook his head. "Too weak from all the spells." I rounded on Aaron. "You have to do it." The musician's eyes widened. "Me?" I leapt up to get in his face. "You'll help us fight, but you won't help him heal?" Aaron's face was placid, without a line of stress or guilt. "Can't." I turned to Ziggy. "You then." The quiet mage shook his head and held up his hands as he backed away. "Sabina," Adam gasped behind me. I looked over my shoulder. "They can't help." "Why the fuck not?" Giguhl demanded. "When someone goes recreant, the council strips them of their healing powers," Adam said in a low tone, like he was sharing a shameful secret. "It was his punishment for declaring himself outside their laws." My mouth fell open. When he told me they were outcasts, I'd assumed he meant they just had a difference of opinion with the council, not that they were shunned and stripped of certain powers. But as much as I felt bad about the seeming unfairness of that situation, my priority was getting Adam healed. "Anyway, he'll be fine. It's just a scratch," Aaron said. "You know what? If you're not going to help, you can just leave," I snapped. "Sabina," Adam said, "they just helped us." "Right, and now they probably just want to get back to your orgy or whatever." "Don't worry about us." Aaron's eyes darkened. "Yes, we do so hate to miss out on the orgy. We apologize for intruding on your street party." Guilt pricked behind my eyes, but I didn't have time to apologize. Adam was still bleeding. Bye now. Dismissing the recreants from my mind, I turned to the demon. Giguhl, go get the car, I barked. The air popped as Aaron and Ziggy left. Adam watched me with a wary expression. Red? You need to chill. Just tell me what to do. It humbled me not to know what to do to help him. But since I came from a race that self-healed without trying, my knowledge of basic first aid was sorely lacking. Take off your shirt. I paused. Why? Suspicion slowed my delivery. He rolled his eyes. You need to apply pressure to slow the bleeding. Without further comment, I ripped off my jacket and tore off my tank. The way the Mancy's eyes flared at the sight of me clad in only a bra told me he was far enough from death's door. Now what? Press it to the wound. Hard. But won't that hurt? He shot me an impatient glare. I placed the wadded shirt against the cut, pressing as instructed. The fabric went from white to red almost instantly as blood soaked in. He hissed through clenched teeth. More! Ignoring the voice inside, shouting that hurting him more was the last thing I wanted, I did as instructed. Gods love him, he tried to hide his pain. He swallowed hard. Talk to me. About what? He shrugged, and the look on his face told me he immediately regretted the move. Okay, have I mentioned that if you ever scare me like this again, I'm going to kill you? We really need to work on your bedside manner. He paused. But ditto. I drew back. Me? I'm not the one bleeding. Sabina, since we've known each other, you've been staked twice. I cut in. That first time was your fault. Or did you conveniently forget sending Giguhl to my apartment to shoot me with a crossbow? He winced, this time from a guilty conscience instead of the wound. But I've had to see you in pain, too. I held up a hand. Okay, fine. I get into a lot of fights. Big deal. You don't have to worry about me. My body is a healing machine. I wasn't just talking about physical wounds, Sabina. His hand came up to rub my cheek. Your preternatural abilities don't extend to less visible injury. Suddenly, a conversation meant to distract him from his pain had turned into a chat about my emotional wounds. Time to change the subject. How about we discuss that after we get your very visible chest wound healed? He tipped my chin, so I was forced to look in his eyes. Have I mentioned I'm a huge fan of that bra? The corner of my lip twitched. This old thing? The scream of metal crashing into metal ripped a hole in the silence. Keeping one hand pressed to Adam's chest, I grabbed my gun as I swiveled on my heels. 2 headlights sped toward us. I squinted and made out the shape of Giguhl's horns behind the windshield. Looks like the cavalry arrived, I said. Please tell me you're driving back to the shop. I'd hate to survive a sword attack only to die in a fiery car crash. Giguhl slammed on the brakes. The gremlin fishtailed and sprayed dirt and pebbles at us. I ducked over Adam to protect him from the spray. When I looked up again, Giguhl was jumping out of the car and running around the crunch fender of the gremlin toward us. Gee, I appreciate you getting the car. But did you really have to crash through the gates? The demon skidded to a halt in front of me with his claws on his hips. Well, excuse me, Miss Perfect. For your information, I've never even driven a car before. My mouth fell open. When I'd ordered him to drive, he'd had no choice but to comply. In my stress of seeing to Adam, I'd totally forgotten Giguhl had never driven a car. Well, in that case, I'm impressed all you hit was a gate. Giguhl's eyes shifted left. Actually, we probably need to get moving. Why? It's better that you don't know, in case the police come calling. Deciding I definitely didn't want to know, I began issuing orders to ensure everyone could fit comfortably in the crowded car. Once Giguhl and Adam were settled, Giguhl back in cat form in the back, and Adam riding shotgun, I ran back around to the driver's side. Just before I ducked in, a warm breeze whooshed through the avenue. A flash of something in the distance caught my eye, almost like a lightning bug. I hesitated, hoping to catch a better look at whatever I'd seen. But the cemetery was still again and silent as well, you know. The low hum I'd noticed when we'd come in still thrummed in my head, but otherwise nothing. "Sabina?" Adam's voice sounded strained from the pain. I shook off the bizarre feeling and lowered myself into the seat. "Sorry, thought I saw something. But it must have just been my imagination." "Oh," Giguhl said. "Maybe it was a ghost." I laughed. "Don't be silly. Ghosts don't exist." But just before I slammed the door, I could have sworn I heard the sound of laughter on the breeze. Chapter 15. A masculine yell echoed down the hallway, followed by a brusque feminine. "Quit being such a baby." I rushed to the door to see what the voodooing was doing to Adam. The mage was laid out on Zen's work table like a sacrifice. My eyes quickly located the source of his ire, a squirt bottle she used to flush out the wound. "Should I bother to ask how it's going?" I asked, stepping up to the table. Adam's jaw clenched as Zen sprayed more water. She didn't answer my question. Instead, she called, "Brooks, I'm still waiting for that yarrow." A faint response came from behind the closed door of the closet Zen had turned into a mini apothecary. He emerged a couple of seconds later, juggling a few glass jars and vials. "You're almost out." He held up a brown bottle to Zen, who popped the cork and looked inside. "Should be enough." She tipped the vial. A yellowish-green powder dusted the wound. "What's that do?" I asked. Her impatient gaze swiveled to mine. She shook the brown vial. "Ground yarrow. It acts as a septic to clot the blood." Selecting another bottle, she held it up. "Clove powder to numb the pain and prevent infection." She popped off the top and liberally sprinkled the brown powder on top of the yarrow. Adam hissed and tried to jerk away. "Almost done," Zen said. Brooks handed her a stack of gauze. To me, she said, "Make yourself useful and tear off 2 strips of bandage tape." Happy to have something to do with my hands, I did as instructed. I handed Zen the first strip about the same time Giguhl sauntered in. Thankfully, he'd put on clothes, a pair of red sweatpants and a black t-shirt advertising Zen's store. "How's the patient?" "Ornery as hell," Zen said, smoothing the last piece of tape. "But he'll live." "Are we done yet?" Adam asked. He made to sit up, but the woman pushed him back down with a firm hand. "Oh, no, you don't. I still have to stitch you up." Adam grimaced. "Is that really necessary?" Zen nodded at Brooks, who brought over a spool of thread and a long needle. My stomach flip-flopped in sympathy for Adam. "Either you let me stitch you up, or it's at least a week of bed rest," she warned. Adam's expression spoke volumes about his opinion of the second option. "Fine." "I thought so," she smiled. "Now just lay back. This won't hurt a bit." Giguhl coughed, "Bullshit," into his claw. Zen's head snapped up. "Don't make me kick your green ass out of here." The demon's head ducked. "Sorry." Zen put on a pair of bifocals so she could thread the needle. "While I'm working, y'all can fill me in on what happened." I glanced at Adam. If talking would bother him, the discussion could wait. His eyes strayed to the needle for a moment before he finally nodded. Obviously, he'd appreciate the distraction. "We were ambushed," I began. "1 second the street was empty, and the next thing we knew..." I told her the whole story, from the midget orgy to the Count's threats against Adam, to Aaron's hasty departure. As I talked, Adam gasped from the needle's sting. His male pride wouldn't appreciate pitying glances or pauses, so I kept going. The story wrapped up the same time Zen completed her task. "Why did they target Adam?" she asked, snipping off the loose thread. Leave it to Zen to focus on the part that made me most uncomfortable to talk about. "Lavinia believes Adam and I are romantically involved." "Because you are," Zen interrupted. Giguhl chuckled across the room. Brooks covered his mouth with his hand. I avoided Adam's suddenly intent gaze to stare down the voodoo priestess. "Can we please focus?" Zen bit her lip to hide her smile. I continued. "It's my fault. Back in California, she and I had this big fight, and I told her I was carrying Adam's baby. I'd been trying to piss her off so she'd make a mistake. But I guess the mistake was mine." "Wait," Giguhl said. "You never told me that." I slashed a hand through the air. By now she knows it was a lie, but she also knows Adam and I are still partners. Brooks cleared his throat. Zen shot Giguhl an amused look. The demon mouthed, "I told you so." Ignoring all of them, I glanced at Adam. He winked at me, which made me more uncomfortable than the others' reactions. Anyway, that's why she ordered him killed. She figured she'd go after someone I cared about to force my cooperation. My face began to flame about halfway through that sentence. "That's been bugging me," Adam said. I looked up. "All along we've assumed Lavinia and the cast wanted you dead. So why play these games?" I shrugged. "She probably has some elaborate plan to torture me before she decapitates me." Zen shook her head. "Girl, I hate to say this, but your family is fucked up." "Tell me about it." But Adam wasn't done. "I don't know. I'm not convinced there isn't more to it than that." I sighed. "Regardless, our time is best served trying to find Maisie before Lavinia can succeed in grabbing me." "Amen," Giguhl said. "Sounds like it might be worth talking with that Zorn fella again, too," Zen said. As much as I hated to admit it, she was probably right. "Yeah, maybe." Brooks cleared his throat. "If you'll excuse me, I need to get my stuff ready for tomorrow." I looked up. "What's tomorrow?" He smiled. "Our pre-Halloween party at Lanyappi. We do it the night before because we want to hit the parade on Saturday. All us ladyboys are dressing as our favorite queens from history." "Who are you going as?" Giguhl asked. Brooks smiled wide. "The Queen of the Nile." "Cleopatra?" Adam asked. "Hells yeah." Brooks snapped his fingers in a Z. "I got a cornrow wig with a gold crown and everything." "Ooh," Giguhl said. "You're gonna look fierce." Brooks laughed. "Sing it, Giggy." He sashayed toward the door, stopping only to deliver a playful swat at Giguhl's behind. My 7-foot-tall Mischief demon, who up until recently spent his spare time disemboweling demons in an underground fight club, blushed and giggled. Once Brooks was out of hearing distance, I approached the demon. What was that about? Giguhl flashed me a confused look. "What?" "You're totally flirting with him." Giguhl snorted. "So?" "So, since when did you switch teams?" The demon frowned. "What does that mean?" I leaned in closer and whispered in an undertone. "I thought you were straight." Giguhl's mouth dropped open, then he started to laugh. Great heaving guffaws. I crossed my arms and glared at the demon. "What are you laughing at?" "You're an idiot." "Thanks so much." The demon collected himself, a few stray chuckles escaping as he tried to school his features. "Sabina, I'm not gay." "Bisexual, then?" I said. Another snort. "No, I'm a demon, silly." I squinted at him, trying to follow that logic. And to demons, sexuality is a fluid concept, Adam chimed in. Obviously, my attempts to keep this conversation private had failed miserably. Giguhl pointed at the mage and said, "Ding, ding, ding! Give the mage a cookie." I held up a hand. "Wait, really?" "Oh, sure," Giguhl said with a shrug. "We'll fuck just about anything." "I think that's my cue to leave," Zen said. "If y'all figure out anything else about the vampires who attacked you, you let me know." Abashed, Giguhl mumbled an apology to Zen as she passed. She patted his arm. When she was gone, Giguhl rounded on me. "Nice going, Sabina." My mouth fell open. Me? I wasn't the one talking about screwing everything alive. Actually, it doesn't really even have to be alive. But that's beside the point. The truth is that Brooks and I are just friends. I threw my arms up. Then why let me think you were trying to get into his pants? I was just screwing with you. He held up a claw. Mischief demon, remember? He paused. But I wasn't lying. Seriously, Sabina. Anything. Adam heaved a weary sigh when I made gagging noises. Guys, can we please get back to figuring out the whys of the ambush? I dismissed Giguhl with a shake of my head. Okay, where were we? In truth, I was relieved Adam changed the subject. Where Giguhl stored his equipment really wasn't my business. I certainly had more potentially lethal issues to face. That we need to talk to Aaron again, Giguhl said, shooting me a superior look. I rolled my eyes. You know what I want to know? Adam said. How did the cast vamps know where we were? I stuck my hands in my pockets and leaned back against the table by Adam's hip. Something crunched against my hand. Wait a sec. I removed the scrap of paper with the address of Necrospank's drug den on it. I'll be damned. I turned so Adam could see the damning evidence for himself. When he figured it out, his face tightened into a mask of anger. Wait, what am I missing? Giguhl said. I remembered then that he had been in the store with Brooks when the paper had been delivered. Mac's source screwed us. What? No way, Giguhl said. Brooks wouldn't have hooked us up with a bad contact. I sighed. I'm not sure if Mac knew, but her source must have. A frown formed between Giguhl's horns. If you kill Mac's friends, then you're begging for problems with the were, which might cause problems with Brooks and Zen. I pushed away from the table. What do you want me to do, Giguhl? Ignore that Adam got sliced and diced tonight? I'm not saying someone doesn't deserve to pay for selling us out. He looked at me dead in the eye. But you better be damn sure you've got the right asshole before you get physical. Adam shifted on the table. He's right, Red. We need a plan. I looked at him. Guys, it's just a conversation. And what do you mean we? You're not going anywhere. I absolutely am. You're not doing this alone. I threw my hands up. Adam, I hate to point this out, but you were almost disemboweled less than an hour ago. Besides, I'll take Giggy with me. Adam pressed his lips together at my exaggeration. First of all, considering how reluctant Mac was to introduce us to her source, this probably won't be a simple conversation. He pushed himself up on his elbows. Second, I was nowhere near about to spill my guts. He grimaced and swung his legs over the side of the table. And third, I might be too weak to heal myself, but I can still hold a fucking gun. I put my hands on my hips. Don't let your pride cause more problems than we need right now. He drew back, stung. Right back at you, Red. His tone low, cutting. I clenched my jaw. We stared each other down for a few moments. Giguhl's head swiveled from side to side, waiting for one of us to break our stalemate. Sabina, let him come. I'll look out for him. My stare locked with Adam's. No. His biceps heaved as he slid off the table and placed his weight on his feet. One hand flew to the bandage, but he managed to step away from the table's support. Adam, don't be an idiot. You'll hurt yourself. My shrewish, I know what's best for you tone brought me up short. Adam wasn't my minion. Hell, even Giguhl barely qualified for that title anymore. So even though it pained me to back down, I did, because Adam was a grown-ass man. Okay, I said finally. Adam looked up from pulling on his shirt. What? I took a deep breath. I'd appreciate your help. Giguhl stepped forward, his hooves clacking on the floorboards. It's a trick, Mancy. I shot him a look. No, really, it's fine. Just be careful, okay? Adam looked at me for a moment, as if he expected me to start laughing or deliver a punchline. When I simply returned his look with my face trained into a more open expression, he pulled his shirt the rest of the way down. Let's go have a chat with the wolf. Lanyappi and the building that housed the club were dark by the time we arrived. The street was equally deserted as we ducked in the side entrance. We quickly made our way up to the second floor and approached the faded blue door. Despite the late, or early, depending on your race, hour, I didn't knock gently. Instead, my fist pounded the wood so hard my knuckles stung. After 5 minutes of constant knocking, the door finally flew open. Mac stood across the threshold in a thin white t-shirt and a pair of ratty boxer shorts. Her only accessories were a major case of bedhead and a shotgun. When she saw the three of us standing there, she lowered the barrel with a frown. Sabina? Hey, Mac, you got a minute? She yawned and rubbed a hand through the nest on her head. Do you have any idea what time it is? A little after 4 a.m. May we come in? It's important. She nodded over my shoulder. Who's the demon? I squinted at her, confused. That's Giguhl. She shook her head. I thought Giguhl was a cat. That's when I remembered the first and last time she'd seen him, he was asleep in Zen's counter. He's both, I said, and it's a long story. Can we come in? She looked even more confused than ever, but seemed to finally clue into the tension in my tone. Is everything okay? Actually, no. Everything is very far from okay. She frowned and opened the door wider. Come on in, then. I smiled politely, but inside I was seething. The more I thought about how close Adam had come to losing his life, the more my fists itched to strangle Mac's friend. On the way over, we'd decided Giguhl and Adam would basically hang in the back, looking imposing in case Mac refused to reveal her source's identity. I'd do all the talking until, and unless, the time came for harsher tactics. I wasn't leaving the apartment without a name, whether Mac liked it or not. Once we were all inside, Mac leaned the shotgun against the end of the couch. Then she walked back toward us. Can I get you anything? All I have is beer and water. I waved a hand. Okay, why don't you sit and tell me what's going on then? Fatigue added a slight growl to her words. Perching on the edge of the love seat, I removed the gun from my waistband and set it within easy reach on the coffee table. If she noted the firearm, she gave no indication. She did frown when the males didn't sit. Instead, they stood closer to the door, effectively blocking the exit. Her eye movements indicated the she-wolf was doing some quick thinking. Are Brooks and Zenobia okay? She prompted. They're fine, I said, keeping my tone casual. But Adam had some trouble tonight. In fact, we all did. She squinted. What happened? We were ambushed. Her jaw went slack. Oh my gods. Are you guys okay? She looked at Adam with concern. Adam? He nodded. I'm fine. Zen's a good healer. Mac, I said, regaining her attention. I need the name of your source with the vamps. She frowned. Why? I scooted to the edge of the couch. Your source gave you that address, right? The one on Britannia Street? The ambush happened a block away from that house. So she was right about vampires in that house. I shook my head. The only thing we found at that address were a bunch of drugged-out musicians with some disturbing sexual appetites. I'm confused. Who attacked you then? Really? I need to spell it out for you? I paused as her expression morphed from confusion to something harder. Your friend sold us out. She blinked as the implications fell into place. You're insane. She wasn't involved. I scoffed. Mac, get real. Your source is a vampire, and we were attacked by vampires. She crossed her arms and speared me with a stare. A vampire might be responsible, but it wasn't my vampire. A shadow of doubt appeared on the edges of my mind. Mac seemed too confident, too unconcerned her source might be to blame. I looked at Adam. Mac, just give us a name so we can be sure. Mac slammed her hands on the arms of the chair and stood. I gave you that address because I was trying to help. And now you're accusing my friend of trying to kill you? Unfucking believable. I picked up the gun. Mac, it's not my intention to offend you, but I'm sure you can understand we can't just take your word for it. She looked down at the weapon. You're insane. I'm not giving you the fucking time of day now. I glared at her. Why don't you just call her then? See if she agrees to meet with us. Get the hell out of my apartment, Mac said, pointing to the door. Just then, a door down the hall behind Mac creaked open. A drowsy voice called, Honey? Mac froze. I grabbed my gun and rose. The were threw up her hands to still me. Everything's okay. Go back to... The scent of copper hit me. Well, well, well. Come out with your hands up, I called over the rest of Mac's sentence. No, stay there, Mac shouted. A couple of tense seconds passed before a Titian head emerged from the dark hallway. It was the vampette who'd come to Mac's club a few days earlier, her mysterious contact and lover. The vamp didn't raise her hands until she saw the gun pointing at Mac. The huge demon and muscular mage might have factored into her decision, too. Her pale digits went skyward. The move raised the hem of her t-shirt to reveal a pair of white cotton underpants. What the hell is going on? She made sure to flash some fang. Tell her, Mac, I said, my gun aimed at the were's chest. Mac looked like she'd rip my head off at the first opportunity. This is Sabina Kane, the one I told you about. The girlfriend's expression went all pinchy, like she was confused. Wait, I thought we were helping her. We were, Mac gritted out. Then why does she have a gun pointed at you, Mackenzie? Apparently she has some trust issues. Where were you at 2 a.m.? I demanded. She frowned. At Mac's club? That didn't prove anything. She could easily have set up the ambush by phone from the bar. How long have you been working for the cast? I demanded. Without hesitation or glancing at her lover, she said, The who? Mac shot me a superior look. What's your name? I said, trying another tactic. She frowned. Georgia. Well, Georgia, it seems we're at an impasse, because you gave Mac an address, and at that address, we were jumped by a group of vampires. Can you see why we might be suspicious of your motives? So there were out-of-town vampires there, she said. echoing Mac's earlier statement. Are you guys okay? Either they were diabolical masterminds who'd planned for this eventuality and gotten their story straight ahead of time, or Mac was telling the truth and I was a colossal asshole. I sighed. Adam cursed under his breath. Glancing from the corner of my eye, I caught the oh shit look he and Giguhl exchanged. Swallowing, I lowered my gun a fraction. Hypothetically speaking, let's say you're telling the truth. There's nothing hypothetical about it, Mac barked. I ignored that and soldiered on. Why did you give Mac that address? You don't owe her an explanation. Mac took a step toward her girlfriend. I raised the gun, a clear warning to stay put. Obviously, someone needs to clear this up, Georgia said. Turning to me, she said, Mac said you needed help, so I gave her the only information I had at the time. A rumor that some vamps were moving into the Britannia house. She shrugged. But now I have a question for you. I tilted my head. What? Did the guy who attacked you tonight wear a cape? My heart kicked up a notch. My fingers gripped the gun tighter in case Georgia wasn't as innocent as she claimed. Why do you ask? She smiled at the tension in my voice. Early this evening, I was in the margine trolling for tourists when this male vamp in a cape approached me. With a cane? Adam asked. That's him. She rolled her eyes. Total douche. My mouth fell open and I lowered the gun to my side. I'll be damned. Now that the gun wasn't pointed at her, she lowered her hands and scooted closer to Mac before continuing. He said his name was Rupert, and he represented a group that was recruiting vampires. The guy was weird, right? So I told him I wasn't interested and started to leave. He grabbed my arm, and his entire demeanor changed. Suddenly, he was all veiled threats. He said there was a new power in town who was recruiting foot soldiers or some shit. Did he give you any names? I asked. She shook her head. No. But he indicated it was a powerful female. Must be the one Mac said you're after, right? The one we need to avoid? I cringed inwardly. Mac had made good on her promise to warn her friends about Lavinia. I lowered my gun to my side. Yeah, probably. Anyway, he says any local vampires who don't fall in line under her leadership won't live long. I acted interested and offered to spread the word for him. She shook her head as if still surprised he'd bought her act. He seemed happy with that. But before he could keep talking, his cell phone rang. He didn't speak, just listen. After a few seconds, he hung up. All of a sudden, he couldn't leave fast enough. As he ran off, he yelled back that he'd be in touch soon to check on my progress. He seemed to be in a major hurry. By this point, Adam sat on the arm of the sofa next to me, and Giguhl leaned against the wall, listening with rapt attention. As the seconds ticked by, my stomach tightened more and more. Not only because we'd obviously accused the wrong person, but also because we were now further away from knowing who called Rupert with our location. Figuring I might as well admit defeat, I let the gun dangle between my legs. He was in a hurry, all right. He was on the way to attack us. Anyway, after that, I called in every vamp I know in the area for a powwow, only it wasn't to recruit them. You were warning them to skip town? Adam said, shooting me a look. She nodded. Fat a lot of good it did, only a handful decided to run. I leaned back against the couch cushions. And the rest? Did they plan on working for Lavinia? Nope. The rest of us are staying to fight for our city. A humorless laugh escaped my lips. Then you're all fools. All right, Max said. That's enough. You've gotten your explanation. Now get the hell out. No, wait, Georgia said. When Mac made disgusted noises, she held out a hand for patience. Why are we fools for not allowing a bully to push us around? I sighed from deep in my chest, the kind of sigh you take before you break bad news to a trusting soul. Well, Georgia, the answer to your question is this. Lavinia Kane isn't just a bully. She's the God's damned alpha domina. Just because you live in New Orleans instead of Los Angeles is no excuse not to understand what that title means. Georgia shrugged. So she's powerful. I snorted. Not just powerful, Georgia. Ancient. She's seen empires rise and fall. She's killed more vampires than you've met in your lifetime. Created rivers of blood in the streets of both the old and new worlds. And when she wants something, she won't stop until it's hers. So yes, I believe you and your friends are fools for even considering the possibility you could defeat her. Georgia tipped her head to the side. Didn't Mac tell me you aim to kill Lavinia Kane? I licked my lips. I do. A slow smile spread across Georgia's lips. Well then, darling, I guess that makes us both fools, doesn't it? I liked this Georgia. She had spirit and a refreshing lack of bullshit. You have no idea. Save your breath, Mac said. She's leaving tonight. Georgia's smile disappeared. Like hell I am. If you're staying, I'm staying, and that's final. Mac glanced at me before pulling Georgia aside for a whispered argument. In order to give them privacy, I turned toward Adam and waved Giguhl over. The mage blew out a long breath. How are you holding up, Mancy? I'll live. If Mac doesn't turn that shotgun on us, that is. Oh, please. She's just mad we found out she's dating a vampire. I'll just tell her that secret's safe with us, and that will be that. That earned me 2 incredulous looks. The conversation across the room escalated into a full-on shouting match. Don't let her put thoughts in your head. She's a nut job. Mac didn't even try to pretend she wasn't talking about me. In fact, she pointed a finger in my direction as she yelled, She'll get you killed. I think we need to get something straight, Georgia said, her voice icy. I only like tops in bed. When the clothes go back on, you lose the right to boss me around. On second thought, I said, maybe they need some privacy. I stood and made my way for the door. Adam and Giguhl lagged behind, each enjoying the show too much to leave. I think they're about to kiss, Giguhl hissed. I rolled my eyes and grabbed Adam by the ear. Let's go. He yelped and rose immediately. I released his lobe and pushed him toward the door, careful not to nudge his wound. Giguhl got less careful treatment and had to be forcibly pulled from the room. If we were lucky, the ladies would have furious makeup sex later. Then maybe Mac wouldn't come after me with that shotgun for pulling a gun on her girlfriend over a misunderstanding. A crash sounded from inside the apartment. Then again, maybe I should have taken the shotgun. Chapter 16. In the dream, brass cuffs bound my hands to an overhead rafter. A werewolf in full-moon beast form pointed a shotgun at my face. Just beyond the light pool of a single bare bulb, the silhouette of a male paced in the shadows. Every now and then, the dim light caught the shock of red hair on his head. "Who are you?" I demanded, yanking painfully with my wrists. He paused, turned. I still couldn't make out a face. "We've known each other since the beginning." He stepped forward into the light. I gasped. He was beautiful. Too beautiful. Long cardinal red hair, olive skin, eyes the color of wet emeralds. Tall and finely muscled. Not the bulk of a bodybuilder, but the grace of a Greek statue. David instead of Goliath. Everything too perfect to be anything but evil. "I don't know you." He placed a hand over his heart and closed his eyes, like my words wounded him. "My beloved Lamashtu, soon we will be reunited, forever." Blood dripped down my wrist, my arms, to spill on the concrete floor. "You're a lunatic." He looked up, His iris is darker now, crazier. Remind her where her heart is, who her master is. The were stepped forward, jabbed the cold metal into my breastbone. I don't know you, I yelled. The ominous double click of the pump action. His slimy smile evaporated. He whispered, "Where's my fucking owl?" Boom! I woke with the start. My breath labored, and cold sweat coated my chest. I rubbed at it, relieved to find unbroken skin. A green claw appeared in front of my face. The scent of coffee from the mug it held went a long way toward calming me. I groped for it, but the claw moved out of range. "You're gonna have to get out of bed first," Giguhl said, sounding amused. Right, like that was going to happen. "Go away," I groaned, rolling over to burrow back into the pillows and blankets. My tormentor ripped the pillow away. Unholy light and frigid air hit my face. "Don't make me hurt you, G. I'd like to see you try, trampire." The covers disappeared next. "Now get up and shake a leg." I rolled over to deliver a well-deserved glare at my minion. "What time is it?" He stood just out of kicking range, waving the mug in the air like bait. 4. No wonder Adam sent Giguhl in to wake me. 4 in the afternoon to me is like 4 a.m. to humans. Though my room had heavy quilts over the windows, I squinted against the ambient light streaming through the door Giguhl had left open. "Why?" I barked. Giguhl sighed and stomped across the room to retrieve a pair of sunglasses from the bedside table. "Gods, you're such a diva," Giguhl complained as he handed them over. "Bite me, demon." With great effort, I swung my legs over the edge of the bed and sat up with a groan. Pushed the echo of panic from the dream away like a bad memory. Not surprising I'd have a stress dream, given everything going on. "Where's the Mancy?" "He went to go buy some more blood for you. Said when he gets back, we're all having a meeting before we head out to do the ritual with Zen." I'd forgotten all about Zen's suggestion that we try to contact the spirit world that night. I ran a hand over my face and yawned. "What's the meeting about?" Giguhl shot me a look. The disastrous conversation with Mac rushed back to me, along with Georgia's revelations. "Oh, right." I held out my hand for the coffee. He crossed his arms and glared at me. My feet slammed onto the floorboards, and I pushed my butt off the bed. I stalked over the demon and glared up at him. "Happy now?" The sunglasses probably ruined the effect, but he seemed to sense failure to comply would result in pain. He handed over the cup with a sneer. "Jesus, you're bitchy today." I took a couple of bracing gulps, not caring that the brew had gone lukewarm. "Didn't sleep well," I said between chugs. "Tell me about it, sister. The Mancy's got toenails like a fucking sloth. Scratch my calves up to be damned. Not to mention, the hell owl started screeching like a banshee 2 hours ago." I stopped mid-sip. Oh shit. With everything else going on, the owl in the fridge had totally slipped my mind. "Don't worry, apparently Zen and Brooks hadn't forgotten about him like the rest of us. Zen said she fed him some rats yesterday while we were out." I blew out a breath. "I can't believe we forgot about him." "You know what you need," Giguhl said. I raised a brow, bracing myself for a punchline. "A to-do list. Might help you keep track of all the beings who want you dead and the satanic bird life you've kidnapped." I imagined the list in my head. 1. Perform voodoo ritual on evil owl. 2. Find out who sold us out to the anachronistic caste vampires. 3. Make amends with lesbian werewolf. 4. Rescue twin. 5. Murder grandmother. I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Giguhl heard the sarcasm. Suit yourself. But don't come crying to me if you forget who you're supposed to kill when. I rolled my eyes and went to get clothes from the dresser. I need to grab a shower. That was his cue to leave, but Giguhl lingered, looking unsure of himself. I shot a meaningful look to the door. Hello? He kneaded his claws together. There's something I need to tell you. My stomach clenched. That kind of talk from a mischief demon was never good. What now? His goat-slit eyes looked at the floor. Well, and it totally wasn't my fault since I was asleep, he said. But I sort of made a move on Adam last night. I choked on my coffee. You tried to sleep sex Adam? I didn't sleep sex him. Just humped his leg a little. A bark of laughter escaped me before I could stop it. The demon's head dropped. I guess my subconscious thought he was you-know-who. Despite my horrified amusement, I tried to remember Giguhl was still recovering from being dumped. Mostly, he seemed unaffected, but I guess the demon had more layers than I gave him credit for. I swallowed the remaining giggles and pasted on an empathetic expression on my face. With my free hand, I patted him awkwardly on the arm. I'm sorry. He looked up, his gaze narrowed suspiciously. What? No jokes? I shook my head. Don't get me wrong. I would have paid good money to see the look on Adam's face. Giguhl pulled away. I grabbed his arm. Look, I'm sure Adam understands you didn't really mean to... I bit my lip to stop the giggle threatening to break free. Get frisky with him. Luckily, Giguhl didn't notice my struggle and went to plop down on the bed. I miss her sometimes. By her, I assumed he meant vulva. I set my clothes on the bedside table and sat next to him. Seeing him look so downtrodden made me uncomfortable. I felt totally ill-suited to be handing out love advice. Patting his knee awkwardly, I said, That's understandable, I guess. He looked up then. Uncertainty shadowed his expression. Really? I shrugged. Sure, until she revealed her true colors. By stripping in front of a room full of horny vampires before causing a full-on stripper brawl and getting my friend's bar burned to the ground. You guys seem to be really into each other. His lips turned down into a demonic facsimile of a pout. I just don't get it. Me either. You're a great catch, and if she couldn't see that, it's her loss. You think? He looked up from under his eyelids. I know it. You deserve a demon who understands how lucky she is to have you. I guess so. I gave his shoulder a friendly bump. In the meantime, maybe we should put a divider between you and the mancy in bed. The demon's lip twitched. He looked up with a sparkle in his eyes. Or he could sleep with you. His black eyebrows waggled suggestively. Now it was my turn to sigh heavily. I don't know, gee. His nostrils flared as if smelling drama. Oh? He shifted to face me. Tell Giggy all about it. I shrugged. Not much to tell, really. We've definitely grown close and all, but I keep holding back. Oh, Sabina, Giguhl said, shaking his head sadly. What are you doing? I drew away. What do you mean? He tilted his head and shot me a get-real look. Don't play dumb with me, trampire. We both know you're hot for the mancy. I opened my mouth to argue, but he steamed ahead. Don't even bother to deny it. The question is, why do you keep sabotaging something that could be really great for both of you? I rolled my eyes. Just my luck to have a minion who considered himself the Dr. Phil of the demon world. I'm not sabotaging anything. I looked away, unable to bear the knowing look in his eyes. Whatever. I think you need to go find that boy and tell him how you feel about him. Then you need to ride him like a tilt-a-whirl. I can't. And why not? You mean, besides the numerous attempts on our lives, the sister to save and the grandmother to kill? He shot me a look that clearly indicated those were bullshit excuses. Fine. How about the fact that we'd basically be recreating my parents' Greek tragedy? His expression didn't change except for a raised eyebrow. I looked up to the ceiling, knowing what I was about to do might be a horrible mistake. On the other hand, maybe sharing the burden of my secret might lessen its power. I hesitated for a second and then went for broke. There's something I haven't told you. You're frigid? I knew it! I slapped his arm. No, I'm not frigid. VD? Shut up and listen before I lose my nerve. He mimed, locking his lips. I let out a rush of breath. Okay, remember in New York when Maisie helped me escape so I could go hide out with Slade until things blew over after the Banasheath incident? When the demon nodded, I rushed forward. Well, the thing is, I kind of sort of had sex with Slade. The demon's eyes widened into saucers. What the fuck were you thinking, Sabina? I shushed him and looked around to make sure no one heard him. Then I remembered we were alone. Clearly, I wasn't thinking. I could make excuses about thinking the mages had turned their backs on me and finding comfort in the arms of an old friend, but that doesn't really matter right now. He waved a claw. Oh, I don't care about all that. I meant, what were you thinking keeping this dirt from me? You know I loves me some gossip. He leaned in eagerly. Was it good? I blinked. Aren't you going to give me shit for betraying Adam? The demon shrugged. If I recall correctly, you and Adam weren't, and still aren't, I might add, an official item. I frowned. While he was technically right, the excuse didn't sit well with me. No, but we discussed exploring that option when we returned from Queen Maeve's court. Giguhl placed a talon over my lips. Hush! You need to listen to Giggy now. I squinted at him until he removed it. He turned fully toward me and placed his claws on my shoulders. Are you listening? Because I'm about to lay some serious insight on your ass. My first instinct was to tell him I don't want to talk about it anymore. But in the end, curiosity got the better of me, so I nodded. Your guilt is just an excuse to avoid facing your fear of intimacy. I opened my mouth to argue, but the knowing look the demon shot me then told me I'd be wasting my breath. Because really, who was I kidding? Let's just say you're right, I said slowly. What do I do about it? Well, first of all, you're going to have to make the first move. Adam knows you're skittish and doesn't want to scare you off. When, exactly, am I supposed to stage this seduction? I leaned forward. Tonight in the cemetery during the voodoo ritual? Or right before I kill my grandmother? Giguhl rolled his eyes. You'll know the right time. Trust that shit. The trick is not sabotaging the moment because you're too chicken to let yourself be happy. Okay. So let's say for the sake of argument, I make a move and everything works out. My stomach did a little flip-flop at the idea of seducing Adam. What about the Slade thing? He looked me right in the eye and said, You don't tell him. But, no, you can't tell him. If what you say is true, and the thing with Slade didn't mean anything, then I say what Adam doesn't know won't hurt him. Besides, How do we know Adam didn't get himself a little piece of fairy ass while he was in North Carolina? That stopped me. A red haze dripped down over my vision at the mere thought of Adam cavorting with another female. He wouldn't do that. Sabina, he's a male, Giguhl said. He'd totally do that. Especially when you've been so quick to deny any interest in him every time it comes up. My fist clenched in response. Giguhl must have sensed my competitive streak rising to the surface because he soldiered on. Are you really gonna let some trampy fairy steal your man? My eyes narrowed. No. Giguhl clapped a claw on my back. That's my girl. My resolve sputtered. But what do I do until the right moment presents itself? The demon patted me on the arm. Just act natural. Be yourself. Oh, right, sure. Most days when I looked in the mirror, I felt like I was looking at a stranger. How the hell was I supposed to be myself when the mere thought of being that emotionally vulnerable made me want to cut my losses and run the hell away? Right then, the apartment door opened in the living room, announcing Adam's arrival. Giguhl shot me a meaningful look as he rose from the bed. A second later, Adam's sandy head poked around the doorframe. What's up? I froze. Normally, I would have used the opportunity to embarrass both males about the aborted sleep sex. But now all I could do was stare at Adam, feeling completely self-conscious. Sabina, he said, coming farther into the room. Next to me, Giguhl cleared his throat, a not-so-subtle reminder. Everything okay? Adam continued. My eyes darted wildly about the room as I searched for something to say. When my gaze landed on the clothes I'd left on the bedside table, I jumped up. I need a shower. I grabbed the clothes and brushed past a very confused mage before seeking refuge in the bathroom. Through the door, I heard Adam call, "Make it quick!" Then, in a lower tone to Giguhl, "What's her deal?" "You know, Red. She's never quite herself." He raised his volume to make sure I got the message. "When she first wakes up." 30 minutes, and a strident lecture with myself later, I descended the steps to find everyone gathered at the store's counter again. It struck me as odd that Zen's store always seemed empty. But then I remembered my nocturnal nature meant I missed out on her key business hours. Adam and Zen's heads were bent over a book when I walked up. The mage glanced up. "Hey, your blood's over there." He tilted his head to indicate the far corner of the desk. Thanks. I tamped down the hangover of self-consciousness from earlier. Like Giguhl said, until an opportunity presented itself, I needed to keep my head in the game. Allowing this Adam thing to distract me like I was some angsty teenager with a crush would be a colossal mistake. While I broke open the container of blood, I tried to look over Adam's shoulder at the book. "What's that?" Adam looked up and wrinkled his nose at the pot of blood that was about 4 inches from his face. I pulled it away immediately with a mumbled apology. As I took my first sip, he said, "We were just going over the ritual for tonight to make sure we didn't forget anything." I nodded and looked around for Giguhl, but didn't find him. "Where's Mr. Giggles?" Adam jerked a thumb toward the stairs. "He's helping Brooks with his costume for tonight." Zen closed the book and made a final note on the list she'd been making. "Adam said you guys had some trouble with Mac last night." I quickly swallowed the mouthful of blood. "She was pretty pissed." She clucked her tongue. "I wouldn't bet on her forgiving you any time soon, either. Werewolves love to hold grudges." I looked at Adam. It's unfortunate, but we have bigger issues to deal with. Like the fact we're still no closer to finding Maisie, or who Lavinia's informant is, or what she's planning. Frustration made my chest feel full and heavy. I set the blood on the counter. It seems like we've been feeling our way through this, reacting to everything Lavinia's thrown at us instead of being proactive. The ritual should help, Zen said. The spirits will tell us where to find your twin. I wish I shared her optimism, but honestly, I didn't put much stock in voodoo as a problem solver. Sure, mage magic was powerful and effective for a variety of problems. Mages were created by the goddess Hecate. Their very birthright was the ability to harness magic. But humans? I knew a lot of mortals dabbled in arcane arts, but to me, that seemed more superstition and elaborate ceremony than real magic. And of course, there were also those like the palm readers in Jackson Square who preyed on the superstitions of naive mortals to make money. The fact that Zen was part mage didn't mean much to me either. Generations of genetic dilution had to have stunted her ability to tap into the same sources of power as a full mage. However, Adam had read the ritual and seemed to believe it would help, so I was willing to go along with it. What other options did I have at that point, anyway? What could it hurt? I said with a shrug. Zen gathered her book and notes. Without resounding endorsement, I'm off to ready the last few supplies. Be ready to head out in an hour. Zen disappeared into the back office. Adam continued going over the spell while I polished off the blood. A knock at the front door had me setting down my mug and reaching for my gun. Adam and I exchanged alert, cautious glances. He got my back while I made my way toward the front. I stayed to the side of the door just in case someone decided to take a cheap shot through the shaded window. But when I pulled back the shade, Georgia smiled and waved back. Releasing the breath I'd been holding, I flipped the deadbolts and threw open the door. Georgia strolled right in, wearing a pair of skinny black jeans, a green chiffon tank covered with a black cardigan, and ballet flats. For a woman who presumably spent the better part of last night embroiled in a lover's spat, her demeanor seemed downright cheery. Hey, y'all. I glanced behind her, fully expecting the sullen face of a certain werewolf to follow her in. Georgia saw the look and said, Don't worry, I'm alone. I closed and locked the door before turning back to her. Adam joined us, nodding a greeting to the vamp. What's up? I've come to offer my help, she said, raising her hands in a magnanimous gesture. I squinted at her. Help with what, exactly? Defeating your grandmother, obviously. But I thought Mac didn't want you to... Adam began. Georgia slashed a hand through the air, cutting him off. That's between Mac and me. All I'll say on that matter is it would mean a lot to me if you'd keep our relationship under your hats. With mating between the races being forbidden and all. Especially when one of the lovers involved is the niece of the Alpha of New York. I'd imagine Michael Romulus wouldn't be so keen on the lesbian thing either, Adam said. He'd want an advantageous male match for Mac to strengthen the pack. Georgia nodded solemnly. That too. I sighed and crossed my arms. Look, Georgia, I'm the last person to be scandalized by your relationship. I'm a mixed blood myself, remember? That's exactly what I told Mac, Georgia sighed. But she can be a tad unreasonable when it comes to protecting our privacy. I shrugged. Like I said, if Michael Romulus finds out about you two, it won't be from Adam or me. Adam nodded his agreement. Is that really what brought you here? Georgia shook her head. No, I came here to offer you the assistance of 8 able-bodied vamps. How exactly do you think you can help us? Adam asked. Georgia strolled over to a shelf containing a collection of candles. She lifted a black one with a skull painted on the glass. You guys want to find Sabina's grandmother, right? I crossed my arms and bobbed my head. Technically, we're trying to find my sister, but they'll be in the same place. Well, who better to help you find someone in New Orleans than a group of local vampires? We know every nook and cranny and feeding ground in the city." Adam and I traded a look. Georgia rushed ahead. "We formed search teams and canvassed different areas for signs of your grandmother, or sister, or any cast members." She sat down the candle and pulled a piece of paper from her back pocket. Spreading it out on the counter, she motioned Adam and me to join her. Curious, we approached to find the sheet was a map of New Orleans. "What I propose is we divide up into 2 teams, each responsible for canvassing a specific zone. Since all known confrontations have occurred in the Garden District and the French Quarter, we'll start there." Adam had gone into tactical mode. "How many per team?" "Each section will get 5 people. I figure that way, no one stands a chance of being caught alone if they stumble onto more of your grandmother's goons, or the bitch herself. Plus, with that number, we should be able to cover each zone tonight." "Wait," I said. "You said you only had 8 vamps total. Who are the other 2? "That's where you guys come in. We need the 2 of you to each go with the team, since you have more experience with Lavinia and her henchmen." Adam glanced up at me from where he bent over the map. I stood straighter with a sigh. "I guess we could postpone the ritual with Zen," I said, thinking aloud. "Not possible. Zen said it needs to happen tonight, since tomorrow's Halloween. We can't afford to put it off any longer." "Shit," I said. "But there's another option," he said, standing straighter. "You can go with Zen. Giguhl and I can handle the patrol." I grabbed the mage's sleeve. "Excuse us for a minute," I said over my shoulder at Georgia. In the corner, I rounded on Adam. "No fucking way." He frowned at me like I was being unreasonable. "It makes sense, Red. In cat form, Giguhl can get places vampires and mages can't." "No, not that. You're not sticking me with voodoo duty to go have all the fun. Besides, you're the mage. It makes more sense for you to help Zen with the spell." Adam cocked an eyebrow. "Since you've conveniently forgotten, you're a mage too. A chthonic one at that. Your powers are far better suited than mine for spirit work." I slammed my hands on my hips. Need I remind you that my chthonic training was cut short because I incinerated someone? I don't know the first thing about using those powers, and you know it. He crossed his arms. "Still, I have the ability to flash my team out of a jam if shit goes down. Besides, you'll only be assisting Zen. You probably won't even need to use magic." His expression had a mullish slant that I'd come to associate with me losing arguments. I sucked my teeth while I considered the situation. If I was being honest, while George's plan had merit, the chance of them finding and killing Lavinia was slim. Sure, they might find a lead on her, but Lavinia was far too wily to allow herself to be cornered. But they might find Maisie, and Adam had already said he wouldn't make a move on that front without Orpheus's leave. That meant I wouldn't miss the rescue. On the other hand, Zen and Adam both seemed convinced that these spirits could help us get info from strikes that would lead us to Maisie. Combining the approaches increased our chances of finishing all this much sooner than if we did them separately. Finally, I poked Adam's chest. "Watch your ass out there." He grabbed my finger, spread my hand open, and placed a kiss on my palm. I felt it way down in my toes. "Ditto." Commotion on the stairs had all 3 of us looking up. Brooks, or rather Cleopatra Pussywillow, was a vision in white chiffon and gold lame floating down the steps. The gold beads at the bottom of each braid clicked in time with his steps. The light glinted off the head of a gilt cobra sitting proudly atop a golden crown perched on his head. A rubber snake wrapped around his wrist like a poisonous bracelet. Behind Cleopatra, Giguhl followed like a devoted manservant with the train of his gown held gently in the tips of his claws. Adam whistled. Georgia and I clapped wildly. Even Zen came out of the office to cheer for the queen. When he reached the bottom step, the queen regally lowered his chin and executed a little curtsy. "Thank you, darlings." Giguhl joined the group, looking as eager and nervous as a stage mom. "What do you guys think?" "Super hot," Georgia said. "Totally," I agreed. Adam nodded enthusiastically by my side. "Nice asp you got there." Cleopatra stroked the rubber snake suggestively and winked. "Likewise. I wish we could be there for your big performance," Zen said. "Me too, but Max said she'd record the whole thing." At the mention of Mac's name, George's face fell. It wasn't Brooks's fault for bringing up the werewolf's name. As far as I knew, he wasn't privy to any of the previous night's drama. "What song are you singing tonight?" I said quickly. Brooks twirled, flaring out the white panels of his dress. "Dancing Queen." I snorted. Of course, it's perfect. Zen cleared her throat. "Sabina." I looked up. The voodoo priestess tapped her wrist to indicate it was time to go. "Right." I squeezed Brooks' arm, careful not to muss his ensemble. "You're gonna kill him dead." Behind me, Adam and Georgia were talking in low tones. The mage called Giguhl away to fill him in on the plan. Zen went to join them, and I trusted Adam to let her know about the changes in the agenda. Brooks noticed the sudden change in mood. "What's going on?" "Oh, nothing. They're just discussing tonight's plan. When do you head out?" The Fae glanced at the clock behind the counter. "Mac's picking me up in half an hour. I'm not walking to the club in these heels, honey." I hesitated. "Do you want us to wait with you?" Obviously, we needed Georgia out of there before the werewolf arrived and put the kibosh on the plans. But Zen and I could probably wait. But Pussy Willow wouldn't hear of it. "That's okay. I'll just use the wait to run through my routine again." "Okay," I said, "but be sure to keep the door locked. Don't open it unless you know for sure it's Mac." An elegant hand shooed away my concerns. "Sweetie, ain't nobody gonna mess with the Queen of the Nile."